Hello everyone, if you're new to my channel, consider liking and subscribing. It will make me feel wonderful if you do that. Thanks. By the way, I also have another Naruto and Luffy fanfiction channel. If you are interested, link is in the description.
Rubber King and Mirror Master by Lonely Wanderer. What if Luffy had another older brother besides Sabo and Ace, one who followed him on his journey to be Pirate King? Between Monkey D. Luffy and Serpents D. Chaos, the Grand Line and the Marines won't know what hit them. Adios.
Rubber King and Mirror Master. So many balls. Sorry, not sorry. So, which path do we take? Usopp asks Luffy, who answers surprisingly quickly. Balls. The trial of the balls. Why? Balls are fun. It sounds like the least bad trial. Luffy answers with a smile, to which the sniper had no response. Yes, there. Alvida purrs beside him, cuddling up to him as Chaos considers seppuku and Sanji considers curling up in a corner of the boat for the foreseeable future. At least it's been decided, but remember, anything can happen regardless of how mundane the challenge sounds. Ruin the mood, why don't cha? Once they entered the gate, the pirates were flung into pitch darkness, only the pull of the canal keeping them on course and away from the sides. Just as Luffy got Usopp's heart rate to a level it could be heard outside his body, they reached the end of the tunnel, which was apparently attached to a waterfall. Fuck my life. How they survived is completely unknown given how weak the crow appeared, but given they don't understand how water clouds work, maybe they just negate fall damage. Either way, the four of them were just fine, other than some mild trauma. Let's not do that again anytime soon, Sanji pants as he tries get his heart and breathing back to normal levels. Agreed, Chaos replies with a deep sigh, his head resting on the steering wheel of the gondola. Now, where the fuck are we? A forest, Luffy answers, with balls. That statement had both older boys look up, and just as the captain stated, there were a lot of large, white balls floating around in the air. It was really strange. Guess we can see why it's called the Ordeal of Balls, Alvida hums. Well, the ball part at least, we still don't know about the ordeal part, Usopp adds, his eyes constantly flickering around the area they were floating through. The coward is right, Chaos says, pinching the bridge of his nose. We need to keep on our guard. This is a trial by one of the priests of this thunderous ripoff, so there has to be more than just cloud balls everywhere. The canal is rising, taking us up through the trees. Sanji notices, the others feeling the unease rising with them. It's too quiet. You'd think someone working for Ariru would want to show off how loyal they are. Maybe fanatics are built differently in the sky, Chaos thinks, the lightning logia's prescience beginning to give him a headache as well as his hair standing slightly on end. The fact Usopp and Luffy had gotten bored and were now playing with the cloud balls weren't helping at all. Will you two cut it out already? Sanji yells angrily. Seems the cook was annoyed as much as the researcher by their blasé attitude, so it was probably a good thing he bald took this moment to pop, releasing a sky snake which tried to attack Usopp, only for Alvida to bat it off the side of the canal. That's not good. The sniper squeaks, now looking panicked at all the balls hanging around them. Chaos, another ball, dead ahead. Luffy shouts in warning. The purpleette frowns as he pulls out hubby. I'm not in the mood for snakes today. Shinso, he hisses, the hook blade straightening before shooting forward like a piston, spearing the cloud ball with, unlike the other one, blew up rather than release some snakes. Well shit, we're floating through a forest of booby-trapped cloud balls, Sanji gasps. Ho ho hoo, silly children, these are surprise clouds, came a voice above them, before a cloud ball floated down to reveal the priest using it as a chair. Heisu, I'm so glad you chose my challenge, the Ordeal of Spheres. Great, now we have talking cloud balls, Chaos groans, causing a few to attempt to hold in a laugh, mostly because the description actually did fit the rotund man whose wings were still somehow able to support his weight. Anyone know what kind of drugs this guy is on? And if he's willing to share, I'm sure Chopper and Robin could find a use for the stuff. Alvida asks rhetorically, trying to avoid simply throwing her mace at the now dancing and giggling idiot in front of them. No, but he clearly doesn't have the dosage right, Sanji remarks, then grimaces when the angel ball throws himself into the air, aiming for the boat. Luffy, ball guy at 12 o'clock, I see him, gum gum. Oh, you a stretchy boy, Satori coos, strike from the left. Pistol Satori laughs, dodging the strike with ease, then with the energy pulse from his hand sends Luffy flying onto the land beside him. That's not a devil fruit power, so it must be Dial's. You're going to be a pain in the ass to deal with. Chaos sighs then reaches out, surprising both himself and the others when he was able to place his hand on Satori's face. Sakanad, he says with a chuckle, before attempting to smack the ball man, only to miss by a good foot or so. A palm strike to the bridge of my nose, that might have hurt, had it connected, Satori cackles. But to one such as I, granted the power of mantra by Eneru, it's nothing ho ho ho. He can predict our attacks, before we even make them. Well, sort of, the purpleette smirks, reflect armor coating his hands. Given the attacks have both been head-on, you have to at least see the attack coming, right? Ho ho ho, nope, much like God, I see all, no attacks can strike me. Let me test that, it is my job after all, flashbang. Chaos clicks his fingers before fanning his hands out to try blind, daze the angel, before going in for a rib strike. The shades seemed to protect Satori, as he only laughed before floating, directly into the path of Chaos kick. What? Satori screams, clutching his side, how? That shouldn't have worked, my mantra clearly told me you'd kick me on the right. Chaos smirk widens, which I did. Your eyes just think it came from the left. I must thank you for wearing mirrored shades like you do. It makes this so much easier. Also it sounds like mantra isn't affected by my fruit, good to know for the next guy. I'm confused, Usopp whines. Meanwhile Alvida was focusing on Luffy pulling himself to his feet. What's the name of my fruit, Usopp? The reflect fruit. Usopp responds, hoping he was right. Correct. And with that in mind, do you know what I did? Chaos asks, before jumping out of the way of a shockwave courtesy of Satori. Reflections. Also, should we get away, like now? This boat is too small to fight in? The sniper guesses. The nod from Chaos answering both questions, before he's grabbed by his bag and thrown down to where Luffy is, Sanji and Alvida not needing the help to jump off themselves. Close enough, he hums, then laughs at the mirroring of actions, leading to Satori's hand on the back of his head, before the dial discharged. Luckily for him and unfortunately for the priest at this close range, being a precog doesn't mean you have time to avoid the kick to the gut left behind as a gift when Chaos shot forwards into the nearby tree. The spherical red head grunts as the wind is knocked out of him, sneering at the purpleette who landed on his back with a thud. You okay, Chaos? Luffy asks. I'm fine, or we'll be in a minute of two, Chaos replies, smile still in place. You won't have time to, not when I'm through with you blasphemers, Satori yells as he floats down to them. Get bent, you walking dumpling, Alvida screams, swinging her mace but missing just barely. The angel laughs and slams his hand into her gut, shooting her back into the tree with a thud. See, the big one was just a fluke, God's power is absolute and with it I shall destroy you. Luffy grits his teeth and swings his arm, limbering up before sending forth his attack. Gum gum scatter shot. You really think another punch will topple me? It's quite clear your attack will. The fist connects with Satori's fat face, sending him skipping across a cloud canal. What just happened? Sanji asks, confused by the inconsistent power the ballman had. The attack needs to be predictable in order for Satori to be able to dodge it. Actually, that's probably wrong. The attack needs an actual target in order for Satori to defend. Scattershot literally is a scattered mess of a hit the opponent somehow or have them dodge wildly in order to avoid a punch that could hit any part of their body. Chaos explains. That's nice, but how does that help those of us who don't have a rubber body? Usopp asks. We overwhelm him with attacks, unless any of you idiots and Alvida have any better ideas, Sanji says before running straight at the annoyed priest. A barrage of kicks deftly avoided by the fat bastard. Does he really need to call out where he's aiming? The whole problem is he knows what we're going to do. So why tell him? The sniper asks in confusion. It hasn't been a problem before, Luffy suggests with a shrug. True, Sanji has been doing this pretty much since we met him, with his opponent never fast enough to react to the declared target. Which shows not only does the cloud ball know what he's doing before he hits him, he knows before Sanji tells him and can move out of the way. Chaos theorizes, then walks forward seeing an opening he can use. Done tiring yourself out, blondie, ho ho hoo, Satori giggles, having managed to dodge every strike thanks to his obser mantra with little effort on his part. Grinning like a maniac, he raises his left arm and proceeds to slam his dial into Sanji's face, only for the strike to be caught by Chaos' hand. Dang, for the love of Eneru, do you have no idea what you've done? Satori screams as he flies back, the fully redirected shockwave breaking a few bones in his arm, as well as shatter the dial in his glove, rendering the entire hand useless. Learned your mantra can only detect attacks, which a reflection isn't. It's a counter which does nothing unless you activate it. All I did was catch your hand. You're the one with the dial. Chaos explains with a tight smile. Given he was just wearing the waistcoat, it was clear to everyone there were 2 cracks that went from his wrist to just before his elbow on his right arm. Oh, and heads up, he taunts. Strike to the left side, predictable even for a blue sea dweller. I'll just move a lit. Fucking bitch. Satori shrieks as Alvida's swing cracked 3 ribs. How? You were aiming for the left, so I weaved left. Thanks for that. By the way, I think the attack would have hurt but not broken anything without your help. Chaos smirks and Satori noticed the khopesh was on his right hip instead of his left. While distracted, the priest's mantra seemed to falter, as there was no other reason for him to miss. Lead star bombardment. The maximum load a slingshot can hold of lead pellets being fired directly at his face, knocking him onto his fat ass and shattering his shades to pieces, to his and the purplet's annoyance. Luffy, punch the idiot for me. He sighs, not even reacting to Usopp's whine of pain when Luffy does as instructed. Why do you hit me? Because you broke his shades, meaning we need to find another way to deal with his mantra. Chaos answers as the priest gets back up, steaming mad. One thing people forget about reflections is that they're backwards, left is right and vice versa. The reversal of perspective was something I noticed happened on occasion when I used my reflect armor on my face, and it messed with my head quite a bit. That disorientation and inability to know left from right, possibly even up and down, but that's a little extreme. As well as being unable to trust your eyes was something I've wanted to try for a while but never had a chance to, until Satori's mirrored shades. Sanji face palms. That's why the dumpling got his predictions wrong when you and Alvida struck him. His brain followed his eyes, moving out of the way of the strike, and into the real one. 3 cheers for the pervert cook. Chaos teases, then grunts when Satori slams his other impact dial into his gut, before flying into the tree several feet behind him. You think you can get one over on one of the priests of Eneru, smart guy? Well, let's see if you can deal with this, he declares, pulling out a cane and spinning it around. Tama dragon. Aw fuck. Alvida swears, given there was a giant dragon creature made of surprise clouds flying towards them, with Satori flying out of the way of the creature so he could watch them fail. Anyone got a plan? Luffy shouts. Also, this is awesome, if it wasn't coming straight for us. I have an idea, though it'll probably hurt like a bitch, came an irritated voice, as Chaos was helped up by Alvida, taking hubby from his belt and pressing the hilt against the center of his chest, the snake animating and wrapping herself around his chest, then digging her fangs directly over his heart. Odo no Gosuto no Boyakita Hansha, Kamishini no Yari. Much like before, hubby straightened and then shot forward, the difference being it went a lot further than last time, shooting through the entire surprise cloud dragon, popping almost simultaneously, and continuing on until it reached a very different cloud. Even with his mantra, Satori didn't see this coming, the force of the blow slamming him into a tree, but more importantly the blade impaling his heart, killing him almost instantly. Is it over? He pants, hands shaking around hubby's hilt, leaning slightly against Alvida. Give us a minute for the smoke to clear. Yep, the bastard's dead. Can't be any more over than that. Sanji answers. Chaos sighs in relief and releases the technique, the blade retracting like a tape measure, luckily without the kickback or he would have been the next person to get injured by his blade. Hubby releases her fangs from his chest and coils back around the hilt, returning to its base form just before the purplet fall back, lying spread eagle on the ground. Is he okay? Alvida asks Luffy, who shrugs. I'll be fine, just going to take a break if there's no complaints from the peanut gallery. Chaos answers, pushing his hat over his eyes and closing them, grunting in annoyance when Luffy grabs him by his coat and throwing him back onto the crow, though he does find a spot to sleep in while Luffy catches and throws up the rest of his reluctant crew. Well, I'm going to assume killing the priest counts as finishing the trial, so let's get the hell out of here. Sanji decides. turning back on the crow's dials and setting them down the canal once more. So, anyone have a plan for if we come across any more mantra users? Alvida asks as they wait for the boat to slowly plod through the forest. Given we can't count on them all being dressed the same, Chaos Mirror Trick probably won't be usable on them, Usopp guesses sadly. Then we'll just have to immobilize them, Chaos suggests, not opening his eyes or even moving, getting a minute of silence before Luffy of all people face palm. Of course, why didn't we think of it sooner? It doesn't matter if you can predict your opponent's moves before they make them, if you can't do anything to avoid or counter said attacks. He fist pumps, grinning madly. Wow, that's actually pretty smart, Sanji says, giving his captain a rare compliment. Of course, so how do you think the others are doing? They're probably fine. Meanwhile at the sacrificial altar. I don't want to die, Chopper cries as he runs away from the fireballs falling from the sky, trying to turn him into a reindeer roast Rubber King and Mirror Master. How the others are doing. Around the middle of chapter 47 Sacrificial Altar. Okay, so where the fuck are we? Zoro asks after the Sky Lobster finally let them go, even if it was on top of a step pyramid. Besides Upper Yard, I have no clue, Nami sighs, this day just wasn't going well for her. It appears to be an altar, most likely sacrificial in nature, Robin notes in a more clinical tone than some of the crew would like, especially given the subject material. Sacrifice? Vivi squeaks, while Kaya and Nami turn green. What's a sacrifice? Chopper asks in confusion, turning to Robin as already knows she's the smartest one on the ship. Ritualistic slaying of animals or humans, usually as an act of devotion to a deity, Robin explains, Vivi nodding alongside her. She's right, the practice was part of Alabasta's ancient history until crocodiles drowned. Then the sacrifice of prized livestock and a portion of what little harvest was produced became a more common thing. Anything to bring the rains back, as they say. The Bluenet adds. Makes sense, Nami nods, then realization dawns. Hold on, that means we're the sacrifices. Pretty much, Artemis agrees, sitting beside Zoro frowning at the symbols on the wall that just look like gibberish. I don't want to die. Wah, Chopper screams, before falling off the Mary. Bouncing down the stairs of the altar and nearly falling into the cloud sea beyond. Was he not caught near the end by a pair of Robin's bloomed hands? That was way too close, Victor sighs, Kaya and Karoo releasing their held breath. Not done yet, Valentina shouts as a sky shark bursts out of the water. Luckily Zoro was there to intercept it, saving Chopper and allowing the little reindeer to flee, only for him to fall into the cloud sea himself. Zoro, Chopper screams, tears running down his face. Uncle Zoro's going to be okay, right Nami? Artemis asks, poking Nami's butt with her brush to get her attention. He'll be fine, this is Zoro we're talking about, Nami bluffs, not wanting to scare the child with her own fears for the swordsman's fate. He's still alive, and uninjured. This place may be strange but water still turns red when blood is spilled within it. Robin assures her in a more direct and logical way. Plus just like Luffy and your papa, he's wicked strong, a sky shark won't be able to beat him. She adds, bloomed hands rubbing Chopper's head between his antlers and running through her hair to soothe them both. Bang, did Zoro just punch a shark? Kaya asks, rubbing her eyes to make sure she wasn't seeing things. Yes, it seems all that weightlifting isn't just for show, Robin says with a chuckle as Zoro trudges back up the steps. He grunts as he gets back onto the boat. So, in other news, we're not getting out of this mess by swimming, as he says that, several fins peek out of the water. Oh great, more sky sharks, Nami grumbles. I wonder if this is the so-called heaven's judgment that military guy was blabbering on about, Robin wonders aloud. Not much of a trial, unless the only options are starve or get eaten by sky sharks, Valentina notes, almost looking bored. She's right. You'd think this god would try something a little flashier, like a bolt from the sky to smite his enemies. Zoro adds, looking unimpressed and a little annoyed. Not every god is a drama queen, Zoro. Vivi defends. Some are more subtle and indirect. Though on saying that, maybe Eneru expects us to kill each other and then he kills the survivors. Move, especially for a god. Victor grumbles. We're kind of stuck here though. The hull took a battering when that lobster claw handled it. So even if we could move it down to the water it wouldn't do as much good, he says with a deep sigh. Unlike Usopp, the Bomberman was willing to admit that the Mary was dying, and would need to be replaced sooner rather than later. Zoro nods. Think you can at least have a go at fixing it? All we need is a patch job? I'll head out into the forest. See if there's anything that can help us out there. And how do you intend to do that? You told us yourself swimming isn't an option, even ignoring most of us are devil fruit users. Nami asks with a bitter tone, to which Zoro just rolls his eyes. This whole place is God's land. What do you hope to find out here? Vivi asks. God. If he's really up here, I'd like to meet him. The expression on Zoro's face could be classed as demonic, that was for sure. That's a really stupid idea. What will you even do if you meet him? Slice him with your swords? Chaos thinks he's some kind of logia. That means normal attacks do precisely jack shit. Valentina argues. I'll figure it out if and when I meet him, also depending on if he behaves himself or acts like a little bitch. Zoro answers pretty nonchalantly, checking he still had all his swords after the shark fight. I don't believe in him anyway. Why would I care about pissing him off? He asks, mostly thinking out loud. Oh great Inaru, bang, ow. Why the fuck did you hit me? Nami shouts at Vivi, more annoyed about the fact she'd used her own weapon than Thwack itself. Praying to the being who's going to kill us all. Besides being stupid, it's also disrespectful to the rest of us, as well as the boys and Alvida most likely fighting their way through Uraru's priests as we speak, trying to rescue us. Vivi growls, though the Climatact is removed from her hands by Kaya's syrup tentacles before she can hit Nami again. Now unarmed, the Bluenet appears to calm, moving into a meditative pose before reciting what sounded to be a prayer, or at least part of one. Hikari no Baringa. Anata wa anata no name to Mokateki no kono chosho ni taishite watashi no kazoku no shori o shidatamurudesho. She has a point, you know, Robin adds, still examining the altar itself. Gods often gain power through worship. Praying to him may just doom our friends, the archaeologist suggests, leading to Nami taking a paintbrush to the back of the head. Turning around, she's met with a grumpy-looking Artemis. Don't try hurt Papa again, she commands with a slight hiss in her voice, sending a shiver down the navigator's spine. That vine looks pretty sturdy, Zoro says, spotting one in a tree just above them. Hey Robin, think you could lend a hand and get that for me? Sure thing, swordsman. Provided I can tag along, Robin says with a smirk. Zoro shrugs. That's fine as long as you don't slow me down. Robin nods and Bloom's hands to bring it down. Wait a minute, where are you going? Valentina asks, wondering what had caught the older woman's eye. You see this altar, it's still standing after over 1,000 years. What? You can practically feel the history in the very air. Somewhere like this is bound to be full of old relics. It's my duty as an archaeologist to find those relics. Just think of all the valuables we could uncover, not seen in centuries. Robin sighs deeply, a soft smile on her face. Of course, say valuables in front of Nami and the expected reaction occurs. In that case I'll join you, she declares, eyes already turned into berry, telling everyone exactly what they needed to know. I guess that leaves us to fix the ship then, Vivi presumes, actually glad the redhead wasn't going to be on the ship complaining the entire time. She's now Zoro and Robin's problem. Stay safe mama, Artemis says, getting a hug from Robin. Of course I will, I have our swordsman to protect me, she teases, Zoro rolling his eyes but smiling at the kid, tugging at the vine before getting ready to go. Ahem. Ahaha, he bellows, swinging over the sky shark-infested lake. Close enough to the Tarzan yell, I'm probably not going to change it. Your turn, he shouts, tossing the vine back. Robin barely letting it stop before jumping off herself and letting her swing gracefully to the other side. Last call witch. I'll be fine, Nami tells herself, pulling on the vine to test its strength, then gulping when she looked down. This is a lot higher than I though. Be very careful Miss Nami, if you fall you'll most certainly die. The Weddle or the sharks I'm not sure. Robin, helpfully, encourages. How is that supposed to help me? Nami screams as she's pushed, her shriek most likely scaring every bird in the area away before she reaches the other side, the only thing stopping her slamming into a tree being Robin's blooms. Well, not the total coward I expected you to be, Robin says with a smirk. She was pushed, Zoro adds, I stand corrected. Oh, you can both go straight to hell. Nami yells at them both. Zoro ignoring her, though Robin's flat, "Yes, I probably am," sent a cold shiver down her spine. "So, now they're gone. Should we get to work?" Vivi asks, getting nods from all those who stayed. "Okay. Victor, you're the one of us with the most experience in this kind of thing, so lead the way." "It's not really that much, barely worth the fanfare," the bomberman admits, getting nods of agreement from Vivi and the others. "True, but some is better than none at all, which is what all but you, Usopp and maybe Cow, given he seems to be the one most likely to help Usopp with his repairs before you joined the crew, have in terms of repair and carpentry skills," Kaya explains while Chopper goes to get the tools. "Thanks, guess there's no point standing around complaining." "Agreed, let's make the merry saleable again," Valentina cheers. With Zoro, Nami and Robin. "We've been walking for over an hour, and still no sign of this god, nor any of his priests," Zoro complains as he climbs over another tree root. "Well, given if God is as powerful as he claims, or is supposed to, it won't matter where we look, as he should already know where we are. Then again, maybe he does and is avoiding us on purpose," Robin guesses impassively. "If he knows where we are, can't he just show up already?" the swordsman growls impatiently. Nami groans. "You say that because you haven't seen the things I have. Something on this island could wipe us off the map in a single strike. If you start praying again, I'll smack you," Robin states plainly, seeing the girl already dropping to her knees. "Let her do it if she wants, it's just as pointless as standing around complaining. We need to get across the river though, as there's nothing over here," Zoro grumbles, then has to rescue Nami, who got a little too close to the edge and caught the attention of a sky shark in the clouds. "Okay, it's official, I'm not crossing that. No how, no way. Might as well just throw myself to the sharks now and give them what they want. I'm staying right here and nothing will make me move." "We probably will," Robin remarks, acknowledging Nami as dead weight, something Zoro told her not to be specifically, though it may have been he didn't see the point in repeating himself, or knew Nami would just argue if he told her off as well. "You idiot, if you were so scared, why did you come in the first place?" Zoro yells in her face. "Because she's a greedy, gold-obsessed bitch," Robin thinks, the information safe in her head from Nami's explosive temper. Then she looks down and her eyes widen. "Guys, look over here," she shouts, dropping to her knees. "What, is it gold, treasure, gemstones?" Nami asks with eye sparkles. "It's dirt, of course it's dirt," the navigator responds, getting a look from Robin Luffy was familiar with, the "you're a fucking idiot." "We're in the sky," Robin reminds her, her voice dead calm. "Oh yeah," Nami says with a facepalm, "but how did it get up here?" "No clue, but the fact this place is made of dirt rather than clouds might be why it's so special to this god person and the Skypians in general," Robin theorizes, standing back up. Robin hums as she spots something after a little more walking, something moving out the corner of her eye. Potential proof they weren't alone in this forest. "Something wrong, Robin?" Nami asks, having noticed the woman stop moving and looked almost lost. "Nothing of concern, we may continue," Robin waves off. It might have actually been nothing, she just wasn't sure. Back with the merry repairs actually were going better than expected. The girls and Chopper able to follow orders better than Luffy did 90% of the time. There was only one incident involving a lost hammer and a sky shark. But Victor's bombs seemed to do the trick to at least keep them away from the steps. "This is a rather smooth repair job, especially for such amateurs as ourselves," Vivi says with a smile as she continues hammering, accepting a nail from Karoo before she runs over to Victor to give him one. "And a lot less complaining, kyahaha," Valentina cackles, sitting on Chopper's shoulder as they work on the hull. "Weird, isn't it? That the most complaints don't come from the pretty pink princess?" Artemis asks completely shamelessly. "But instead the poor, greedy, navigator?" "Pretty much," Kaya admits, the devil fruit and Nami's lack of prescience on the boat allowing her to pluck up the courage to answer such a question. The peace didn't last too long, as soon heavy wing beats could be heard. Something was flying in their direction, at a quick pace too. "Holy shit!" Vivi screams as a skull-faced bird enters visual range, a man with a pointy mustache, goggles and dressed like an aviator with pale gray wings riding on its back, his lance already drawn as he approaches. "5? Well, better than nothing I suppose," he grouses. "Those about to be sacrificed. I am Shira, one of the 4 priests of Inaru," he states, arrogance almost palatable in the air. Before anyone could stop him, Chopper blew Ganfal's whistle. Meanwhile, what's Cobblestone doing all the way up here? Robin wonders. This island wasn't making any sense. Nothing about this island was any different to any other on the blue sea. Except it was high above the clouds, on the white sea. Wait, did you hear that? Nami asks, drawing her attention away from the ground long enough to. Yes, that sounded like a whistle, or maybe another wind instrument she is unfamiliar with. It could be the sound of an alarm tone for all she knew. She shrugs and dismisses it, moving on to a more interesting mystery to solve. Why would someone build a well under the roots of a tree? Back on the Mary. Those who offer up their lives to Inaru. I shall make this quick, Shira shouts before trying to skewer Chopper on the tip of his lance, missing and leaving a groove in the deck, which quickly came alight. Fire on deck. Damn, Shira growls. Why resist? Die with dignity. He squeezes his legs and his bird exhales a torrent of flame. Bark kaboom. Lasso. Vivi cheers the Gundog's payload, causing an explosion too high for the flames to do any more damage to the ship, for now. Okay, now he's asking for an ass-kicking, Valentina says with gritted teeth. Let's give him what he wants, guys? Took the words right out of my mouth, Victor says before shooting an exploding snot ball, which Shira dodges with disinterest. You really think something like that will be able to hurt a priest of Inaru? He boasts, then frowns when a yellow blob entangles his hand. What is this? He asks before ducking a similarly colored projectile which embeds itself in the wall. Me doing what Victor and Chaos do, combine my weapons with my devil fruit, Kaya says as she opens her revolver, her hand liquefying enough for golden syrup to flow into the chambers before reforming her hands and closing them. She then spins the chambers, smirking slightly. Want to play guess the payload, Mr. Fire Guy? She asks, before firing a round from each gun. Given the intent flowing from her, Shira's mantra was telling him to dodge as if they were real bullets, only for the left round to come undone, the sticky syrup tangling around the handle of his lance. Not that he saw it as a problem, as it meant they would be unable to disarm him. You are nothing but an annoyance, Shira grunts, not even reacting as he moves out of the way of Valentina's drop, diving to avoid a tackle from Chopper, who was swiftly kicked into the mast of the ship. You will all die. Same as the idiots who already abandoned you and the fools who believe you can be rescued by surviving the trials. He then catches Vivi as she lifting her by the throat. I offer your life to God. He stops, the spear tip inches from her heart as a prescience enters the range of his mantra, someone powerful, and moving very fast. Dropping Vivi, he turns just as Ganfal arrives, blocking his strike with his lance. Sorry to keep you waiting, children, quack. I presume that's about Chopper using the whistle, in which case go Chopper sounds about right, Valentina says, pulling herself to her feet as she watches Kaya's syrup tentacles extinguish any flames the priest had started while he was here, only mild discomfort showing on her face. Shira sneers at the man. So you finally returned. Allow me to fix a mistake and put you in the ground for Lord Inaru. He then hops onto his bird's back, who growls and spits fire at Pierre, who dodges before the two riders begin dogfighting, all the while watched by angry eyes. I hope Usopp's training is good enough for this. Each strike sends shockwaves through the air. Shira only a little surprised Ganfal was still this strong. Despite appearing to be a decrepit old man, he was still God before Inaru dethroned him. The problem for him was his focus on Ganfal, something he needed to do or else the former god would get past his guard and skewer him. Meant he suffered a much more humiliating blow, taking a round in the back from the Blue Sea Pirates. The fact Ganfal managed to strike him with his impact dial gauntlet a moment later when he lost track of him due to pain and anger, was just the cherry on top for him. Lucky for Shira, his bird was able to catch both him and his lance before becoming shark bait, rising back up to Ganfal's level. You think you can beat me? You're just a shell of your former self, and the brats below are barely worth my time. Ants beneath God's boot. It's time I ended this farce of a fight. Ordeal of strings, he declares loudly. The two warriors strike in a blur of motion. Clashes could be heard even if the Straw Hats couldn't tell anything that was going on, either due to distance or speed. When they landed on their mounts once more, neither were wounded badly, but there had been some hits given and taken on both sides of the fight. Ganfal was turning to make another attempt when him and Pierre found themselves unable to move. What? He's just floating, Chopper gasps, clearly not on purpose. He looks to be stuck, Valentina notes, tilting her head confused as to the cause. You have failed the ordeal of strains, and now you die, Shira says as he appears in front of Ganfall, impaling the old man on his flaming spear. Nobody enters upper yard without answering to the 4 priests. And now even you Ganfall are simply another offering to the great god Anaru. He pushes forward with his weapon, pushing Ganfall off his mount and sending him into the cloud sea below. Ganfall! The Straw Hats yell, one realizing his only chance hops over the edge of the ship and runs to the edge. Vivi! What are you doing? Chopper screams, realizing the princess was no longer standing beside him. What I must, I'm the only one who can save him, she calls back, uncoiling her slashers before diving off the altar into the clouds. Shira scoffs, diving into your own demise I see, at least you've made it quick. He then turns to Pierre, who is still frantically trying to escape the strains, and now for the Sky Knight's noble steed. You're without a master, and so without purpose. Time to join that fool in death. He shouts, his bird about to tear into the horse bird. Bark when it was forced to bank out of the way of a grenade being lobbed at it. We're not going to just let you do this, Chopper declares, shifting into heavy point. We're going to beat you, for Ganfall. Thump, thump, thump. Hey guys. Victor, Valentina and Kaya turn at the sound of Artemis' voice. I think we should help her, as that's clearly not working, she says, pointing to Karoo trying to move the cannons to point at Shira and his bird. Lasso beside her firing his exploding baseballs at the enemies, with some degree of accuracy, at least enough to keep them off Pierre. You're beginning to annoy me, Shira growls. His mantra picking up the next attack, explosive rounds the heat dial will cause an early detonation and tank the hit easily, swinging his lance he was right. Except for on Thane, his lance bane blasted out of his hand and landing point down in the center of the Mary's deck. Valentina quickly yanking it free so as to avoid burning the ship down. How? He thinks aloud, before noticing the syrup previously wrapped around his hand and weapon, had moved, crawling its way up his arm and around it to his back. The priest chuckles, so it seems you can't just keep making that yellow goo, so now you're trying to salvage as much as you can, removing the bullet from my back. Pity you won't last long enough to use it, he boasts. Fusa dodging the cannon fire as well as Victor's breath bombs. His smirk faded when his mantra picked up the real plan. Oh no you don't you little bitch. He shouts, jumping off his bird, aiming to kill the girl as quickly as he could before she could activate her technique. The remaining Straw Hats were surprised when Kaya drops her guns. Chopper worrying when he sees her smile as well as her eyes turn solely the color of honey, before moving her hands into her hair, fingers spread as if they were a crown or headdress. Syrup sea urchin Shiro was dead before he hit the deck. The syrup Kaya had managed to get to hit him converging on the on-round that entered his back. Once contained inside him it shifted, forming a spike ball which led to dozens of needle-sized spikes exiting his chest cavity like a reverse pincushion. Without a master Fusa didn't fare much better or last much longer, going down when it took a cannonball to the jaw, cracking his flame dial, shortly followed by a 2-stager lasso carefully regurgitated into the cannon before Chopper fired it. That was scary, Artemis notes, even as Kaya falls to the ground both due to exhaustion as well as her brain processing what she just did. Remind me never to annoy Aunt Kaya. The artist smiles sweetly and sits with the blonde, who accepts the hug being offered. Chopper. Kaya. I need a medic here. The Straw Hats all rush to the side of the ship. Vivi struggling to heave Ganfall up the steps of the altar. Chopper and Victor jump off the ship to help, while Pierre, now free from Shira's cloud strings, glides slowly down to meet them, concerned for its friend and master. Okay, we're good, he's still alive, I can do this, Chopper assures himself, while Kaya slowly made her way down the side of the boat with their medical supplies. With Zoro, Robin and Nami, from what I can tell we're almost at the shoreline, Robin says to Zoro, who nods gruffly. And only Nami had a nervous breakdown. Guess there are benefits to loosing Usopp, and not having chaos around to facilitate the aforementioned breakdown. He jokes lightly, turning back to see the redhead mumbling to herself. I wish she's just tell us what she saw. Clearly it shocked her to her core, as well as cause a temporary break from reality. Robin clicks her tongue as she looks at Nami curiously. She then frowns. I hear more than just the tide now, you Yeah, actually sounds like an army. He pauses for a moment and chuckles. And some explosions thrown in for good measure. Whatever's going on out there, I hope it's enough to distract this Inaru prick long enough for us to find a way to get off this dirt heap. Agreed, this could get very complicated. Hey, where'd Nami go? Zoro blinks and looks behind him. Damn it, Nami, we don't have time for your games. Found her, oh my, Robin gasps as she runs off, Zoro following her as quickly as he could. I understand now, she says quietly. Once she heard Zoro stop behind her, equally in shock. Why Nami's brain left her. This shouldn't be possible. This is the other half of Cricket's house, which ended up here when the rest of the island did. Nami voices Robin's current theory, that upper yard was originally from the Blue Sea, this proving it more specifically, to Bef Jaya, in particular Rubber King and Mirror Master, Straw Hat reunion. This place is the City of Gold. Nami cheers, then drops to her knees. I bet this is my reward for good behavior, eh God? Well, Nami has officially lost what little sense she has, Robin notes, to which Zoro snorts. Nah, she didn't bring any with her. She heard there might be gold or treasure and jumped with us. The fact this place is the legendary City of Gold is a coincidence. He retorts, not that the redhead noticed. Meanwhile, whoever designed this place needs glasses and to join their art. Chaos grumbles, plucking one of the skulls off its stake with disinterest. Ah, don't touch that. Whoever controls this section put them there, and we're next. Usopp scolds, knocking the skull from the older teen's hand. We barely dealt with one trial, and now we're in another. Another trial, sounds fun. Luffy cheers, getting lightly head slapped by Alvida. Luffy, even if they sound fun, they are slowing our progress and in doing so making it harder to get to our friends. She reminds him, making Luffy frown. Stupid trials, think you can distract me by being kind of awesome. I'm not afraid of you, Luffy declares loudly. Kaboom! Ah, it's them. The priests have heard you, Usopp queeks. Chaos sighs as he sits up properly. Unless ordeal of strings meant fuses, then no, that's an unrelated explosion. Why are there explosions on God's Island anyway? Sanji asks, taking his eye off the controls for a moment to look in the direction of the smoke. He does a group of Shandorians hop out, gliding over the gondola and ignoring it, until one looks back at them, then aims his bazooka at the group, firing dead on. Luffy, on it, gum gum. Go fuck yourself. The bomb was sent back. Luffy's aim surprisingly accurate, as it managed to get a few of Wiper's goons in the blast radius. Wiper, one of the Shandorians, stutters, having watched the boy rather casually deflect their attack. Wiper grunts. Paramecia. He ate one of the devil fruits. It's the only explanation for how he could do that. These must be those blue sea dwellers causing all the ruckus. Luffy, it's him, that guy who attacked us in the White Sea. Just left his tiki mask at home, I guess, Sanji notices. Oh yeah, we're not afraid of you, come out and fight like a man. If you don't want to die, go back to your blue sea, Wiper orders, his voice dripping with condescension. Otherwise, we'll execute you along with Inaru. He then gasps in pain. Looking back, he sees a metal spike had pierced his right wing. Just go ahead and fucking try, Chaos hisses, his lips curled into a sneer. Sanji, we're wasting time with these idiots. Step on the dial and get moving, he orders, getting nods from Luffy and Alvida, while Usopp cries in the corner, mumbling about suicidal crewmates. Ripping out the spike, Wiper gives them a dead-eyed stare. I won't forget this. Get in our way and we'll destroy you. He then turns and using his skates disappears into the trees with the remaining able-bodied warriors. Well, that was boring, Luffy complains with a sigh, then sat on the boat in a huff. A little later, Yahoo! If this is how I die, at least it was fun, Luffy cheers as the gondola drops down a spiraling cloud canal. The point is not to die, Usopp shouts, and what's the point of making a canal spiral like this? Amusement, or boredom depending on who you ask, Chaos replies, gripping the mast as tight as his nails allowed. Amusement for those riding and boredom on the half of the creator. So was the loop-de-loop for that matter, which did an excellent job of helping Usopp stick to whatever his current diet was, as he purged the contents of his stomach once they reached the end of it. With the others, a little later, guys, we're back, are you okay? Nami yells as the trio return to the altar, or at least the other side of the clouds to the altar. Mama, Uncle Zoro, and Miss Navigator are back, Artemis shouts from the crow's nest, getting the others to come out of the Mary to see. Oh good, we were worried you got killed, Valentina admits as Vivi throws them back the vine so they could return to the ship. At that exact same moment, do you want the good news or the bad news first, Usopp? Sanji asks as they begin their final descent. Good? It's not priests. He deadpans. It's just a school of sky sharks? Alvida continues with a smirk. Oh that's a sky sharks. Luffy, your turn. Luffy grins before wrapping his legs around the figurehead of the crow. Easy. Gum Gum Gatling. It's a good thing Luffy's so scary strong. I don't think those guys are meant to go down in one hit. Usopp sighs in relief as the canal levels out again, and they pass through a river of unconscious sky sharks. Guys, I think we've reached our destination. Chaos chuckles as he points to the altar which the Going Merry was sitting on, then waves to both the exploration party and the repair crew. It's Luffy and the others. Nami gasps, Papa, Artemis cheers, hopping up and down after making it back on deck. The Straw Hat Pirates reunited at last. Kaya smiles, Chopper doing his happy dance beside her. Inside the Mary. So, will he make it? Luffy asks, as they all gather around the unconscious Ganfall. I believe so, with Chopper and we should be able to patch him up, even if he won't be much help against a Naru for a while, Kaya answers. Luffy nods, then he turns to Vivi who sweats. You jumped into sky shark water to save him, he says quietly. Luffy she begins but gets pulled into a hug by the captain who laughs. That's so badass Vivi, you rock as always, I wish I'd been there to see it. He grins widely, giving her a quick peck, which Alvida slips in to add her own immediately after. Don't get me wrong, it was stupid and dangerous, but you were the only one who could have saved the old geezer, so I'm glad you did Vivi. So, now we have the gondola and the Luffy dealt with the sky sharks, we can go over to the shore and make camp, Robin suggests. Why? Luffy asks, so that when Naru or his minions come looking for us, again, we'll be working from solid ground, and won't get our ship wrecked in a fight with these bastards. Chaos explains, same reasoning but regarding those weirdos with the skates we ran into on the way here. Oh, okay. Awesome, camping trip, Luffy cheers, bouncing around. This isn't a party, we're neck deep in enemy territory, so calm down, Usopp scolds. Not a party, got it? Luffy then turns to his cook, hey Sanji, is a barbecue a party? Evening, this sky shark is really good, Luffy cheers, getting nods from a few of the others. Sanji scoffs, as if I'd make anything less than perfection for the ladies to enjoy. Quiet down, Usopp scolds, tapping on a blackboard he pulled from the ship, everyone, time to give your field reports. Still not the captain, Usopp kya ha ha, Valentina teases, chuckling to herself, while Kaya rolls her eyes. We got attacked by some giant dumpling-looking bastard named Satori who had cloud balls that had all kinds of crap hidden inside. Bombs, snakes, spikes, the works. Sanji begins. But it's his mantra power that was the worst. He could predict most of our attacks with almost no effort on his part, Alvida adds. She. Good thing Chaos turned that dumpling into a shish kebab, guys? Luffy asks with a laugh, digging into more sky shark. Usopp nods, right. The fact Chaos reflect powers need someone to attack him in order to do anything is a loophole to the mantra, as well as a trickier one of finding a way to immobilize them without them predicting or even just seeing it coming. He continues, like those two were saying, doesn't matter if you can see 5 seconds or 5 years into the future if you can't do anything about it. We got attacked by a priest called Shura, on a firebird. He used a lance which burned anything it touched, Chopper begins. We found a dial in the base of the lance, we presume it's either a heat or flame dial, as that's the only thing that makes sense. Victor adds, having had the time to examine the priest's weapon since dealing with him. He also weird mantra power you mentioned, as most of our attacks he was able to dodge easily, Kaya agrees. Luckily, Aunt Kaya turned him into a reverse pincushion and Chopper's animal squad dealt with his bird, Artemis announces proudly. Wait a minute, we've killed 2 of Naru's priests? Nami asks, that's insane. Those guys made them sound super powerful. They were, Chaos argues, oh please, you taking out one I believe, but Kaya, how did that happen if they were so She stops when a syrup needle stops about an inch from her eye. Turning her gaze, she sees Kaya had curled up slightly, resembling a honey-colored hedgehog with her back of spines. Now imagine that, but coming out of someone who isn't a logia. That's what Shiro looked like when Kaya was done with him. Valentina explains as the spines retract and Kaya sits up again, looking sheepish. That was awesome. Luffy cheers, moving swiftly on. We didn't get to fight anyone, but we did find out why there's an island in the sky, Robin say, changing the subject. Right. Upper Yard is originally part of Jaya. The city of gold didn't sink, it was shot into the sky like we were. Nami explains, her heart still beating like a drum inside her chest. So the city of gold is on this island. Well, let's go find it then, Luffy cheers. Nice to see you on my team for once, Luffy, the redhead smirks. Damn it, Luffy, don't you remember what the scary guy with the bazooka said? We'll be executed. And God will be mad at us. Chopper adds, foo foo foo. I think I might just enjoy this little excursion after all. Robin chuckles, grinning madly. An expression mirrored by her daughter as well as chaos. Don't encourage them, you're supposed to be the voice of reason on this crew. Usopp moans. Falling to the ground in a heap. Kaya rubbing his back in comfort. Zoro shrugs. We've pissed off God just by being here. Why not hunt for the city of gold while we're up here? He thinks aloud, getting murmurs or nods of agreement from the others. To spitting in God's face, Chaos toasts, and getting lots of gold, Nami cackles. Adventure. Luffy shouts into the sky. Given it was getting dark rather quickly, it was decided they should put off gold hunting until tomorrow. And lucky for all of them, as things got darker the land also got quieter. Seems the rebels didn't want to fight the priests in the dark any more than the Straw Hats did. From there, while enjoying their late supper, Nami laid out their plans for tomorrow, as well as her theory as to where the city of gold was, but since most of it was her repeating herself, Artemis got bored. So Cal watched her as she painted Pierre guarding Ganfall, in a similar manner to Karoo with Vivi. Things were actually going well, until the Skywolves appeared. I'm too young and pretty to die up here, Nami cries, hiding behind Zoro. Chopper, we need translations please, Luffy yells, as the leader, given his gruff aura and scar across his right eye, padded forward and growled at the crew. You damn two legs, we can't hunt with all this racket. Go the fuck to sleep. Chopper translates, wincing at the anger being displayed. Geez, calm down a little, we're just camping, we'll be gone as soon as we can, Luffy complains. Stupid humans, everything up here belongs to us, the dirt, the trees, even the air, the wolf responds, well, Chopper does for him. Nobody's stopping me getting my treasure, Nami screams, punching the wold into the dirt. Well, we're boned, Valentina sighs, the others tensing as the wolves circle them, until the pack leader howls and they relax. Girl, you pack one mean punch and I like that rage. If you were like me, I'd want you to have my babies. The wolf says with a smirk. Kaya's syrup tentacles required to stop Sanji attacking him for talking to Nami Swan like that. Well, since we're all happy again, it's party time, Luffy shouts at the top of his lungs. 20 minutes later. You look lost, Robin. Chaos muses as he sits with the archaeologist. Tell me I'm seeing what I think I am, Luffy having convinced the Sky Wolves to party with us. Then the animals revealing to be expert liquor distillers, which has now led to Nami, Zoro, Alvida, Victor and about a half-dozen wolves getting into a drinking contest. While Usopp runs around banging his drum like a crazy person. Chaos lists off everything he sees, chuckling to himself as only Luffy could cause this much insanity unintentionally. Pinch me, this has to be a dream. Oh, Robin gasps, turning to Chaos with a raises eyebrow. You had to go for the tit, didn't you? He smirks unapologetically and nods. Well, you did say to pinch you. He grins, then turns back just as Luffy starts a conga line. Of course you are Lou, never a dull moment. Robin nods, now smiling herself. Indeed, the next morning. Ha, see, I wasn't hallucinating. Usopp cheers, jumping around when the group went up to the Mary. Someone fixed the ship, Chopper gasps, the damage done by Shura being patched up while they were sleeping. Nothing special, but it's a good patch job. Valentina notes, nice of whoever it was, though they also took off the wings and chicken thingy. Yeah, weird. It's like whoever it was knew what the Going Merry originally was supposed to look like. Kaya hums, though privately admits the ship did look better as Mary had imagined it. Well, if the ship's fixed, that just leaves getting her off the altar, Zoro points out. And how the hell do we do that? More importantly, how do we do that without damaging it again? Usopp clicks his tongue. I think I have an idea. You have a theory? Robin guesses, walking over to Chaos, who was rubbing the Mary's figurehead like the ship was a horse or sheep. One, but not exactly something I'd want to tell Usopp given the rest of the legend. He sighs. Thank you Klabouterman, you did good work, he thinks, feeling something nudge against his senses as if trying to respond, and smiles. If you won't tell the whole story, will I at least get a name? She asks, curious. Usopp saw the ship's kobold. Chaos replies. Robin's eyes widen and she understands. A little later, anyone else think this version of Operation Get the Going Merry off that stupid altar isn't going to work? Alvida asks while the others watch Usopp and Chopper drive the crow out into the cloud lake. Yes, but let's let the boys have their fun, Nami says with a shrug. The Straw Hats watched Usopp skillfully grapple the Mary's figurehead, then after attaching it to the gondola had Chopper take off at full speed. Unfortunately this didn't move the Mary at all, and just damaged the crow. Well that didn't work, Vivi says, sighing deeply. Probably a good thing too, Chaos adds, confusing everyone. If the Mary had moved, where do you think it would have gone? He asks, pointing to the steps they were all standing on. Fuck, Papa. Chaos turns and Artemis was pushing on his leg, while pointing out into the lake. What's Usopp doing to Brother Chopper? Using him as bait, apparently, Robin answers with a frown. At least he remembered Karoo is off limits I guess. How does he know sky sharks even like reindeer? Luffy asks. He doesn't, but he doesn't want to dangle himself out there, so Chopper is the next best thing, Victor guesses. Fire the harpoon Sanji, Usopp shouts, once Chopper's flailing had managed to attract a bite. The cook frowns but does as asked, kicking the projectile and sending it through the shark's fin, now tethering it to the Mary. With another pass from Usopp the shark had the Mary moving, and in the direction of the crew as predicted. Ops. When everyone had got on the ship, Chopper had been untied and the shark dealt with and cooked. Luffy got hungry watching the shark fail to eat Chopper. Nami pulled out the maps once more. So, we need to figure out where we go from here. The exploration crew will go this way. She points on the map, heading south for the Skull's right eye. Avoid enemies and bring back that gold, she orders. The ruins should be fun to explore and don't. Robin thinks aloud, smiling softly. Wait a minute. Luffy stops them all. You're the on about gold and tree ore since we were back on Jaya, but you're not coming? Of course not, it's really scary out there, Nami replies, technically pointing out the obvious. Oh, is that why Chaos is sitting this one out? Cause that seems kind of silly, Luffy says with a shrug. He what? Nami shrieks, going over her list, which she remembered specifically writing the two idiots were to be off her ship for as long as physically possible. To see his name scratched out and written on Mary guarding duty. She then freezes when she feels a weight on her shoulder. Actually I put myself down. Nami in her greedy bitch mentality forgot something important, that the ship is just as in danger as the gold hunters, and unlike some of us, the Mary isn't the tank we'd like it to be, so needs somebody around to help keep it safe. No offense to you Artemis, but I think we need more than you and Kaya defending it. The two girls nod in agreement. The navigator not moving a muscle until he removed Shira's lance from her body, the heated weapon slightly singing her clothes. Hey wait a minute, I'm staying too. Sanji argues, and the first pair of tits you see and you'll be dead. Chaos deadpans. And me, I'm obviously the captain, Usopp begins. Chaos is in charge while I'm gone. Nami, Sanji, Usopp, no backtalk. Luffy shouts, caring a lot more about the others disrespecting his brother than himself. Who are you and what have you done with Luffy? Zoro asks, surprised to see Luffy act like this outside his random "I'm gonna kick your ass" moments with the big bad. What are you talking about? I'm right here, Luffy says in confusion, causing Zoro to sigh. You know what, never mind. We all get our jobs done and hopefully meet back up when all this is done in the north and move on to the next problem, getting down. Agreed. To victory, Alvida shouts, to victory, the others chorus. To gold, Nami adds, giggling like mad, to the lost history, Robin says, getting smirks from Artemis and Chaos. Straw Hats, move out. Luffy orders Rubber King and Mirror Master. May the odds be ever in your favor. Team Gold Diggers started their journey quite smoothly, even if Luffy and Zoro reminded their team they were both equally bad at navigation. Lucky for them, Robin could remember as well as tell directions, keeping the ground on track and as a single unit, avoiding the threat of splitting up and being picked off one by one. This is so boring, Luffy whines, waving a stick around in anger. Nothing here but big tree and dirt. It almost sounds like you want them to find us, Vivi says, laughing nervously. Oh, he does, Zoro and Alvida too. Robin informs her, causing Vivi, Kaya and Chopper to pale. They're warriors. We've come all the way into the sky. If they don't fight something big, it's a wasted trip, she explains. Chaos too? Valentina asks for confirmation, to which Robin nods. And he knows the ship will be targeted again eventually, so is letting them come to him. Quite brilliant actually, Victor adds, smirking as they keep walking, and he can conserve his energy for the fight by not walking, talking and putting up with Luffy. But he has to put up with Nami, so even trade, Kaya adds, getting a few nods and chuckles. It doesn't matter our motives, Zoro refutes gruffly. What does it that it's weird things are so quiet, especially given the pitched combat that was going on just yesterday? He points out the others unable to argue that fact. Yep, all we've seen is a weird stripy route. Chopper sighs in relief, then freezes when he sees another stripy route move. Chopper, did you see something? Vivi's jaw drops when she sees something large shifting through the undergrowth. Robin sighs deeply. You just had to tempt fate, boys. She grumbles as the route was finally identified, as a huge-ass snake. Luffy. I recommend the next crewmate be a Kuja, or of Kuja descent. Why? They can talk to snakes, Robin answers like it obvious. Really? Awesome? Focus? Alvida and Vivi scream. Meanwhile, with the others on the going merry. Any chance we can go any faster, Nami? Chaos asks, sitting with Ganfall and the zoological members of the crew, Lasso, Karoo and Pierre. While Artemis tried painting the trio while they trundled along the Cloud Canal. Afraid not, Captain, Nami answers sarcastically. The Milky Road is too steep for conventional sailing. We only have the crow as a means of forward momentum for the uphill sections, she replies properly. Then I guess we'll just have to keep pace, thank you, Nami. Hey Ganfall, is it time for your medicine? The old man shrugs, probably, your doctor and medic were insistent on me taking it often. The researcher nods as Usopp goes to retrieve Chopper's pills. Would you kids like to know about the history of this land? Sure, boy Robin is going to be unhappy she missed this. Ganfall then explained about how Skypia was quiet and peaceful until about 400 years ago when the section of Jaya, Upper Yard appeared in their land. How they stole it from the original inhabitants, the ancestors of the Shandorians, gorillas Usopp, Sanji and Chaos had run into earlier, as well as the man in the mask they all fought in the White Sea. He also admits to have been God, until he Eneru appeared 6 years ago, took out his divine squad and took his place, not that it matters in the general sense of the conflict. The Shandorians don't care who God is, only about getting back Upper Yard, he explains. Sanji scoffs. If that were true, why'd that nutjob try kill us when we first arrived? He asks. The Divine Squad sometimes steal a ship in the hopes of escaping Eneru's control, but the Shandorians still see them as enemies and will attack. He must have assumed that was what you were. Ganfall explains, theorizes. Shoot first. Ask questions never cause you dead, son. I hope Luffy beats the shit out of that idiot, or I hurt him enough he gets himself killed. Chaos grouses, standing up to check on Artemis' painting. Nice work, kiddo, but I don't think Ganfall is smiling under that beard. Let her do as she wishes, I like to see children happy, Ganfall responds, Artemis smiling before continuing silently. You are right about Wiper. The man will not rest until either Upper Yard is solely in his possession or he dies trying. He and his followers were the biggest obstacle in trying to negotiate a compromise. He admits, the man wanted the debt of our history to be paid in blood, and I would not allow the innocent to be caught up in his madness. And now I'm regretting volunteering for babysitting duty with Artemis, Chaos mutters under his breath. The artist chuckles beside him. Back with the others, everybody run, giant snake. We can see that Luffy, Vivi screams back, keeping pace with him as the blue reptile chases them through the forest, moving at speeds unexpected for something that size, as well as to their horror revealing its jaws contained venom that burned through the trees like acid when it missed biting Valentina and chomped on the plant behind her. "Change of plan, don't engage, just run," Zoro says in an unfamiliarly panicked tone. "Sounds good," Robin responds in a relaxed, practically conversational tone. With some skillful maneuvering, and Zoro running around blindly as usual, they manage to lose it, but also manage to get themselves separated like a bunch of idiots. Zoro and Luffy, it's no surprise, but the others, it was just unfortunate. On the Mary. Holy shit. Chaos gasps as the dial explodes the barrel and sends Sanji flying across the deck. "Okay, new favorite Skyto. That my young friend is an impact dial," Ganfall explains, amused by the Blue Sea Pirate's reactions and antics. "It absorbs and releases all kinetic energy applied to it. In combat they are usually attached to the hand, via a glove or bandage, and if used correctly could maim or even kill an average human. Like that living gumball, Satori." Usopp realizes, good thing Luffy, Alvida and Chaos were his main targets, that would have done a lot of damage to Sanji or me. Correct long nose, and if rumor and hearsay is to be believed, this would be considered the base form. The so-called reject dial is said to magnify the absorbed damage 10 times before release. Of course the recoil, blowback could often injury or potentially kill the user too, so reject dials are rarely seen anywhere. 10 million Berry Wiper has at least one, Chaos whispers to Artemis, who chuckle and nods. Dials are this dangerous, but they're so commonplace up here, Nami gasps, getting a laugh from the researcher before Ganfall could reply. It seems the people of the sky are just as good as the Blue Sea people at finding ways to make weapons out of their environment, or at least turning things on hand to their advantage. Ganfall nods. Correct. Dials, even mundane ones, can be turned into weapons in the right circumstances. Such as putting a heat dial, usually used to cook food, into a lance, creating a weapon that burns anything it touches, or putting a flame dial in an animal's mouth, so it appears to breathe fire. The guys Kaya killed, and his bird, Artemis notes, figuring out quickly where Ganfall had taken his examples. Yes, Shira had a heat dial, and he also was adept at manipulating string cloud to ensnare and immobilize his opponent. All Enaru's priests specialize in a form of cloud warfare. Sanji nods as he stands like Satori's cloud balls. "Hey old man, what do you know about this mantra bullshit they were talking about?" Ganfall's eyes widen. "Mantra is very real, my friends. I am unable to use it myself, so my explanation may not be as accurate as I would like, but I will try to explain. It is believed that all living things have a voice, that exists as long as they do. A skilled mantra user can listen to this voice and use it to predict their opponent's next move." Wow, hearing the voices of all things, and gaining foresight from it. No wonder this Enaru guy thought he could take on and become God. Usopp whimpers and Nami pales. The priest's skill in mantra enables them to hear throughout the upper yard, while Enaru, he can sense the goings-on of the entirety of Skypiea. Himself God, and why nobody has been able to stand up to him these past 6 years, Ganfall continues. With Luffy, stupid weirdo, I thought I was going to see a sky goat, Luffy grumbles to himself, having just one-shotted one of divine warriors without even having a fight. He was about to continue singing when he ran into Wiper, the man bloodied and scared but still looking like Enaru pissed on him and said it was raining. "Oh, it's you again," he says with a frown. "I told you to leave. I told your little boat of idiots to get out of upper yard or suffer the consequences," he growls, reminding Luffy a little of Smoker, only more of a "Hey, screw you. I'm a pirate, I can go wherever I want," Luffy retorts. "No you can't. This island belongs to the Shandorians." Luffy frowns. "Really, I heard this was God's land." "Oh well, it's still a nice place. Besides, I'm just walking through it, not like I'm claiming this land for myself," he says, then begins walking away. "That's not, never mind, I'm through playing your games, or indulging your idiotic babble." Wiper grunts, lifting his bazooka to his bandaged shoulder. Luffy smirks, turning to Wiper and cracking his knuckles. "Oh, so it's a fight you're after. All you had to do was ask." With Robin, judging by the architecture, I must be getting close to the city. Shame time, and the increased plant growth has done so much damage to the building's stability and structure. Robin thinks aloud. A twinge of disappointment in her voice, though her features only turn down when one of the goat men land on the roof, causing some of the stone roof to crumble. Turn back. This is the pathway to God's shrine, the man bleats. Do you have any idea the significance of what you're standing on? Robin asks, ignoring the idiot's statement. They're priceless. Insolent blue sea dweller, I was chosen by God himself to guard this path and eliminate anyone who comes through. Oh really? Robin hums. Well, then this is justified. Deus fleur snap, if the broken neck didn't kill him, landing on his head definitely did. Sighing to herself, Robin steps over the body and continues her journey into the city. 2 words breathed out quietly. Self-defense, Zoro. South is left, so if I keep going left. Zoro mumbles to himself before catching something out the corner of his eye. Shit, it's a gorilla. Why's he mad at me? He wonders, drawing one of his swords as he dodges a spear thrust. Go away, he shouts, slamming his sword and fist into the man's face, throwing him against a tree. Really hope that's it for the moment. Bang bang, a body drops out of the bushes, that of a bald man with 2 small goat horn wearing a dress. Like Aminadiel says, it's a robe, but it looks like a dress, so oh well, crap. More of them. Zoro thinks as a gruff-looking man with a bucket hat covering his eyes steps out as well, frowning before turning his twin pistols towards the swordsman and firing, the guns flashing like strobe lights as he fires. Zoro raises his swords to try deflect when something grabs his leg and pulls him out of the way and behind a tree. And here I thought you were the crew's defender. Since when do you need someone to save your butt? Zoro looks and sees his rescuer was Kaya, her hand reforming from the previous syrup tendril, and at that moment the swordsman was sure their medic spent too much time around Chaos and Robin. Thanks, though I had him, Zoro grumbles, hearing the hiss of the Shandorian's boots, and turned, rolling out of the way of the gunfire which explodes the blonde's head and chest like ripe fruit, before the honey-colored goo pulls itself back together. Kaya smirks, then winces, rolling behind a root and cursing as she lets the bullet pass through her forearm. Forgot the logia thing isn't automatic yet, didn't you? Zoro asks, partly out of concern, but also because he hadn't actually seen the girl fight before. Kaya nods and draws her revolvers, firing back, and the man had to dash with his dial skates to avoid her ballistic as well as syrup rounds. I won't make the same mistake twice, she says through clenched teeth, reloading and firing again. Zoro using her distraction as an opening to get closer to the man, having drawn all swords and gotten himself into his correct alignment. The rebel uses a milky dial to get the high ground, the cloud getting him to the high branches where Zoro couldn't strike him, and began to return fire. I don't know what you are, girl, but I know you are a swordsman, which means you need to get close enough to hit me, something I won't allow, the rebel, Bram states. You aren't looking so hot. Are my flash guns giving you trouble? He taunts, smirking when he manages to get Zoro in the leg, as any bullets that don't pass through the syrup girl she passes by shifting the injured part and reforming it, letting the bullet drop to the ground. Zoro pants as they take shelter behind a tree, Kaya also looking tired from using her fruit power so much. He's right, we're not doing so good. I've got something that might work, but it's still a work in progress. The medic nods. Do it. I can't help you with your leg until we've dealt with that buzzard over there. So be the monster and clear the path, she orders. Zoro flashes her a feral smirk at her reference to the group within the crew he, Luffy and Sanji had formed. Hey dumbass, what, decided to surrender and beg for a swift death? Bram asks with an arrogant scoff. Sight, smell, sound, taste, touch, thought. These 6 thoughts root us through good, evil, and peace. And lastly, all these can be either pure or impure, for these are the 36 earthly desires. What are you blathering about? Bram sneers, shooting forward as Zoro holds Wado alone, held over his head. It or you. 36 caliber Phoenix. Bram hits the ground at a thud, while Zoro sheathes his swords and begins to go the wrong way, until Kaya turns him around. Elsewhere. I know that scream. We need to catch up to Chopper, the poor guy needs us, Valentina gasps, turning on her heels and running in the scream's direction, Victor close behind her. Sounds like the little guy is all on his lonesome, didn't even manage to run into any of the other, Victor guesses, Something confirmed when the reindeer practically runs him over, though he does smirk just a little as Chopper shifts from walk to brain point to hug him. Victor, Valentina, I was beginning to worry, but I found you guys. I was so worried I'd die alone and never find the ruins, but together we'll find them easy, Chopper cheers. He's right, you know, other than Robin, this group we have here is the best navigation on the exploration group. Valentina agrees, helping her former partner up with a smile. You're right, let's keep going. I'll be pissed if Zoro gets there before us, he jokes, laughing at the scandalized look on the blonde's face at the very idea. Back with Luffy Gum Gum Balloon. I can do this all day. Your gun is useless against me, Luffy states, not even as a taunt, more just out of boredom. Wiper's sneer just hardens as he reloads his bazooka and fires multiple shots at the rubber boy, to which Luffy just sighs in annoyance. On the Mary Zap, Sanji. Nami gasps. I don't hear a heartbeat, Usopp panics, checking on the slightly charred cook. Chaos stands, looking the man in the eye as he gently pushes Artemis behind him. So you're the Logia I've been sensing since we got here. Anaru, I presume? Anaru smiles. And you must be the boy with the primitive, imitation mantra. Yes, I am Anaru. But you can call me God, Rubber King and Mirror Master. God appears. Let the survival game begin. Sanji, oh sweet cook, gone before he could even reach first base with a woman, Usopp moans, cradling the burned blonde to him closely. Oh, why didn't we keep one of our doctors on board? They wanted to leave, Artemis offers with a shrug, plus Chopper is good with heavy lifting, and Nami's gold fetish needs as much as we can carry. Either we get Nami to rub her in his face, see if that wakes him up, or, you could check the left side of his chest, where the heart usually is on a human. Chaos suggests. Usopp cheering that Sanji was still alive when he hears a weak pulse. Anaru. Ganfall hisses angrily, oh Ganfall, don't look so cross, you're ruining such a lovely reunion. Anaru pouts and complains, as Sanji is set on the ground and the sniper stands. I don't know what you did, but if you don't want me to set my 8,000 followers on you, I order you to leave, Usopp commands. Though not just his knees but most of his body was shaking. Surprisingly this appeared to work. Anaru disappearing in a flash of light. Huh, that actually worked, that never works, Usopp says what the others were thinking until. Zap, a charred Usopp falls with Anaru standing right in front of where he was, energy crackling at his fingertips as Nami and Artemis watch in horror. Chaos looking as angry as Ganfall, silver streaking down from his eyes and spreading from his fingertips. If you don't want to join your friends, I suggest you be quiet, Anaru states, then turns to Ganfall. What do you want, Anaru? Why are you here? He asks, Anaru going off on a tangent instead of really answering. During the 6 years I've controlled this island, I've kept your former subordinates very busy. They've been slaving away for me all this time, with barely any time to rest, Anaru taunts. My divine warriors reduced to slaves, yes, very useful slaves, but slaves nonetheless. Though I bring good news, that their years of hard labor are over. This island is no longer useful to me, so their services are no longer required, Anaru smirks and sits. I presume you believed me to arrive with sinister motives, but I'm merely here to bid you farewell. Why'd I not believe that? Chaos mutters lowly, the Logia ignoring him most likely. I will admit, there are times when I envy the naive idiocy of the Skypanes. They see a clump of earth in the sky, nothing more. What are you talking about? Ganfall asks, you still don't get it, you old coot, why we took this island in the first place. The same reason the blue sea flies, ironic given they're the only ones without wings, are here, and the Shandorians keep trying to take it back rather than simply find a new island to live on. They are all here for the treasures of Shandora, the legendary city of gold, that once prospered on the blue seas before it ascended to the white sea where it rests until now. Gold is what brings us all to this land. What is gold, and why do you all desire it so much? Ganfall asks, the same confusion the Straw Hats had over Dial's clear in his voice, which is probably why Anaru laughed so hard. That ignorance continues to amuse me. The people who don't understand gold and its value, are the ones practically swimming in it. He laughs, you don't even know what it is, so how could you win this game? Game? They all think, interesting, this game of survival is reaching its endgame, and the winners get the gold. Can you hear it now, the sounds of the game being played? He asks. Explosions audible from the Mary. The Straw Hats praying it was the Shandorians and priests, not any of their friends. In fact, I'm a contestant myself, so I must be off. Enaru wait, Ganfall shouts, will you release the warriors? God only knows, and I'm not telling, Enaru quips before flickering away. He just vanished, Nami gasped. Yeah, being made of lightning means he can do that I guess, Chaos shrugs. Then heads down to Chopper's quarters to try find something to help their injured crewmates. Haha, ho ho, oh god. Not more of him, a barely conscious Usopp thinks, remembering how much of a pain in the ass Satori was. So two of them should be even worse. Who are you? Artemis asks, are you bad guys? 'Cause Papa will kick your ass if you are. With Luffy, I can do this all day. Luffy remarks. A rubber body means your gun is useless. Wiper scowls. Just means I'm using the wrong payload. Then clicks open his bazooka and slots in a shell, dial. He then aims it at Luffy, and a strong gust of wind slams into him. What the? This is the power of the burn bazooka, or it will when I ignite the gas being released by the breath dial, producing a blue flame which should incinerate anything in its path. Can your rubber body handle the heat, punk? Click whack whoosh bang. Wiper fired the bazooka, but a blow to the side threw off his aim, missing Luffy by feet, to the rubber boy's relief. I can see why Chaos keeps such a close eye on you most of the time. We turn around for 1 minute and already you're nearly dead. Luffy grins, Alvida, Vivi. He cheers, the duo nod as Alvida catches her mace, which he noticed had one of Vivi's slashers wrapped around its grip. I remember you were on the boat with this idiot, Wiper says, looking angry as usual. And you're the dumbass with the bazooka. What's this? Alvida smirks, pointing to his bandaged wings. Seems our brother left some war wounds on Mr. Deathwish over there, she says to Vivi, who giggles. Wiper grits his teeth. Make a fool out of me, you bitch, he growls, aiming his bazooka at the two before having to avoid a kick to the face. Gum gum stamp, nobody hurts my girls, nobody hurts my crew. Your fight is with me. His head shoots forward due to being smacked with Alvida's mace, even if it doesn't hurt. Idiot, you can't just go fight every dipstick on your own. This fight will be quicker with help, she shouts, sliding over as Wiper uses his skates to get the aerial advantage, firing his bazooka which the others barely dodge. Gum gum pistol frictionless takedown. Wiper skates out of the way of both attacks, kicking Alvida, causing his sea stone skates to send her flying. Slasher cord wraps around his left arm, but he just pulls Vivi towards him, smashing his bazooka into her face so she'll drop the threads. He then dodges another kick to the face, firing back with blue flame and missing. You like bazookas, huh? Well, take a looky here at mine. Gum gum, burn, bazooka. The colliding attacks shoot both men several yards away, a bruised and probably internally bleeding Wiper sitting up with a glare and growl of Straw Hat, while an blackened and pissed off Luffy sits up and dusts himself off. Luffy, Vivi and Alvida shout as they help him up. What the hell is up with that guy? He's A, so I'm going to kick his A. Hey, what's that? Luffy looks up just as a shadow envelops them. Fuck, where'd those weirdos go? Wiper thinks aloud, then looks at his bandaged hand. Doesn't matter, I should save my energy for Enaru. The reject dial should be strong enough to kill even a man like him, and if it doesn't, at least I'll die spitting in his face. He then skates off, heading for the monster in the clouds. Back on the Mary. She has a point. Who are you weirdos? Nami asks, creeped out by the two dancing bouncy balls. That's a stupid question, we're Deputy Divine Warriors. You killed our brother Satori, so now we're here for revenge. Brother? Nami repeats in confusion. The ball guy? With the glasses? Artemis asks, thinking the name sounded familiar. That's him, our big brother, Priest Satori. The two agree, then stand with a glove pointing towards the girls. You can call me Hotori, and I go by Katari. They introduce themselves, not that it made things make more sense at all. That's nice, but we didn't kill anyone, Nami argues. Unless it's that ball guy, then Papa killed him real good. Ow, Artemis whines, rubbing her head. Not helping, Nami hisses, now with her climatacked out. See, you did know who he was this whole time, and now you're going yell. Their high-pitched shrieks of pain on the ears, even more than they were a pain in the eyes. Ganfall stands with a grunt and a sigh. Enough of this foolishness, Pierre. He shouts, the horse, bird tossing him sure as lance. We must deal with these cretins before they can further delay us. Nami sighs. Fine, but combat isn't what I'm here for, she says, swinging her climb attack as she steps over Sanji and Usopp, putting herself between the junior priests and her friends. Doesn't mean I'm going to just roll over though. Meanwhile, okay. Where the fuck are we now? Vivi asks, the other two knowing she was getting annoyed given the royal rarely swore, unlike the rest of them. With Chopper, Valentina and Victor. Hello. Anybody? Chopper yells as the trio make their way across the clouds. They reached the ruins, but still hadn't come across any of the others yet. Think we're the first here? Victor asks. Unlikely. Robin might even have Nami beat in terms of directional ability on a personal level. Even after that scuffle there's no way she got lost. Unless she ran into Zoro, in which case, Valentina argues. She's spending all her time not losing him. They finish together, laughing until they see the man in front of them. Hey Chopper, we got a problem. Chopper looks up, then immediately hides behind Victor. Scary no eyes man? Protect me, he shouts, trembling. There were a few minutes of silence, Valentina and Victor preparing for an attack, Chopper cowering behind them, and Getatsu staring blankly at nothing, until… Getatsu, you can't see the enemy with your eyes rolled back, one of the divine warriors called to him, causing the man to immediately correct his issue with a yelp of, how careless. Well, we got us a dumb one this time. Valentina grouses, not sure if that's a good or bad thing. After all, Luffy's practically brain dead at times, and nobody on the crew would want him as an enemy. 3 trespassers, allow me to introduce myself. I am Getatsu, priest of God Anaru and master of the Ordeal of Swamp. We're waiting, Chopper mumbles. Getatsu, you forgot to speak out loud again. So careless, the priest shouts dramatically, then composes himself. Anyway, this entire region is my domain. Once you step into my swamp clouds you'll be trapped. My ordeal has a survival rate of 50%. That's not so bad, pretty sure we've dealt with much worse, Victor notes with a smile, getting nods from the other two. The ordeal begins, Milky Dial, he yells, shooting up into the air with the dials in his shoes. That's really cool, Chopper swoons, mostly because nothing bad had happened yet, changing when Getatsu formed a purple cloud between his hands. What's that? Prepare to be defeated. I present my swamp cloud, inescapable and unstoppable, he explains, before throwing it down, and hitting the divine warrior rather than any straw hats. Swamp cloud burger, shitty aim, but damn is that a nasty power? Valentina grimaces as the goat man sucbs to the cloud and collapses, only for Chopper to try pull him free. What's he doing? He's the enemy. He's a doctor, the desire to help is strong in them, Victor answers, watching Chopper rescue and resuscitate the warrior. He okay Chopper? Yeah, good as new, Chopper grins from his brain point. Having to be saved by a heretic, pathetic, Getatsu sneers, as he floats down onto a piece of rubble. You've gone too far this time, I will never serve you again Getatsu. Fear my axe style as I spill your lifeblood. Jet punch. Despite behaving like a complete idiot, much like Luffy, this priest was quite strong, as seen when he punched his former subordinate into a pillar, collapsing it on top of him. Well, shit, Victor winces, guess he'll be a problem after all. With a jet dial, an enemy can be dealt with before they even know the fight has been won. The only downside is it's not clothing friendly. Getatsu appears to joke, referring to the hole in his jacket from using the dial on his elbow. We're all going to die, Chopper screams before running away. I think not, jet punch bombardier guard boom. Think they're okay? Valentina asks, using her fruit to float over to Chopper. Victor has to, plus I doubt a priest can be felled with one explosion, he answers sadly in the end, then smiles when Victor stumbles out of the smokescreen. Note to self, don't do that again. He grimaces, then coughs up some blood, worrying Valentina and Chopper who rush over to him. That was stronger than I expected, you even caught me off guard, my mantra didn't see that attack coming, Getatsu wheezes as he too becomes visible. 2 for 2, now what? Chopper hums, I could scan for a weak point, if he has one, he offers. Do it, Victor orders brain point, scope, his feet. Guys we need to unbalance him, then Val can take him out form above, Chopper says with a determined look in his eye. Kya ha ha, wallet is my specialty, can I have a leg up Vic? Of course, 1 kilogram bounce. Valentina shoots up into the air, just as Chopper dives for Getatsu, grabbing him by the leg. Grr, get off me you stupid Rikon dog. Getatsu yells, kicking Chopper and slamming him into some of the rubble. Then noticing Valentina hovering in the air via her umbrella. You think you can hide up there? The sky is my domain, he announces, rising and flailing erratically as he does. What? He thinks out loud, only then seeing he was missing a shoe, that little shit. You stole his shoe, of course. The dials he used to fly were in both shoes, Victor begins. So remove one and he loses power and control, leaving him wide open for Valentina. Chopper finishes grinning widely in heavy point. What? Getatsu squeaks 500 kilograms skullcracker while missing the intended point of the body. She did crack his shoulder and send him flying into one of his own swamp clouds, though his milky dial shot him through the trap cloud and downward, far below. We did it, Chopper cheers, catching Valentina and hugging her, to the woman's amusement and slight embarrassment. I can see why this trial was 50%. The cloud is deadly, the priest was a moron, Victor chuckles. True, now let's continue on our journey. Hopefully Luffy and Zoro don't have all the treasure collected already, Valentina teases as Chopper lets her go. You're right, onwards and upwards, he cheers, leading the way towards the beanstalk-looking structure, called Giant Jack, because you know what that's supposed to reference. With Robin, Shandora. Robin reads as she examines a totem-like monument on her way. As old and crumbling as everything else she's seen so far. As well as learning of the city's rise, peak prosperity and fall from the carvings on and around it. Noting to her joy the city's fall coincided perfectly with a period of history completely undocumented in the Blue Sea, the Void Century, approximately 800 years ago. This place has been separate from the land below for so long. There may be clues as to what happened, maybe if I go further into the ruins I'll find my answers, she thinks aloud, jotting down the city plans on the monument, before her work was interrupted by some fat guy. Who's there? She shouts, turning on her heels. Why aren't you a pretty thing? Yama leers, his 3 chins jiggling as he moves closer to her. Are you more of Enaru's henchmen? The last ones were pathetically weak? Robin asks with a tone of disinterest, having barely needed to exert herself to deal with them. Yama scowls. Henchmen? I am Divine Commander Yama in service to God Enaru. And what do you want then, Divine Commander? Robin asks curiously. I don't want to talk, he grunts, then bellows loudly, scaring the south birds from the trees, before throwing a punch through the pillar, though Robin's limber form was able to dodge easily. You brute, can't you see the damage you're inflicting, the history you're destroying? Robin shouts angrily, to which Yama laughs. I'd be more concerned about saving yourself than this pile of rubble, he cackles, to which Robin sneers, crossing her arms over her chest. She dodges a couple more strikes before being back and punched through another pillar. Bastard, she hisses, pulling herself to her knees. Back to the merry. Hold still you little punks, Nami growls as she swings her climb attack. Though much like Ganfel's lance and Artemis-colored traps, the 2 gumballs bobbed and weaved around them. One catches her bow, then presses a gloved hand to her face. I'm doomed. PFFFFFFFFFT Nami gags as she falls to the ground. What is this? Flavor dial fart, Hattori chirps, bouncing around with his brother. These 2 are morons, Artemis sighs, then yelps as she dodges a blast from the other's flame dial. Revenge will be OU. Ya ho 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 ho, Katori is interrupted, by being backhanded through at least 2 trees. I leave, for 5 minutes SSSSS. Chaos hisses, looking annoyed even as his hair hides his eyes. You're the one who killed our big brother, Hotori shouts, eat this. Flavor Dial the marshmallow laughs as the researcher sways, then screams as he's headbutted by his own face visible on a featureless head. He's then punched backwards, right into Ganfel's heat lance, which causes a small explosion when the puffball accidentally reactivates his flavor dial. Boom crack. Who's on cleanup duty again? 'Cause I get the feeling he's going to be a pain to get out of the wood. The voice was tinny and echoed, but it was still chaos, even through a smile crack in his armor. First Satori, now Hotori, you'll pay for this, Katori shrieks, going for the offensive, until he landed on Artemis' purple color trap. What, I can't move. True, Chaos laughs, then kicks and pins the Cloud Man against the side of the ship with his boot on his sternum. You two were also so beneath me. I didn't need to use my devil fruit to end either of you. Splash. Did you really need to do that, on the deck, in front of the child? Nami scolds, referring to the rather messy decapitation the Purpleette had just performed, followed by the only thing she did approve of, tossing both parts of the carcass into the Cloud Canal. Chaos shrugs. Probably not, but they're gone, and the ship is safe. Does that help? Nami groans, pinching the bridge of her nose, a little. Now get back to healing the others. Boss. She makes her way to the steering pole, while Chaos and Artemis smirk. Meanwhile Ganfall sits with the animals. This ship was insane, but he was getting used to it. 20 minutes later. Anyone know how long it takes to put on armor? You're leaving, right now? Nami asks, yells, you're leaving the lady defenseless? Some night? She scoffs, to which Ganfall chuckles to himself. You'll be fine, you are a fairly competent staff wielder, plus the little girl and the Hosomi no Otoko. They will provide adequate protection while they care for the others. He says, pointing below deck where Chaos and Artemis had moved the other two into Chopper's infirmary. You will be fine. I need to find out why Eneru had come down from his temple, and what he meant when he said he was leaving. Locating and rescuing my surviving divine warriors is also a priority. He whistles for Pierre, who comes over carrying his original lance. You can keep the heat lance. It's weighted differently to mine, so I will do better keeping what I had. Plus it gives you another weapon against any more attackers. He retrieves his weapon and climbs on the bird's back, flying away without even looking back. Come back here, you bastard. Nami screams, then sighs when it's clear Ganfall was gone. Just great. What could possibly happen now? Boom, damn it Anna. What did you do now? Chaos shouts as he follows Artemis back on deck. It's not a gorilla, they'd have shot that at us, Nami responds, still tense though, until the waiver comes closer. Hey, it's that angel girl who sold us out, Artemis states, causing Kuru and Lasso to get mad. Nami to look confused and Chaos to chuckle, mostly because he was sure none of the trial four had even implied they'd been betrayed, sold out. Much less by Konus or Paguya. Heisu everyone, or just Miss Nami, Artemis and Esser Chaos. Konus greets and waves as the waiver, gondola stops beside the Mary. After a brief kerfuffle, and Chaos learning there was a non-gory use for a blade that produces wire. That being restraining irritating and violent Shandorian brats from the mast, Konus, Paguya and their reluctant passenger Isa were all let onto the Mary, as well as briefed on the current situation. This is terrible, and it's all my fault, Konus whimpers, until she gets head slapped by both Chaos and Artemis. Even if his being here is partly your fault, you didn't tell the knuckle dragger to attack Upper Yard while we were still up here. Hey, don't badmouth Wiper, he's gonna kill God, so show him respect. Shut up brat, he growls, just as a gray syrupy resin covers her mouth, gagging her. For one, I have a better chance of killing God than he does. Not that it matters, killing logias are pretty close to impossible without seastone weaponry, because hockey isn't a thing yet. Anyhow, you'd best get the Mary going across the bridge we just made, before any of the enemy notice, Paguya pleads. Unless they somehow missed the obnoxious horn, I think they know already, Nami grouses. I doubt they heard it over all the explosions, Artemis argues, and the navigator agrees after some thought. Oh, one more thing. I brought you a gift? A gift? Nami asks in confusion, then gapes in shock. You got us a waiver? Paguya blushes. Actually, I repaired the one you gave me. It's now at peak performance, he says proudly. The mood drops when light flashes in the sky and Isa flails madly above them, sensing more of her people's life being snuffed out. Looks like God is having another temper tantrum. Wonder how many of his troops got caught in friendly fire, Chaos muses with a smirk. Just before letting Isa down. So this kid, Artemis muses, poking Isa with her brush, is the only Shandorian with that mantra thing Eneru and his goons can do? Hey, quit it, you don't know what it's like, feeling the voices of everyone around you. Then the sensation of someone you know just stop, Isa yells back, her eyes misting up. Is the kid crying again? I thought you were going to get her to stop, Nami asks as she returns from trying out the repaired, upgraded waiver. getting a shrug and monotoned, "I tried," from Chaos. "I'm not crying, you dumb blue sea weirdo." "Sure you aren't. Remind me to keep Luffy away from the waiver, he nearly broke Paguya's one and this is a lot stronger and delicate." Chaos and Artemis nod then smirk when they see Isa shiver as Lasso tries comfort her, by lying on her lap with his big dopey face staring up at her. Meanwhile, this place just goes on forever. "You as hungry as I am?" Zoro asks as he sits on a tree root. Kaya nodding as a rumble proves his point. The two taking out the food Sanji made everyone, Kaya's obviously better than Zoro's but both were still great, when they attracted unwanted company. "Do," crooned the giant south bird. "I think it wants our food," Kaya notes. "Well, it can't have any, we need the food in case the priests or rebels attack. Plus if we feed it it'll never leave us alone," Zoro argues, speeding up the stuffing of his face with the lunch to prevent the bird trying to steal from him. Kaya nods sadly, petting the bird's oddly shaped head. "Sorry big guy, we need it more, plus I doubt you'd get much nutrients from the small amount we could spare anyway." "Do," the south bird groans, but stays with the duo, even when they finish their meals and continue their journey. Elsewhere, "Well, seems you're all talk blue girl," Yama taunts as Robin spits blood, having just been tackled through another ruined wall. Drop Mountain Vinta Fleur Robin's blooms were able to protect the pillar from Yama's bulk, but even spread across 20 arms the recoil still caused a lot of pain to shoot through her real arms, not helped by being slammed into the ground by the impact itself. "How long will you protect this withered husk of a ruined city? Will you die for it, or will you finally break and save yourself?" "I will never stop. Why must you disrespect and desecrate that which your ancestors held sacred?" Robin asks, not quite able to stand again yet. "The past means nothing to me. Why should I care about this place?" Yama grunts and shrugs. Oddly enough, Luffy has a similar mindset, given he doesn't care about what people have done, just who they are now. Robin sneers. "That doesn't surprise me, only fools think that way," she responds, causing Yama to frown, as he could tell she was insulting him. "How dare you mock your betters," he shouts Punch Mountain. "I have to lead this brute away before he destroys everything," Robin thinks as she jumps out of the way of Yama, fist. The Brecken following behind her as she runs, destroying everything in his path in his quest for revenge on his pride, honor. She stops when Yama kicks some rubble into the structure in front of her, finally annoying her enough to fight for real. Luckily for her own plan, they were on the edge of the city by that point, though as she turns to face him she sees all the mindless destruction caused by the man's pursuit of her. "So, you've finally stopped running, ready to die then?" Yama asks. "It's too late for you," Robin says flatly. "Too late?" Yama repeats in confusion. "Even if you repent, I will never forgive you for what you have done." Yama scoffs. "You won't forgive me, just because I wrecked a few worthless ruins you seem so enamored with? A pile of rubble that isn't even yours?" "Correct," Robin notes, setting aside her hat and bag. "Those ruins don't belong to anyone. I'm tired of this fight, and I'm bored trying to make you see sense. This ends now." "You're right, cause I'm going to bury you in the ruins you love so much." Drop Mountain trying to fleur. Hang-bloomed hands stretch out and grab Yama's legs, stopping his attack mid-wind up. "All you do is rush blindly like a wild boar, never thinking about the history you carelessly destroy," Robin hisses before swinging, slamming him face first into the tree she'd bloomed the arms from, before having to drop him due to being too much dead weight for her blooms to hold up for long. A red mist fills Yama's vision as he stands, seeing Robin still standing where she'd been when he first tried attacking her. With a series of flips that should probably be impossible for a man of his body shape, he leaps high above Robin, screaming, "I'll tear you to ribbons," and revealed his 10-fold axe, a sash fitted with 10 axe dials. Robin's lip curls as she crosses her arm, blinding Yama as she flips his sash around, only releasing the blooms when it was too late for the commander to either flip them back or stop himself slamming into the tree behind her, activating the dials and causing a veritable bloodbath. Slowly approaching the groaning and heavily injured man, Robin blooms extra hands so she could actually lift his thick skull so they could speak once more. "What you've destroyed is priceless relics of a time so far back its worth is actually incalculable. History repeats itself, whether we like it or not, but we still can't go back in time despite many attempts to try. Not that a brute like you could understand." I understand, Yama wheezes, pleading to Robin. Please, I'm sorry, won't you forgive me? Robin flashes a cruel smile. You already know the answer. I warned you that what you've done is unforgivable in my eyes. Then I'll just kill you, Yama yells, reaching out to grab her with his meaty fists. Clutch crack. Yama's hands fall limp and Robin sighs. So much history destroyed, and for what? It will surprise no one that Robin was the first to arrive in their agreed meet-up spot, and she was amazed, but unsurprised to find ruins, effigies, a poneglyph. Wait, what? Yep, after digging through the island cloud to enter the main structure of Shandora, Robin found herself frozen as she found something she believed she wouldn't find in a million years, another poneglyph. Maybe this one will contain the history of the Void Century. With Chopper, Valentina and Victor. Are you sure climbing this is the correct move? Val grumbles, probably a little late to be voicing the complaint. Well, there was no gold down there, so the only other option was up, Chopper says cheerfully. Besides, we're nearly at the top, plus if we get there first, maybe we can convince the others to use it as a way to muzzle the crew's true wild beast. Victor assures her. Then both share a private smirk, Chopper high enough above them not to hear the last part. I like that idea, let's keep moving then. Val nods and keeps moving, following their reindeer through the cloud layer and up to the ruins. We made it, whoops. The ground is crooked, watch your step, Chopper warns her. The two decide to follow his lead as they make their way through the city. Grr, did Lasso follow us? Victor asks jokingly, the others shake their head, also hearing the noise. Then Val jumps just before a large dog flops down beside her, looking mostly bored. More of you, A bald man with shades and purple swirled tattoos on his right arm notes. So you must have been the ones who killed that spider-haired freak. Think he means Gesundheit? You mean Getatsu? Chopper corrects. Not that cared or was really listening. It doesn't matter, one less idiot in the world is a blessing, don't you agree? He asks, the others unsure if he was being rhetorical, while he assumed they were silent due to fear. Chopper even beginning to back away slowly. Don't be afraid of Holy, he's just my pet. Valentina scoffs, and I'm sure Priest Shira thought the same of his bird, didn't stop him roasting us. Shakes his head, no, Shira saw his bird, Fusa as a war mount, completely different. Fusa is perfectly well trained, wouldn't hurt anyone, he assures them, just as Chopper finds the body of the last person to enter Try explain that. Chopper yells from behind Victor, pointing to the dead Shandorian. Oh I did that, states flatly, still sitting with his legs crossed from the area he was watching them from. He then frowns, why do men fight, when they know how fragile their lives are? Are we about to get a philosophy lecture? Val mutters. Possibly, man was put here to find happiness, and yet they throw themselves into battle, time after time, only to lose their lives and with it the happiness they sought, as well as the happiness of others along with it. The nature of man is tragic, and self-destructive, and so the only way for man to be redeemed, is for them all to die. His last statement causes a metaphorical spit take in the three straw hats, as well as a calmer, oh great, another fucking loon. Why are you here? Addresses them directly. Chopper happily answers. That, easy, we were looking for the city of gold. Greed only leads to ruin, interrupts. You must be rescued. Well, we are in a ruin. Why do I get the feeling that word means something different up here than down in the blue seas? Val worries. Finally stands, drawing a pure white sword. Only death will save you from your earthly desires. Fucking called it. The Kilo girl yells as they take the sensible response to that, aka running away, the two humans periodically checking behind them to see if was following or not. Okay, so we've put some distance between ourselves and Killdozer over there, now what? Valentina pants, the trio finally taking a moment to breathe. Unfortunately they didn't count on the blue energy from the priest's attack, cutting them down before they could even run away. This is the ordeal of iron. The survival rate is 0 inches. States solemnly. At the Going Merry, Nami, the Brad jumped ship. Chaos calls with a sigh, watching the navigator wrestle the irritable Shandorian child into the waver after diving in after her. That wasn't an order to go save her, if she wants to be burnt to ash so badly let he be, or she could have just asked. He grouses, slamming hubby's current form against the deck, electricity arcing between the trident's points. Everything is giant around here. Even the snakes, Artemis chirps, setting up her easel. It would say, what? Nami squeaks, looking up as Chaos turns, seeing a large, blue, bearded serpent beside the Mary. Section well shit section. Chaos hisses, noticing the others on deck were frozen in fear. Even though much like Laboon the animal seems completely unaware of their prescience. Artemis, is this really the best time? He asks, rather genuinely. O course papa, otherwise the snake will have moved. Speak of the devil, the snake shrieks and begins flailing, worrying the people on the boat as it may damage or outright destroy the Mary in its spasms. Why is it doing that? It looks to be in pain. Maybe something it ate disagrees with it. Chaos guesses, getting a nod from Artemis as it sounds possible. Well, as long as it doesn't eat us I don't really care, Nami shouts up, as she drives Isa back to the Mary, only to catch the snake's attention. Oh crap. Ah. Nami, don't go into the forest. Paguya warns but the navigator ignores him, speeding away with the Lord of the Sky on her and Isa's heels. Do you think she'll be alright? Konus asks when the rumbling subsides. Realistically, Nami should be screwed, but the Ginger Quim has surprised me before so she'll survive this with only severe mental scarring. The crew is going to need a psychologist one of these days, Chaos answers, sitting beside Artemis who frowns at the rough sketch she'd drawn of the snake before Nami made it run away. It was in a lot of pain just now, she says quietly. I know, he agrees. Well, no point standing around doing nothing, we already have a destination we should be getting to. Meanwhile, with Zoro and Kaya. We should have thought of this ages ago. Kaya chuckles, referring to the syrup strands keeping Zoro from straying too far from her, preventing his usual method of disappearing, which is going off in a random direction when he should be still walking straight. We only got that fruit before reaching Jaya. Also, where the hell are we? Zoro grumbles, not wanting to admit she had kept them from getting lost or separated. A rope would have done just fine. All my powers mean is you can't simply slip free by accident. As for location, Kaya hums, looking for some kind of marker in the ruins. I guess we're almost at the base of that stalk. Something important must be at the top or they'd have cut it down by now rather than just let it grow. Zoro grunts in agreement and they keep walking, inadvertently entering a confrontation near its breaking point. More of Straw Hat's friends. Wiper growls from above them, alerting them to his as well as Ganfall, Pierre and Ohm's prescience. Hey look, it's Ganfall, but he's supposed to still be on the ship, Kaya gasps. Correct my dear, but I had urgent business to attend. So we have Sky Knight, Tiki Guy, and some weirdo with cool shades. Zoro lists off, turning to Ohm. Hand over all your gold, he demands, causing his traveling companion to facepalm. Ohm scoffs. Another greedy sinner stands before me, seeking salvation. I've had enough of this, out of my way, or be annihilated, Wiper shouts. Wrath, the second most deadly Essen. Ohm, enough of this. Tell me where Enaru and my divine warriors are, Ganfall orders. Kaya sighs. Looks like we're going to have to fight him, she says quietly. Zoro chuckles. What was your first clue? Him being a priest, the giant dog, the almost comedically long, not big. The blade appears to not be much wider than a normal length katana, sword, or the dead angels littered around this area. Ohm stands, readying his blade. I'm sure you all think yourselves important, but if you desire anything, then first you must either beat or find salvation in the ordeal of iron. Not another one. Ordeal of string was bad enough, the logia grimaces, just as the Lord of the Sky crashes into the vicinity. Prepare for death. Mighty Inaru has prophesied you won't survive to the end of the survival game, Ohm says as he adjusts his shades. Is that so? Zoro scoffs, readying his own swords. If your hearts hadn't been tainted by greed, you might have lived longer, not by much, but still. I'll give you all a few minutes to repent before administering judgment, Ohm states in his usual voice, demeanor, then jumps on his dog's back. You can go all out holy. These sinners must be squashed like the others. Ganfal's impression was thunderous as he takes to the sky with Pierre. That is Inaru's last priest as well as the strongest of his subordinates. We must take him out. Zoro meanwhile had his sights on something else. Damn snake, why do you keep showing up? Leave us alone, asshat. There was a stare down between everyone, until predictably Wiper shoots first, Zoro and Kaya just barely dodging a shot from his burn bazooka, starting the fighting off with a bang and a flash of blue fire. You missed, Zoro smirks, ticking Wiper off even more, somehow. Insolent blue sea weaklings, you think you can just come up here and take what's ours? He screams, aiming his bazooka again. This is Shandora. We don't want to be a part of your conflict, Kaya admits, though pulling her revolvers from her arms. Right. You idiots can blow each other. Hell, this whole Sky Island apart for all I care. We're just here for the gold, Zoro adds, swinging at Wiper, who parries with his sea stone skates. Wiper growls. I should have killed you when I had the chance. He fires, but the shot went wide due to a syrup whip, the Shandorian then having to dodge a round of pistol fire. Though all three had to separate to avoid being crushed by the giant snake, who was crashing and chomping his way through the upper ruins. Note to self, avoid the acid-fanged snake, Zoro mumbles to himself, before running into a dog standing on his hind legs. Okay, that's weird. This is Holy, I taught him a lot of things, most importantly how to stand on two legs, and box like a champion. Show? Explains, boasts then points towards the Straw Hats who gulp, before his attention turns skyward, blocking a lance strike from Ganfall with his sword. Ganfall? Shira already beat you. Why don't you give up? Are you that intent on dying, old man? I don't know what Eneru has planned, but I will glad give my life to putting an end to his tyranny, Ganfall replies seriously. Sighs. Then you are a fool. Meanwhile, hurry up. The divine warriors are catching up, Isa whines, still clinging to Nami's waist. I'd love to, only I have no idea where I'm going, Nami shouts, just as a large stalk could be seen through the trees. Head for Giant Jack, Wiper's there, and some blue sea people, Isa commands. Nami agreeing mostly to reunite with at least some of her crewmates, partly so she has meat shields in case Eneru comes looking for her again. They're heading for Giant Jack, we can't let them reach God's shrine. Leave us alone. Nami screams behind her, pushing the waver to go faster. Back in the ruins, Zoro once more leaps from a building as the Lord of the Skies smashes through it, cursing the creature's existence, as well as its unpredictable nature, when he sees something out the corner of his eye that chills him to the bone. Chopper? Valentina? Victor? He thinks fearfully. Kaya? We got men down? He shouts as he runs towards them as quick as he could. So they were part of your team, notes impassively, watch your step. Shing, Zoro hisses as something slashes against him as well as knock him back. The swordsman's eyes widen when it stops and he can see it. Barbed wire? He thinks aloud, as Kaya catches up to him. Oh God, are any of you okay? Come on, move, speak, blow up, something, Kaya whimpers as she checks over the three Straw Hats, their wounds severe and painful. Those are Iron Cloud, light as a cloud but hard as iron, blown into shape with a milky dial. I've set up several of those dials with hidden triggers around this area. And both you and your friends have seen the end result of activating them, explains, watching them from Holy's head. This entire area is the weapon. I don't need to attack you. Your clueless blundering will kill you without me needing to lay a finger on you. He gloats. I'm partly responsible for their condition, but they are as well, for entering my ordeal and triggering the dials. He sighs as Zoro turns to face him. I suppose you're going to try take revenge now? No, Zoro answers, surprising those in hearing range. Believe it or not, but I don't usually like to fight for that reason. Smirks. I'm impressed, I'm not done. Zoro interrupts. I said usually, you hurt my friends, that makes this personal. I will end you. He states with an edge sharper than Yuru. Zoro jumps around, striking and missing as much as dodging return jabs from Holy, not moving from its head while doing so, his shaded eyes making it difficult to tell what he was thinking. Just keep moving around, Mutt, the more you do, the more openings you give. His thoughts were interrupted as his side was nearly torn open. Why Ohm's sword which snakes out and slashes him. What the fuck is that? Ohm chuckles, typical blue sea fool, didn't expect that. My sword is made of Iron Cloud. Or more accurately, it's formed from Iron Cloud expelled from a dial conveniently embedded in the hilt. And it will hunt its prey to the ends of the earth. Ohm states before swinging. Luckily Zoro was able to block the strike with two blades. He then frowns and looks to his steed. We're going to need to split up Holy. Things are about to get busy up here. Zoro looks confused until they hear the puff of skates as people shoot out of the clouds, both divine warriors and rebel Shandorians, all still fighting one another, shortly followed by Nami and Isa being chased by 3 more goat men, Zoro, Ganfall and Wiper unintentionally teaming up to rescue them, before the winged wanker decided the best course of action was deep-frying Nami, even though Isa was still technically attached to her. Luckily Ganfall, Pierre was faster than the burn bazooka. Thanks Ganfall, I think we really owe you for this one, Nami pants, her heart throbbing in her throat. Wiper, you're a monster. Isa screams, still clinging to Nami like the child she is. What are you two doing up here? Ganfall asks, scolds the 2 girls. It wasn't intentional, we were chased by this giant. Nami pauses, her eyes shrink to pinprick as the snake appears behind Pierre, jaw fully extended before devouring the 4 and swallowing them whole. Nami, Isa, slam. The distraction was taken full advantage of by Ohm and Holy, who sliced Zoro up bad and punched Wiper through a ruined wall respectively. Wiper, yelled several Shandorians. Zoro, Kaya screams, seeing the swordsman fall. With the Mary, we have arrived. Chaos sighs in relief as they drop anchor, the ship now in the predetermined meet-up spot. Now was a matter of the rest of them getting back. That's good. How long do you think it'll be before the others get here? Connie's asks, helping nurse Sanji and Usopp back to health. Given they pissed off God, we may need to go get them, Artemis answers bluntly, causing the researcher to try suppress a hissing chuckle. She has a point, once these 2 are either able to move, or guard the ship we can head out. I'm sure Lasso is itching to destroy something. Chaos agrees, then smiles as the dopey-looking bazooka dog nods and nuzzles his leg. Also we need to get your dad to turn off the horn. It's more likely to draw unwanted attention than scare it away, he says to Connie's, who panics and runs off to stop Paguya, to the pirates' amusement. Rubber King and Mirror Master, striking God. You really think any of you insects, even fighting together, can even injure me? Eneru asks, laughing manically. You don't know what you're dealing with, nor could you even comprehend my power, he boasts, spinning his staff before beginning to show off his fruit's power, his hands glowing as they shifted into lightning. So many disbright souls, unable to see that it's all for naught. Ganfall snarls, swinging the heat lance in Eneru's direction. Enough of this monologuing. Where are my divine warriors? And what are your plans for this place? Why an ascension, of course, Eneru answers blandly, namely mine. What, you're saying you're leaving Skypia? The old man gasped in shock. Correct. On my home island there were legends of a place known as God's home, the fairy Verth, where the ground extends in all directions as far as the eye can see. It's my dream, my goal, my destiny to find this paradise, and rule it as the god I truly am. His smile lessens as he turns to the fighters. My battles over the upper yard are worthless in consequence when compared to that. Everything around you is an abomination, an affront to the natural order. Now what are you blathering about? Wiper growls, not having taken his bazooka sights off Eneru even as he floats down to the stone across from them. This place is unnatural. It's in the sky, but it's earth not cloud. It floats amongst those clouds but it's no bird or bat. This place is wrong on a fundamental level, so it should come as no surprise that as God, an enforcer of the rules of the universe, I only have one course of action. Robin's eyes widen and her skin pales. You're going to drop Shandora, back into the blue sea. Back into the Grand Line. The Straw Hats were horrified, while Ganfall and Wiper were incensed. You fool, God is a title to refer to the island's leader. It doesn't give you the right to decide who lives and dies, or to use your subjects like playthings. Eneru chuckles, sitting down on the stone. You asked about your former warriors, he says, confusing his opponents as he picks up a handful of pebbles in his fist. As I told you, they've been doing my bidding since I captured them all those years ago, until today. A pulse of his power and sand spills from between his fingers. The people you see before you are the only ones still alive on this floating abomination, he says with a sneer. Ganfall recoils as if struck. You killed them? Yes. Well, technically I defended myself. I told them my plans and they chose to challenge me, so I destroyed them. You are a devil, Ganfall screams as he charges, Eneru not even trying to defend himself as he tosses his staff away. Ganfall's lance felt not resistance as it phased through his lightning body, Eneru zipping to his predecessor's side before charging an attack. 5 million, 10 million, 20 million volts Bari zap. Ganfall drops like a stone, charged black from the electrical blast, not helped by the knight's metal armor. There is a god on this island, and that god is me, Eneru says, grinning before catching his staff and turning to the remaining fighters. It's the Guro no mi. Wiper gasps, shit. Even for a logia it said this fruit is powerful enough that its user is basically invincible, Robin says with a grimace. So you're saying it doesn't have a weakness we can exploit, like Crocodile and Gaspard? Zoro asks through clenched teeth. How do you fight a lightning storm swordsman? Robin asks in response, shutting him up. And so it has come to pass, my prophecy made true. Come with me as we reach the altar of my ascension, and passage to the fairy Verth. Why should we? Zoro asks, the others nod as they too wondered why they should follow a psychopath like Eneru anywhere. Because I plan to turn the fairy Verth into a kingdom of godhood, where only the worthy can be in my prescience, failures, like my worthless subordinates can be left to rot, while you all passed the test, and are granted entrance to my domain. And if we refuse? Robin asks stonily, ignoring Nami's hissing yells to shut up and confusing Eneru something awful. What? But why would you refuse my gift? If you stay here you'll be destroyed along with everything else in this unnatural nation. I don't doubt you can destroy Upper Yard in a single blow. Your fruit's reputation precedes you, but if you destroy this place, you'll also destroy something very precious to you as well. You mean the Golden Bell, don't you? Yes, the Golden Bell? Eneru laughs, oh don't worry, I've already made arrangements. And given I know where you all went as you traipsed around Upper Yard, I know exactly where the bell is, he says, surprising Robin to the point she had no response. Yes, I've already figured it out. Did you really think a mere human such as yourself could be better than me in any way? I might be spending too much time around Luffy and Chaos, which is why this was even an option, but yeah I kind of did, Robin admits, just before getting a lightning bolt to the face from an annoyed-looking Eneru, luckily getting caught by Zoro before she cracked her skull off the stone ground. You've gone too far. I'm God bitch. I do what I like. Eneru laughs, lazily blocking Zoro's charging sword strike, then maneuvering around his second blade rather than use his intangibility. This did put him in an open position in the air. Burn Bazooka Bari. Unfortunately his lightning power was stronger than Wiper's bazooka, something his dispatching of Nola implied, and was now 100% confirmed. Fighting is pointless. You'd make better use of your time preparing for the journey to the fairy Verth. The worthy shall be leaving soon, together, Eneru says casually, his expression that of boredom. And what makes you think any of us would follow you willingly? Zoro asks, irritating Eneru as yet another Blue Sea dweller denies his offer. I don't give a fuck about your dreamland. You and your minions hurt my crew, my friends, and I'm going to carve payment from your twitching corpse. Maybe even give that fruit of yours to Chaos and see what he wants to do with it, he shouts, once more running at Eneru, cleaving through both him and the stone wall behind him, though it had no effect. I possess a power you mortals can't, Ocelot Needles. Kaya, he was leaving us alone. Why's you fire? Nami shrieks in the medic, gunslinger, syrup girl's ear. Especially when the syrup bullets, turned spikes did as much damage as Zoro's swords did, nil. Close, but still not divine level power little girl. Now to show you divine punishment. He scolds her, then shoots a bolt at her, before discharging his power through Zoro's swords, taking him down too. Oh no, Nami whimpers as both collapse, Kaya coughing up a syrupy river before dropping onto her back, mildly burned compared to the others, but still down for the count. Eneru was savoring his victory, when Wiper jumps on him. What's with all you people wanting to die all of a sudden? His asks, partly out of amusement, and the other frustration. Are you familiar with Sea Prison Stone? Wiper asks, Eneru realizing why he asked when he tried and failed to use his powers to insta-kill the Shandorian. The look of confusion and even fear in the so-called god's eyes made Wiper smile. You have. It neutralizes the powers of devil fruit users, meaning I can do this. As if you were any other man. He places his bandaged hand on Eneru's chest. Now die. Rejectile. The blast throws Wiper a good few feet from the blast radius, as well as leaving him with severe burns across his body and his right arm most likely rendered useless. It was too bad being made of electricity. It was a trivial matter for Eneru to restart his heart now the sea stone wasn't touching him, his entire body acting like an organic defibrillator, his chest convulsing with each pulse. Then he slowly sat up, his face twisted into a cruel visage of an angry god. "Should have aimed for the head, boy," he says, the smugness returning to his face and voice, before tapping his staff against one of the drums on his back, Cal Construct. 30 million volt Hino, a literal thunderbird, slammed through Wiper, finally finishing the job. The reject dial's lethal recoil started, while Zoro acquired one of his broken skates, as once he had the sea stone on Eneru's body again, he could be cut up as easily as an ordinary human, in fact easier, given his remembered what happened to Luffy when they were in Crocodile's sea stone cage. "Still you fight, you're stronger than I expected, swordsman," Eneru half-asses a compliment, then taps the opposite drum, charging another attack. Kitten the lightning cat hits its mark, sending Zoro to the ground, unresponsive. Now only Nami and Eneru remain, and the navigator didn't like her chances. This monster, nothing can stop him. If he can take out Zoro like he's some nobody, not even Luffy or Chaos could beat him, Nami thinks, her mind screaming to run as Eneru turns, setting his sights on her, then stops when he sees Wiper is still standing, or had gotten back up while he was dealing with Zoro. "Are you still trying to fight me? You're literally at death's door, give up." He then smirks. "You said you've been fighting for this island for 400 years, yet in all this time, you're the only one to reach the city. No wonder this place will be destroyed so soon, it's a land of weaklings. You're fighting for a lost cause, a hopeless endeavor. Can't you see this place will never be yours? So why get back up? Why challenge me despite having already been knocked down several times already? For my ancestors, for the people of Shandora," he wheezes. Eneru sighs. "I really was hoping for a better answer than that. Not sure why that line made me laugh, but it did. Though in your defense I'm not sure how much of your brain isn't cooked right now." He muses, shifting his arm into lightning. Thor, the quite literal pillar of light, slammed into Wiper with a blinding flash, the shockwave throwing everyone except Eneru back several feet and leaving a massive crater where the Shandorian once was. "Of all the people who reached the end of my trial, only you are still standing." Nami freezes when she hears Eneru's voice just behind her, as well as the crackle of electricity sparking across his skin. "Is the invitation to go with you to the fairy Verth still open?" Nami asks, trying to hold back her fear, and mostly succeeding. "I've always wanted to go to such an amazing place." Eneru looks at her blankly for a few minutes before nodding and turning on his heels. "Of course. Follow me," he says calmly, almost robotically, Nami timidly wheeling the waver behind her as they walk. "Do you mourn them?" he asks, sensing her looking between each still body. No sir, not me," Eneru chuckles. "There's not need for the formal airs. Express yourself. Just don't make the same mistakes those fools did in challenging the power of God." After little while walking, Eneru leads Nami to a cavern, mine. The partitions all marked with the same 3 tomo as his drums. Excuse me," Nami begins, wanting to AKS where they were going. "Keep your mouth shut and follow me," Eneru snaps, though without a change in tone. "Okay then," Nami thinks, jumping back a little at the dismissal, though continues to follow him to the central chamber. "So what do you think?" Inaru asks. "It's the only one of its kind in the world, and it can only be controlled by me. In other words, it's lightning powered," he explains, revealing the Arc Maxim. "The gold I harvested is the perfect conductor for my powers, so my limitless power will see this majestic work soar. Might as well let the people on this island see God's ship before its annihilation. Meanwhile, we're never taking directions from you again." Vivi screams as she punches Luffy's head into the stone ground, the 4 of them and one horse, bird, thing having just fallen out of the giant snake's mouth, after taking a slight detour to its eye. "Relax Vivi, we made it out alive and without injury," Alvida tries to assure her, meanwhile taking in her surroundings. "Man, wherever we are, the locals sure let it go to shit. It's Shandora, our homeland," Isa whispers, her brain going into shock, until a certain idiot ran past, through her, Luffy. "Oh Rao," Vivi whimpers, seeing the devastation, as well as their friends in such bad condition. "Zoro? What happened? Who did this to you?" he asks, shaking the swordsman more violently than he probably should. Meanwhile, Ganfall and Wiper were found by Pierre and Isa respectively. "Wait a minute, where's Nami?" the Bluenet asks aloud. being the only Straw Hat unaccounted for, at least that they knew was on upper yard and wasn't cut or burned to fuck all around them. It was Enaru, he did this, Isa states, tears running down her face, and she sits beside Wiper's unresponsive body. That god guy? Luffy asks, frowning heavily, then seeing movement out the corner of his eye. Robin, you're alive. Nami, she went, with him? Robin croaks, her eyes unfocused and barely meeting Luffy's gaze. So God took Nami? The captain asks, to which she nods weakly, guess I'm kicking some head's ass to save Nami, again. Where did she go? I don't know, but you need to hurry, if Enaru isn't stopped, all of Skypia will be lost. Lost? What the hell are you talking about? Alvida asks, confused and angry with what she sees in front of her. Everything up here will fall. Enaru said this place, it was unnatural, so he plans to destroy it all, on his way to the so-called ferry. Verth, Enaru still wants that golden bell, he won't leave or destroy Skypia without it, Luffy states confidently. Exactly, so you need to stop him before it finds it, no matter the cost. Don't worry, I know where they are. The remaining Straw Hats all look over to Isa. Her fists clenched nearly hard enough to bleed. There are only two other voices in upper yard. They have to be Enaru and Nami. I will lead you there, and you promise to stop him. Luffy lays Robin in his girl's arms, standing to his full height. That's something I have no problem agreeing to, he declares, his face serious, the jovial adventurer gone from the island. On the Maxim, ha ha ha, Enaru laughs, sitting on his throne, control center to his vessel, confusing Nami, as well as making her worry. Remember your friend from Angel Island? She seems to be making quite a stir over in the village. It's quite fun to listen in. The navigator blinks, Connie's? But she should still be on the Mary, she thinks aloud. Don't worry, your ship is still where it was when you left. Just lacking your sky friend, Enaru responds dismissively. Not that it really matters. Nami winces, worry creeping in as she tries come up with a distraction. So, this mantra thing you guys have up here, how does it work? Can you zero in on a specific person, or is it just an all-at-once thing? Not usually, most lack the ability to focus that strongly in our ability, but I can. I'm unique that way. The combination of my mantra and I believe your friend called my lightning powers Guro no Mi. I'm able to pick up electrical vibrations, listen in on conversations, I see all as a divine being should. And when I hear things that shouldn't be said, well, I cast judgment on them. My power extends throughout the entirety of this land. This land is reaching its swan song, a party on angels singing to the tune of my powers. Ha ha ha. Why do I keep finding the crazies? He makes the crew look normal. I have to get out of here soon, Nami thinks in a panic, then realizes Enaru is watching her and frowning. Is something wrong, sir? Enaru turns his head, his frown deepening. No, it's nothing, he answers, though his focus remained on something beyond his arc. There was silence for a few minutes before he speaks again. No, they weren't among the five, so where were they? He wonders aloud. Enaru, Nami whispers before the man leaps to the edge of the arc, just as there was commotion below. There is nothing I hate more than my predictions being wrong. He scowls, looking down his nose at Luffy as he enters the cave. There was a moment of silence, and the audible intake of "Hey, are you the guy they call God? Enaru?" Luffy yells at full volume, making Nami face palm despite everything going on, before her brain catch up with itself and she throws herself at the edge of the ship to see her captain had arrived. She had a chance. You hurt some friends of mine, so I'm going to kick your ass. Enaru scoffs. Those weaklings were your friends? Pitiful? Don't go anywhere, I'll be up to teach you a lesson shortly. Mind your tongue, insect, you're speaking to God after all, he chuckles. What makes you God anyway? Luffy shouts as he runs and springs his way up the arc, the title and current owner starting to piss him off. Strange as you are, you're just a paramecia, nothing compared to me. No living being can stand in my way, that is what makes me God, Enaru boasts, charging up his fist. Sango, the blinding flash of light seemed to annihilate the pirate, causing Nami, Isa and Pierre's hearts to drop, until their vision readjusted and they could see a hole in the wall, and a perfectly fine Luffy standing on the edge of the Maxim. I'm surprised and a little impressed you were able to dodge that, but let's see you pull that off a second time. He smirks before slapping two drums. releasing an electrical attack in the shape of a dragon. 60 million volt Julungal Luffy tanked the hit, and kept walking, annoying Eneru, who zipped over and decided to use the direct approach instead if the other attacks failed. 100 million volt Bari, the acrobatic display seconds later, was done partly out of fear, as Eneru realized something everyone who has fought him up to now have. That his attacks did nothing to this boy. This fact was enough to cause everyone else's brain to short for just a moment, as they realized Luffy was their only hope, on in Ice's case that someone could actually make God run scared. Stay calm, the boy is immune to your lightning, but he's a brawler, and given you can't be affected by physical attacks, that line of thought was interrupted by Luffy burying his foot in Eneru's gut, throwing him across the deck of the Maxim. His electrical powers are completely useless. We wanted to find something to even the playing field, like with the other logias we've faced, by all we needed was Luffy, Nami thinks. A small part of her amused that if they just let Luffy fight the biggest dumbass on the island, like he normally does, this would have been over a lot quicker. Rubber King and Mirror Master, the enemy of God. Eneru pulls himself to his feet, then zips to the other side of the Maxim's deck to Luffy. "You're no mere mortal. What are you, demon?" he asks, a trace of fear audible in his voice. "I'm Luffy, a pirate, and a rubber man," Luffy answers, preparing for his next attack. "Rubber, the fuck is that?" Eneru thinks, "That lightning of yours won't work on me," he shouts, almost like a battle cry before charging at him. "Mantra," Eneru hums, closing his eyes, and the punch slips past him by inches, Luffy being pulled along with it. "Crap, another one of these physic weirdos," Luffy mentally groans, before using his next attack to get back onto the Maxim. That was all it did as Eneru dissipated into his element to avoid the strike. Gum Gum Whip Gum Gum Spear. Eneru uses the gold that lined the ship to blink his way out of harm's way, causing the navigator to nearly get kicked in the face herself. That's incredible. He can predict Luffy's moves. It's that mantra stuff, like the balloon guy, and the other priests too. He knows what you plan to do, so can counter it, Luffy explains, just before getting clocked across the face with Eneru's bow staff, smacked a couple more times before being pinned against the wall on the control panel. "Don't get cocky, boy. Lightning can do much more to someone than simply electrical damage," Eneru smirks, pressing his gold staff against Luffy's throat. "But I don't need to explain that to you, do I, boy? You've already experienced it, haven't you? You'll have to do better than that," Luffy growls, grabbing the staff and trying to kick Eneru, only for him to zip away before contact could be made. "Lightning does nothing, beating him does practically nothing. What is this rubber, and how do I break it?" Eneru thinks aloud before smirking. He's a paramecia. They all have their weaknesses, and their limits, he mumbles, before sending lightning into his staff. "Gloam paddling, I have things to do, so I don't have time to play, therefore I'll just have to end this quickly," he says, before revealing his lightning had reformed his staff into a trident, then leaping at Luffy, who dodges. "As I suspected, you shrug off blunt force, but sharp force damage is your weak point." "Yep," Luffy admits, not seeing a point in denying what he saw as a basic fact, then leaping off the top of the Maxim. Gum Gum Gatling. Well, he would have pummeled the false god into the ground, but his flickered into the gold once more, leaping out of it and stabbing his trident into the still in mid-air Luffy, who just barely dodges, but still ends up with a just below molten gold staff in his hands. "You're immune to direct lightning, but not the heat it generates," Eneru taunts, then looks confused for a moment when Luffy kicks up nowhere near him, until he realizes he can't dodge from this position either. Gum Gum Battle Axe. Luffy's kick hits its mark, driving Eneru face first through the main deck of the Arc Maxim. "You blasphemous little brat," Eneru shouts as he pulls himself back to his feet, getting very annoyed with these blue sea humans and their defiance. Gum Gum Gatling. Eneru's face looked disinterested as he grabs Luffy's hands mid-punch, then slam him into the ground. "It's not like you grew more arms, idiot, even if you throw them fast enough to leave motion blur." "Luffy!" Nami screams, panic setting in when the captain didn't surface. "Sightseeing on a sky island, you blue sea pirates have strange tastes, and bad timing," Eneru muses. "I'm God here. I can do anything my will desires. I have long dreamed of creating an ideal world. This dream will soon become a reality, and nobody will stand in my way, especially not when I'm so close to climax." He then makes his way back to his throne. Now where were we? Oh yes. We were about to watch Skypia die, purging the sky of its unnaturalness. He laughs, setting his hands on the probes either side of his stand. Max. 200 million bari as energy pulses out of Eneru. The Maxim slowly began to power up and rise from the ground. Witness the divine majesty of the Ark Maxim. The vessel with will bring me my desires, the fairy birth of legends. Eneru proclaims, rise Maxim, rise. Oh God, we have no good options. If we beat Eneru, the Maxim drops and we die. If we don't stop him, Skypia is destroyed. And if we do nothing, we'll be brought to this fairy place and be stuck there with Eneru. Either way we lose. Nami whimpers, her heart having palpitations. Luffy, do something, I'm scared. Luffy does something, throwing his hat to the scared redhead, who lets it settle on her head in confusion. Calm down, he says oddly calmly himself, calm down. How can I do that? You forget, you sail on the crew of the future Pirate King. A false god won't stop us, he reminds her, a glimmer of hope starting to reawaken. Pirate King, Eneru repeats, the title having piqued his interest. And what domain does he rule over? He asks, just as the Maxim punches through. Out of the cavern it had been built in. He's the king of the sea, the greatest king of all, Luffy declares. Eneru smirks, so you claim, but let's see if that's true. He then turns to the main arc of the Maxim and the smile grows. The circuit of the Maxim's ultimate is now running at full capacity. Ultimate function? Nami repeats questioningly. Yes, it's called Deathpia, the despair that will destroy this island. Deathpia. Activate from a port in the roof of the ark. A thick black cloud was released, blotting out the sun for a good portion of upper yard. Those are thunderclouds, yes. Eneru finishes, my powers enable me to create this wondrous billowing thundercloud. Soon they will envelop all of Skypia in darkness and despair. Meanwhile the energy within will continue to build to maximum capacity, then, on my command it will release its payload. Dropping thunderbolts so powerful not a fragment of this land will remain. Eneru explains, enjoying the redhead's scared frozen face. Allow me to give you a small demonstration. He shoots a small bolt into the cloud. The reflected bolt destroying a portion of Skypia, increasing the frantic evacuation. You just, Nami whimpers, unable to wrap her head around what she just saw. I just teased the angels a little as is my right as God. Giving them a preview of what's to come as they stay, Eneru states casually. So being God, gives you the right to destroy everything? Luffy asks, angrily. But of course, everything here is mine for the taking, and as it's mine I can destroy anything here if I chose to do so. Their land, their lives, and on that note, I'll celebrate my ascension by taking yours. He says, lunging with his trident which Luffy dodges, then blocking the return kick. Luffy bouncing away as the hot metal burns his skin even if it didn't manage to cut him. This spear is highly charged. I wouldn't recommend getting hit if you want to live. He laughs, thrusting and being deflected several more times. One missing completely as Luffy ducks down to try cool his burning hands. How'd I beat a guy who can predict my moves? Luffy asks himself, then his brain locks onto Eneru's one miss. Luffy didn't think he reacted, ducking down and trying to cool his hands off by blowing on them, that's it. Gum gum, days. Luffy, what are you doing? Hey, answer me you rubber-brained idiot. Nami shrieks. But all Luffy does is stand there with a dopey look on his face. Eneru frowns, giving up are we? He muses, thrusting to impale only for Luffy to weave out of the way effortlessly, shocking him. How? He asks the air after multiple failed attempts to even touch the drooling moron, who continues to step and bend his way out of the god's strikes. He's dodging Eneru's strikes unconsciously, protected by his incredible reflexes. He's moving through the air like a blade of grass in the wind and Eneru can't predict his movements because he's not thinking, so there's nothing for him to detect, Nami thinks, figuring out Luffy's perfect defense for a man who relies so heavily on his mantra as Eneru. Luffy then leaps away, closer to his navigator, but off. I can't attack him, it's all defense and no offense. He admits to her, I've got to get my hands on him somehow. Like the other guy, if I can immobilize him somehow it won't matter if he can see it coming if he can't stop it. Wait, I got it. Luffy then blows his head up really big, but can't hold his breath and it deflates quickly, his limbs now long and noodly. No stupid tricks, this is life or death, Nami yells, panicking again. I see you're not a big fan of my mantra, Which makes sense when it's what makes me the god I am today in combination with my devil fruit. Eneru gloats, spinning his spear in his right hand. I've got it, Luffy says to himself, then turns around and aims for the arc itself. Gum Gum Octopus. Fireworks, what's he do? Whoa, Nami yelps as she ducks to avoid a wayward punch. The plan dawning on her. Luffy's using redirected attacks as a blind scatter shot. If Luffy has no set goal, Eneru has no idea where the punches will land and can't use his mantra to dodge them. This worked, especially as like Nami, Eneru assumed Luffy had given up on him and decided to attack the arc in frustration, and once he did figure it out it was too late, taking hit after hit of rebounded punches, getting the Gum Gum Gatling he'd stopped earlier, or it seemed just delayed. When Eneru was sent flying, only then did Luffy stop punching the ship, turning around and running right at Eneru. "I'm not letting you get away this time," he shouts. Gum Gum Bazooka. The beating he just took meant Eneru's mantra was inactive, meaning Luffy was able to plant his usual finisher right in the man's gut, bringing him to his knees, leaving him wide open to one more strike. Gum Gum Rifle. A direct hit, slamming Eneru right through the wall and knocking him down, to Nami and even Luffy's surprise. Also to both their relief. Beating him didn't immediately send the Maxim on a collision course for the vert, meaning it was mostly just the jump start he was needed for and the arc would be fine on its own for the moment. "He's down, you did it, Luffy," Nami cheers, then freezes when Eneru began to stand once more. Damn, it spoke too soon, she thinks. "Is that the best you can do, humans?" he asks, on one knee but regaining his breath. "Make no mistake, this world will be mine, once I'm done with you. And then, everyone will fear me, worship me, as it should be, as I am the all-powerful god Eneru." He stands to his full height. "Insects like you must learn that for a being such as I, nothing is impossible." Meanwhile, a flying ship, just what we fucking need right now. Vivi curses, about ready to keel over after helping Robin and Alvida haul Wiper, Ganfall, Zoro, Kaya, Chopper, Valentina and Victor to a safer area. "You're really having a bad day, princess," Robin purrs, trying to lighten the mood, catching Vivi's slap with a bloom for her troubles. "Never mind then," she sighs deeply. Back with God, look around you, Rubber Boy, at the despair of the doomed and the damned. Skypia will be annihilated, the angel species extinguished one. And there isn't anything you can do to stop me, he smirks, charging his fist with electricity. Luffy growls, "Wanna bet?" Then runs at Eneru, whose smirk gets wider, just as he places his hand on the golden wall behind him. Gloam paddling, he pulls out a ball of molten gold, placing it directly in the path between himself and Luffy, so the Rubber Boy's hand is painfully trapped within, burning him as well as weighting him down significantly. Eneru laughs, "What's wrong, little boy? Don't like how I've evened the odds? I've simply taken the fight out of you. You see, I'm not actually sure I can take another hit from you, and this way, I don't need to find out. I believe we should part ways now, but as a symbol of my respect for you, take this gold bauble as a parting gift." Eneru kicks the golden ball off the side of the Maxim. Its weight meaning Luffy didn't stand a chance of pulling it back, his rubber body delaying what was inevitable. "Once you are dealt with, there won't be a soul alive who can stand against me." "Not a soul?" Luffy repeats, actually smirking. "You're an idiot. Even if I can't beat you, down in the Blue Sea there are hundreds of people who could put you in your place." He has a point. The thing about Logia users is their arrogance that they're unstoppable now they can't be touched, but if Eneru went to the New World, he'd probably get his ass kicked by any of the Yonko or even a good number of their direct subordinates. Especially as they would probably have at least similar levels of observation haki to him, and they would have armament haki to bypass his lightning powers and kick his ass from one end of the red line to the other. Also, it would interesting to see how the self-proclaimed god handles a Yonko's conqueror's haki. "You talk too much, boy," Eneru sneers, jabbing his staff into the side of the ship to weaken it enough to remove its ability to support Luffy. "Now fall like the Sky Islands will soon enough." "You won't win," Luffy declares, just as the side panel gives way, sending him plummeting into the abyss below. "Luffy!" Nami screams, running to the side, her eyes widen when she sees there was another familiar face in the sky. "Isa," she squeaks. "So that annoying little voice has a name," Eneru hums, jumping onto the side, frowning when he sees her flying on Pierre, trying to catch Luffy, or at least slow his descent. I grow tired of this defiance. Isa, look out, he's going to shoot you, Nami shouts as loud as she could, hoping the Shandorian could do something, anything to save herself. God's judgment. Thor is always with that attack, huge flash of light, big explosion and nothing left to be seen, which had Nami's heart sink lower than Fishman Island. For all my power, the rubber boy managed to hurt me, Eneru says in a moment of self-reflection. He was a good challenge. However, as expected here I stand, the victor, he boasts, angering the currently emotionally distraught Ginger. Meanwhile, on the merry, oh good, you're awake. I was worried I was going to have to spend the entire trip playing nursemaid. Chaos hums as Sanji runs out onto the deck yelling for Nami, allowing hubby to reform into a Kopesh from the glaive it was a moment ago. I presume you think you're fighting fit arrows? He asks, just before the arc maxim flies over them, blocking out the sun. Well, shit. What is that? Sanji asks. It's them city folk and their flying machines. No good will come from that, Artemis answers, trying to lighten the mood. Nami, she's in trouble. Sanji's outburst catching their attention, causing them to look up, Chaos even pulling a telescope from his coat. Well, I'm damned anyway, so she is. Any idea how we get up there? He asks, but doesn't get a response as Sanji had run off to wake Usopp, rather violently to both their annoyance. So, now that we're all officially half-cocked, what is your 12% of a plan, Cook? 2 minutes later, I really hate this plan, shut up and keep running. My love needs us and like it or not you're the only one who didn't get thunderstruck so you're probably going to need to rescue her for me. But remember to tell her I sent you, Sanji swoons, getting kicked several feet forward by a rapidly losing patience Chaos. Why am I coming? Usopp asks from behind them both. I need your grapple ropes to get onto the ship, answered Sanji. If I'm going on this suicide mission so are you, replies Chaos, in a deadpan. I really hate you both, Usopp weeps, but keeps running, knowing the others would drag him if necessary. Back on the Maxim, now the Ark is working at full capacity. Skypia's time is measured in hours, it is destined to fall as I rise to the fairy Verth. All is as it was meant to be, Inaru gloats from his throne, while the Maxim trundles through the air. Though I will admit there is still one thing I need to claim before I leave, that golden bell. None deserve it more than I, the man who rules the heavens themselves. He then notices Nami's scowl. What's wrong? You're lucky a weakling such as yourself made it this far, mostly Bakaupid and thought they could take me. But still, abandon those useless fools and accept the future given to you by my divine mercy. Yeah thanks, you're such a merciful soul, Nami says. Eneru clearly unfamiliar with sarcasm. But one thing is more precious than gold, it's a treasure called friendship. Excuse me, I appear to have tease lines in Nami's box, no this is right. Character development is cool, good on you Nami. What good is owning it all, without any friends to share it with, to enjoy the rich bounty you possess? This island if full of riches I'd love to get my hands on. But sacrificing my friends and having to stand here and stand under the weight of your ego is too much to bear. So your treasure is yours. I don't want it. She shouts the last part, her the anger and pain written all over her face. Really, you don't want anything? Eneru asks, sounding almost amused, lighting crackling across his arms. Not even your life? Well, shit. Really, that was a foolish declaration. You're choosing your ideals over self-preservation, though I probably should have expected that, the other Blue Sea weaklings did before I snuffed them out. If you don't wish to remain on the ship, then there is only one thing that can be done about that, death. So long Miss Navigator. He's playing with me, just like he's done with everyone but Luffy. It'll take all I have. But I will survive this. I will return to the ship and sail the Grand Line with my friends. I will draw my map of the world. Nami thinks, preparing herself for a fight for her life. Her nerves acting up when she remembers even Luffy couldn't beat this monster of a man. Luffy, I'm borrowing your courage, and possibly those rubber balls of steel. This isn't going to be pleasant. I know what you're thinking, and I'm sure you know by now that you won't be leaving this ark safely. Well, unless you're pinned your hopes on those rats trying to sneak into the ship. He muses, surprising Nami. Someone managed to sneak onto the ship while in flight. Meanwhile, lower down, sorry guys, I don't know how many people are on the ship. Even if there were other devil fruit users on board, Eneru envelops the ship with his powers like a thick fog made of lightning. Chaos sighs deeply, annoyed by his failure. Doesn't matter how many of them there are, I'm kicking all their asses to get to Nami. Plus they have that mantra crap. Or at least they most likely do. So we might as well go in guns blazing, so to speak, Sanji suggests, angrily chewing more than smoking his cigarette. You guys clearly have this covered, I'll go back and look after Artemis, Usopp offers, only for Chaos to grab his shoulder. You try retreat, I cut the line and let you drop down that way, understand? Perfectly, the sniper swallows and nods, before the researcher helps him up, groaning when he sees the love cook had already run off. Damn moron, he shouts, before the two give chase. Back on deck, it seems they're quite serious about rescuing you. Fools willing to die for an impossible cause, Eneru scoffs as he steps down from his throne. Who could it be? Chaos maybe. Artemis is out because there's no way he'd send her up here, but other than them Luffy was the only person in a condition to move. Never mind fight, Nami wonders, then has to roll out of the way of a lightning bolt shot from Eneru's body. While help has arrived, you haven't been saved yet. In fact, I believe you'll be dead long before they get a chance to attempt to strike me down. Maybe they can cradle your charred corpse before joining you in the next life. All I can do is jump and pray I don't explode when I hit the ground, Nami thinks, mentally grimacing at the idea, I'm up against lightning up here, there's not really much else I can do. Thinking fast with another bolt, Nami swings with her climb attack, managing to deflect it out into the sky. It worked. My, what interesting toys you blue sea folk come up with. Eneru almost purrs, grinning softly, then launches another bolt. Thunderball, another strike, another deflection, creating a path for the lightning to follow, so it doesn't go through you instead. Clever, Eneru compliments her. You're obviously well versed in weather phenomenon. It's cute, which is why it's a shame all I need to do to stop it is to raise the voltage of my bolts. Now I'm a very busy man, islands to destroy, godhood to solidify, so be gone. Why don't you be gone? Exploding star kaboom. Ops, I'm sorry, Usopp squeaks, seeing Eneru's unamused expression at the failed attack, successful distraction. Usopp, Nami screams, shocked to see him moving around, especially after the damage Eneru had done to him already. I know you, from the ship? Hey, wait a minute, where are Sanji and Chaos? That's who it was, Usopp, Sanji and Chaos? Nami asks, repeats, mostly to herself. You mean they're not up here yet? Usopp asks, looking around for the other two. Later, he waves, before closing the door. Coward! Nami shouts angrily. There was a moment of silence before Usopp flings open the door once more. Bring it on, God! Zap! Ah! Usopp screams as he dodges the bolt, rolling his way through the blasts until he made his way over to Nami. Hey Nami. Usopp, what do we need to do? Tell me so I can help. Save me, Usopp suggests, getting punched for his troubles. You're supposed to be here to save me, yeah, but things have gotten messy and complicated. I have literally no idea what's going on. Well, man up and save my ass, and probably your own too while you're at it. Usopp nods, how do I do that exactly? We are fighting God after all. Oh yeah, Nami muses, then both leap away to avoid Eneru's next attack. Hey Nami, about the hat, Usopp begins. Yes, it's Luffy's, he was here a little while ago, but Anaru threw him overboard. He's not dead, I just know he isn't. The arc keeps rising, there's no way Luffy can get up here and save us. As much as it annoys me, that's completely true, Nami sighs in annoyance. We need to find a way out of this cause I'm not a big fan of dying. Same here, Nami agrees, both rolling in opposite directions to split Anaru's focus and attacks. Usopp, look over there. A waiver? Usopp asks, looking confused. Yeah, we need to get off the ship with it, Nami explains. Are you insane? We'd never survive the fall from this height? Not to the ground, look, there's a patch of island cloud in the middle of the forest. We aim for that and should be fine, Nami explains to the sniper who still looks dubious. Okay. I'll create a diversion, you get the waiver up and running, he orders. The redhead nods and runs, while he turned to face God. Prepare yourself, for, Usopp spell. Ah, the power of cringe. Yeah, I'm not writing that, good luck. Unfortunately, the mental images, phantom pains did nothing, as Eneru zipped up and clobbered Usopp across the face with his staff, then began to beat him savagely. Usopp, the waivers ready, let's zap. Once more Nami watches helplessly as Usopp is struck by lightning courtesy of Eneru's powers. The burned long nose dropped to the ground like a sack of coal, smoking lightly and practically unresponsive. Though you want so badly to run away, facing me it will not be that simple, Eneru states, smirking at Nami as he turns to face her once more. But please, do try it again. I love it when they run. You need to do this, Usopp, Nami shouts as she revs the waver, driving straight for him. You need to grab my hand. Usopp tries, but his arm is pinned by Inaru's staff just before Nami reaches him, causing her to zip past. For you there is no hope for salvation, Eneru states, clearly about to charge up another bolt, when Usopp is kicked onto the waver. Gun it, Nami. We got the little drummer boy, guys, Nami whimpers. Just do it, Nami, Usopp wheezes, his hand joining hers on the throttle. Thor zap, crack, smash. Well, that's unfortunate. Chaos winces, the bolt deflected. But his right arm was shattered at the elbow. Silver shards the size of his thumbnail were the average size. Oh god, Nami squeaks. Papa's not happy. Came a voice. WHSE control of the waver. Wah, Artemis? Hi Nami. The artist greets with a blank expression. How did you get here? I traveled by coat, she replied as if it was a thing that happened, confusing Nami even more than Chaos wasn't even wearing his usual cloak, just the waistcoat he wore underneath as had been his attire since entering the White Sea. He'd even foregone his hat, his purple hair currently silver-tipped and spreading, unlike the rest of his body which appeared to already be fully covered. Hey Sanji, are you lightning-proof? No, but clearly neither are you, the cook argues. Go save your girlfriend, I think I have a plan. Sanji couldn't tell given the armor diluted his features, but he had a feeling that damn smirk of his was still there, so he clearly had some idea of what he was doing, even if it was stupid and possibly suicidal, like the bomb incident back in Alabasta. Okay, also, holy crap, Artemis is here, Sanji shouts. What? Damn it, get moving, arrows, protect the girls, and Usopp. You got it, crazy, Sanji nods, running over to the currently stalling waver. We should probably start moving once Papa is done with earlobe guy, Artemis suggests, confusing Nami. Why? Because the ship is too complicated for a 10-year-old girl to understand. She flashes a grin reminiscent of Luffy, sending a shiver down her spine. You really think you can beat me? You don't even have mantra or rubber, Eneru taunts. Very true, but I have this, which we'll have to do, Chaos responds, waving his fist in Eneru's direction. The so-called god laughs, bobbing and weaving on both sides as he slid past punches and slashes, while Chaos hopped around bolts of lightning, always going smoothly, until the purple-ed's fist found Eneru's gut, the punch throwing him against the outer machinery of the Maxim. But, how? You're not a logia, you're a common paramecia like the boy from earlier. So you've already fought Luffy, explains got the crap kicked out of me, look you're sporting, and by the way, it's not the common paramecia, it's the ultra-rare special paramecia, Suru no Mi. One of the benefits of my fruit, is I negate devil fruit defenses, by reflecting them back onto themselves. To simplify it, Thunderous, it's like punching yourself when used offensively. Chaos grins widely, while Inaru scowls. If that's the case, I'll just remove your only other weapon. He zips to Chaos' left side, placing his hand on his shoulder. 100 million volt Bari shimmer. Papa, okay. Now you're just being an asshole, Chaos growls, his waistcoat flapping in the air with only one side supporting it. Thor smirks as Eneru carelessly walks through the shards. Though I suppose I should thank you. Without you I might not have gotten to try this, as trying to set it up would have been painful for me, or just uncomfortable for the others. Eneru raises an eyebrow, what are you blathering on about? 1000 mirror shadow, 1000 mirror shards. With a raising of his arm the sky shimmers like snowflakes were falling through it. The mirror shards floating around in the air, glistening in the high-altitude sun. I don't see what makes this so special. I suppose it's defensive, but what's the point if I can just shatter them again or pierce right through them? Eneru asks, just as Chaos smirks. Gokei, the shards move quickly, encircling and encroaching on the god of the sky, who scoffs and begins to use his mantra and logia abilities to dodge. Though as he flickers within Chaos keeps his eyes trained on him, directing the shards with a glacé when he escapes their cage. Eventually, as the technique was clearly unfinished, he commanded. Scatter settle. The shards stopped their attack on Eneru, first by simply forming a wide ring around him, before drifting back to their owner. That was pointless, boy. You can't kill a god, Eneru taunts, his silver rings flash in the light. Chaos looks amused, mostly because as the shards re-entered his body his stumps bubbled and began to reform. Unfortunately for him the regeneration was rather slow. It wasn't meant to kill you, not really, it was merely a test, as well as an attempt to strike you. I didn't know Luffy already had, but was stubbornly determined to prove my point. Nami dear, can you imitate Bentham reverting his face for the nice dumbass? I can't right now. Nami looks confused, okay. She touches her cheek, just as a palm-sized collection of shards joined and hovered in front of Chaos' face, red with blood. What is she? Eneru thinks as he replicates, then winces and his eyes widen. Pulling his hand back he sees blood, his own blood on his fingers. If you can make God bleed, then you know he can die. Chaos smiles as a shard cuts his belt loop, releasing Hubby, which he kicks so he can grab it in his mouth. A hiss like acid sounds as it forms into a dark gray katana. He then speeds at Eneru, using the distraction as a gap in his mantra, cutting him deeply across the side, but not gutting him as intended as his own reflexes still enabled him to dodge the attack. How? That's impossible. Eneru shouts, the Straw Hats thinking the same thing. See stone blade. Chaos coughs after spitting out the hilt, the burns on his face extending his mouth enough his back teeth were visible in his smile. Doesn't matter what you are, it's gonna cut you. And for a devil fruit user, it's going to hurt like a hot wire in the wound. He turns, his smile reaching close to Joker levels at the moment. I was hoping to disembowel you, but this. Shing thunk. Papa. Chaos. The researcher stumbles, sways and with a wet cough spits out some blood. But the biggest problem was the hole through his head where his right eye had been. Courtesy of an angry Eneru launching his spear through it. Just die already, heathen. You think you're tough cutting me, when I've already shown your armor's just not hard enough to defend you from God's wrath. Nightmare Black. The attack name was screamed at full volume. Eneru barely dodged it, and was glad to when he saw the paint technique burn its sigil into the wall of the Maxim. You missed, God, was quietly murmured, though given the rumble of the Maxim had dimmed everyone heard it. Chaos smiled as he lowered his arm, then fell back, Nami and Sanji managing to just barely catch him. The smile on his face not wavering even when he appeared to have passed out, the only aberrations being his body twitching. Kida Eneru yells as several digits were severed from his hands and feet, the snowflake-looking shards joining the others in their now accelerated return to their fruit user. Bastard, heathen! Eneru shouts, just as the ship lurches, then the smokestack producing the thundercloud sputters to a stop. What? How? You don't mess with AD, Artemis whispered. Her eyes practically crimson with anger. Rubber King and Mirror Master, God-slaying king. What have you done to my arc, my masterpiece, you brat? Eneru growls, before disappearing in a flash of lightning, muttering about fixing their mistakes. Nami sighs deeply, while Artemis crawls onto chaos-prone form, removing her hat and placing it over his head wound. The shards brushing against her but floating past harmlessly. Well, we're not going to get a better opening than this. Everyone hold on, she shouts, gunning the ignition and shooting them off the side of the Maxim. Luckily clouds negate fall damage and everyone was fine, thought still scared witless. Question now we're not about to be char-grilled, how the hell is he still alive? Usopp asks, pointing to Chaos who had 4 limbs again, even if the upper ones were rudimentary at best. Devil fruit, Nami and Sanji both guess, before the redhead elaborates. He turned his entire body into whatever substance his armor is made from, and I get the feeling this is why it was probably not a good idea. Plus it could explain the spazzing out he's currently doing. His mind is trying to process the non-fatal loss of 30 to 40% of his brain, especially when there's no way to do that to a normal person without killing them instantly. Is Papa going to be okay? Artemis asks quietly, resting her head on his once more milk-white chest. If his mind can hold itself together until after his parts put themselves back together, then yes. He should be fine, eventually, the navigator guesses. Rubbing her head like she'd seen Robin in Chaos do to soothe the young girl. Hoping the Purplet would make a full recovery. She'd seen her mother die in front of her, she didn't want the artist to go through the same pain anytime soon. But enough of this. We need to find the others and try get back to the Mary. Otherwise we're going down with the island if Inaru has his way. She states, trying to push the three into action, and it worked. They're focused solely on the crew that were out there, rather than the one down with them. Activating the waiver, Nami sped them onward toward Giant Jack. Meanwhile, hey girls, catch, Luffy yells, throwing Isa and Pierre off his back and towards Vivi, Alvida, Robin and the others, his wives trying to catch the screaming Shandorian girl. While the archaeologist smiles weakly and steps back, knowing the clouds will break their fall, which they do. What happened to you, Luffy? What's that on your arm? Vivi asks, worried for her captain's safety. A gift from Inaru before he kicked me off his ship. As for what's going on, the bastard has hurt too many of my family, my friends, my crew. I need to stop him. All things you knew when you ran off towards the Maxim. What's changed? Alvida repeats, something must have happened since then as you're angrier than even then? That might be my fault. Asia squeaks. Why? Robin asks curiously. I told him the tall one's voice was fading, that it must have been Inaru as it was loud and maddening, but oddly pleasant on the arc. Then it was a scream, followed by whimpers, she explains, causing the still conscious Straw Hats to turn a sickly gray. Oh chaos, Robin mutters, fists clenching tight enough her knuckles turned white. I almost feel sorry for Inaru. Alvida tries to joke. We've seen how far Luffy will go to help people he barely knew. This is his brother the bastard has nearly killed. The captain will not be holding back on this one. Robin, the golden bell, it's at the top of this plant, isn't it? And it's the reason Inaru hasn't blown this place up, right? Luffy asks, seemingly out of the blue. Correct, if the belfry exists, then it's at the summit of, I believe the locals call it Giant Jack. She turns to Isa, who had calmed down enough to nod to Robin that she was right, then sees Wiper and runs over to check on him. Good, I'll be back down when he's dead, Luffy shouts before once more hauling himself up the stalk. Luffy, oh dear Rao, this guy has made Luffy very mad. Vivi bites her lip, wishing she was able to be some help in this fight, but what good was she against something like Inaru, when even Luffy, Chaos and Zoro couldn't beat him? So Isa, Robin looks down, hoping to change the subject. Have you seen our navigator? She was on the ship, same as the tall one and that painter girl, but I don't know where she is now. She then whimpers, I only sense one voice up there now, she says quietly, before choking as Robin's bloomed hands wrap around her throat. My daughter was on that ship, Robin growls, scaring Vivi and Alvida as they'd never seen the woman as anything but bored, curious and amused for longer than a moment. I don't know, Isa gasps out, nearly passing out when the sound of a waiver could be heard, followed by yelling from their crewmates currently manning it. Nami, Usopp, Sanji, Vivi cheers, grinning widely as she thought that meant everyone would soon be accounted for. Hi Aunt Vivi, Artemis chirps, unseen but still loud enough to snap Robin out of her red haze. Are you okay? Inaru didn't hurt you? She asks as the waiver comes to a stop in front of them. I'm fine, little stuck but good, the artist assures her, Robin smiling slightly as she sees the redhead in Chaos arms. The problem being that half-formed arms, plus intense pain, means him gripping them the way they were equated to his fingers practically fusing to the opposite bicep. I think I can wriggle out, don't touch that, she shouts as Alvida picks up her hat, only to nearly slam it back down. Geez, what happened? She asks, meanwhile Robin turned her attention to Chaos and chuckles before sighing deeply. You're a true fucking D, aren't you? She mutters, then notices the confused look on everyone's face. Nobody sees the burns on his face? Was a little preoccupied by the whole really, Sanji retorts. His lips, they're burned, practically splits his face ear to ear. Giving him a, hopefully semi-permanent at worst, grin, Robin explains. Papa's smiling, that's good for us and bad for Inaru. Artemis grins, wriggling out of his arms and getting off the waiver. Now what? Holy shit, what happened to everyone? Kaya, Usopp yells, running over to the blonde but stopping short. Inaru happened, he took us all down like we were nothing, Robin answers, her fists clenched. When Luffy and his queens escaped the snake, he took off in Nami's direction, while they helped me move everyone up here where it's at least a little safer. Inaru took out all of them? Sanji repeats in disbelief. Most of them, I don't know what took out Chopper, or the V's as they all came down to the lower level with Kaya and Zoro already unconscious and injured. Okay, the whole gang's together, but where's Luffy? Nami asks. He just left to go fight Inaru, but with everyone here so badly injured and him going at full speed, he left to fight him alone, Isa answered. We missed him, didn't we? By how much? A couple minutes at best. But given he was scaling that beanstalk faster than most of us, it might as well have been an hour ago, Alvida answers. Wishing she had been able to follow him, show that jumped up electric eel not to mess with her cray, her family. Luffy was right there. This was Nakama, your crew or your family. Shit, we don't have much time. I'll take the waiver, you all try get back to the Mary as quick as you can. Nami orders. Grimacing at the thought of running towards this so-called god after only just escaping. But she couldn't let Luffy go it alone, not again. You heard the navigator, we're moving out, head for the ship. Zap boom, it's starting, they turn to Nami. Inaru's death pia, it's beginning to be unleashed. We need to go now, full speed, don't stop till you reach the Mary's deck. She yells, just as pillars of lightning formed all throughout Skypia before detonating in larger and larger explosions. Well, shit, the only thing the strengthening tremors did seemed to be rouse Inaru's most recent victims, as Wiper, Zoro, Kaya and even Ganfall slowly sat and then stood up. Seems the only ones left are Chopper, Victor and Valentina. Shouldn't be too hagged to keep everyone calm and focused, helping Zoro to stand while Usopp did the same with Kaya. Meanwhile Artemis was past Chopper and Robin picked up Valentina, leaving Vivi and Alvida with Victor. Wiper, please snap out of it, Isa pleads. But the man stands still as stone. Robin hums as she looks up, he's almost directly above us, he'll be at the peak soon enough. What does he even want up there? Ganfall asks, Enaru's actions confusing him, even more than it angered him. He's looking for the bell, she answers, a bell? Wiper turns his head, then mutters, the fire of Shandora. He then turns to face Robin. You said Enaru is looking for a golden bell, correct? Yes, anyone else really confused? Usopp asks, getting several nods. You were talking about a bell before Inaru struck you down. You both seemed rather interested now I think about it. Now that we know what Inaru's looking for, you need to tell me where it is, the Shandorian demands. It's up the beanstalk, most likely at the very top, Robin theorizes, ignoring Usopp's flailing which would usually amuse her. Are you sure? How can you know it's there? It's not down here and it is part of Shandora, so it must be on the tip of the stalk. While I was exploring the ruins I found a map which seemed to indicate the bell was located in the heart of the city, which just so happens to be where Giant Jack pierces the island. Wiper finishes, understanding where she was going, then grunts as he falls to his knee. Wiper, are you okay? Isa squeaks, rushing over, shortly followed by Kaya. Please tell me you're not thinking of climbing the beanstalk. He won't have to, Usopp shouts, drawing their attention. Everybody run, the beanstalk is falling. Oh shit, luckily the entire beanstalk wasn't collapsing, just the top, but it was still a large enough chunk they needed to move it. The top, it's fallen, what's going on up there? Please tell me Nami isn't hurt. Wiper, Isa shrieks, watching the man try stand again. Don't do it. You can't fight Inaru in this condition. Never mind the fact nobody can reach him which he's on the ship. It doesn't matter, the bell is within our grasp. We need to ring it, light the fire of Shandora just as Calgara wished. Wiper pants, his eyes hardened with determination. Great warrior Calgara. This is our true goal, to set the bell ringing again, as it was meant to be. Meanwhile, earlier, a little higher Mamaragan Inaru laughs manically as he wipes the Shandorian village off the face of the map, finding the destruction he was causing magnificent. This is the sky. It is God's domain. Everything here is unnatural, the people, the trees, the land. Fall and return to the blue where you belong. Let this island crumble and rain upon the blue sea. As the Maxim rose, Inaru also decided to destroy God's shrine as well as Shiroda's ruins, as neither were of any use to him anymore, when he was so close to his end goal. He then pauses and frowns. Suddenly I sense two voices. They're not running away, they're getting closer. Though he mostly ignores it until he reaches his final destination. I'm FN ally above Giant Jack. Never needed to be this high before, nor do I believe anyone else has. Which was their own mistake, as it means the bell will be mine. He laughs, then stops as he senses Luffy push through the cloud layer of God's shrine. Persistent little maggot, isn't he? Inaru. Stay right there, Luffy yells, charging straight up the remainder of the beanstalk towards the Maxim. Dodging a lightning bolt, but unfortunately the strike was powerful enough to damage the stalk, causing it to tilt and break, sending Luffy, and the bell, tumbling down. Luckily the Straw Hat was able to grab a growth from the main stalk, hanging on for dear life, the ball stretching his arms to an uncomfortable level. This little mishap will make getting up here very difficult now, won't it? Inaru taunts from the Maxim. Keep talking, you're not the first logia I've smacked the smug grin off when I beat the shit out of them, Luffy growls defiantly. Hang around, rubber boy, you'll get to see something miraculous, Inaru boasts before zipping away to cause more destruction. I guess I should try get out of this while he isn't here. Luffy thinks aloud, then starts trying to bounce and spring himself using the ball to increase his momentum, finally just before the growth snaps. Gum gum yo-yo. He rockets up the stalk, landing back on God's shrine, through the ball landed on him when it finally stopped. My plan worked, somehow. He laughs, then stands up and gets serious again, just as Nami arrives with the waiver, by stopping on him. Oh hey Nami. Wait, what are you doing here? I haven't rescued you yet, he asks in confusion. You idiot. Sanji, Usopp and Chaos rescued me. I was fine on the ground until I decided to rescue you. Oh, hey Nami is Chaos. Nami chuckles. Like I said to Artemis, he's about as stubborn as you. So I'm sure you'll be fine eventually. Luffy smiles with her, but then she tenses. Nami? Something's wrong? She mumbles, then turns, the clouds. They're changing shape, and she was right. A ball of pitch black cloud was separating from the rest of the mass, hovering directly over Angel Island. I have a very bad feeling we're not going to like whatever Inaru is about to do with that cloud ball, she says, to which Luffy nods. That thunderhead is bursting at the seams with hurricane winds and lightning bolts. It's not going to be a pleasant sight when that drops its payload. Raigo the thundercloud sinks into the clouds of Angel Island, before detonating, practically annihilating the Skypian homeland as well as anyone who hadn't evacuated by then, all in plain view of the Straw Hats, Shandorians, Skypians, everyone. Inaru had just wiped a region off the map in one attack. At the base of Giant Jack. What was that? How did he do something like that? Usopp panics and rambles. Angel Island, gone. Inaru, how could you? Ganfall gasps, falling to his knees and crying, what kind of monster are you? He weeps, the others unable to fully process what they just witnessed. Back at God's shrine, come on Luffy, get on the waiver, we need to meet back up with the others and get back to the Mary. Nami orders, gunning the throttle to make her point. I can't. I may not need to save you anymore, but I still have unfinished business with Inaru. Are you kidding me Luffy? This isn't worth it, I need to find the golden bell. Nami blinks. What? Listen Luffy, you may never hear this from me again. But forget about the gold, it's not worth your life. Inaru may not be able to hurt you with his lightning directly, but as we just saw there are a million different ways from someone like him to kill a man, so give up. If it's gold you're after, there's a giant ball stuck to your arm, she screams. I won't die, Luffy, this stubbornness isn't going to help. You saw it right? He asks, confusing his navigator. Saw it? City of Gold? You've seen it, and know it's real? Then it wasn't a lie. The old man down in Jaya, his ancestor, wasn't the liar everyone says he was. I need to ring the bell, and show everyone Shandora was real, and it's in the sky. That Sky Islands are real. I need to do this, show them it's up here, so they can finally stop looking hopelessly in the sea until Cricket and the monkeys kill themselves doing it. Nami didn't know what to say, his actions looked selfish, a giant gold bell, and kicking some douchebag in the face, but his reasons, he wanted to help. He wanted to make things right. Luffy, she begins. Inaru won't take the golden bell, I won't let him. The ringing of that bell, if it's as large as the legend says, will be heard farther than the eye can see, it'll reach the blue sea. I'm not stopping, until I hear that bell ringing once again. Luffy declares, then begins running back up the remains of Giant Jack. Back down below, please tell me you're joking, Usopp pleads, looking worried when Vivi shakes her head. No, that's what he said, he was going to hit that bell as hard as he could so Cricket and the maybe those asshats in Mock Town as well, Alvida confirms. A low chuckle causes heads to turn. A blue sea dweller lighting the fire or Shandora. Seems oddly fitting given it's where we came from. Where both Calgara and Noland were born. Wiper says, a ghost of a smile breaking through his pained expression. And back up we go using his arm like a grappling hook. Luffy catches the side of the Maxim. And begins to pull himself up, only for Inaru to blink to where he was holding. As captain of this ship, I don't give you permission to board, he states arrogantly. I'm a pirate, do you really think I give a shit about permission? Luffy retorts, unfortunately not in any position to stop Inaru kicking his hand and making him lose his grip, landing back where he started, almost directly on top of Nami in fact. I told you that wasn't going to work, not now, save the I told you so's for when we're done. Haha, did you both enjoy my destruction of that pathetic Angel Island as much as I did? Inaru asks, ignoring their growled retorts, I'm sure you both know how forgiving I am, so girl, would you still like a ride to the fairy Verth? He offers, expecting the coward to agree. Not on your life, Nami shouts, once I find the bell, I'll use another Rygo to remove this abomination from the sky. You will regret not taking this out when I graciously offered it to you my dear. All the voices will perish, including those directly beneath you. He gloats, the two straw hats tensing and getting angrier. Nobody gets away with threatening their nakama. I'm not going to let that happen. You're not going to get away with this, Luffy shouts as he once more charges up the beanstalk, to which Inaru is actually intrigued, striking him with lightning and sending him falling back to the remains of the shrine. Your life ends now rubber brat. Try to die with dignity. Inaru chuckles, stopping. Luffy advances a couple more times before growing bored. Accept it. There's nothing in this world that can stop me now. Inaru, Luffy growls, his blood boiling in his veins. I'm going to take you down, and rain. That bell, he declares, before continuing to try make his way up the beanstalk, though this time his failures seem to be more due to blind rage than God fucking with him. Not helped by the Maxim stopping by a cloud and hovering, while no increase to the lightning fall meant Inaru wasn't messing with the angels again. Luffy, this isn't working, the signs all point to the fact Inaru has the bell. You need to stop before you kill yourself. No matter how much you stretch yourself you can't get up to that ship, Nami pleads with her idiot captain. His actions making her feel his pain even just sympathetically. No, if he's taken it I'll just have to take it back, Luffy shouts, grabbing the waiver from under Nami and trying to use it to give him even the slight boost he might need to accomplish his goal. This isn't working, how can we possibly get to that ship from here? Nami thinks, trying to come up with something to help Luffy even if just to make him stop running up a wall pointlessly. Wait a minute. The others. Nami turns just as Luffy faceplants once again. Hey Luffy, I have an idea. Down below, more debris. Take cover, Usopp shouts, diving, just as a giant leap floats down, not even disturbing Artemis as it lands on her, other than ruining her light. It's a leaf, with writing on it, Isa shouts, causing the others to come look. Chop down this beanstalk, and make sure it falls to the west, Robin reads. Well, this is interesting. Wonder what our navigator has planned. Foo. No time like the present to find out. Hey old guy, which way is west? Zoro asks, getting out his swords. If I'm not mistaken, that way, in line with where Inaru's arc is currently stationed. Wait, we're going to do it just like that? This clearly has something to do with Luffy and Nami's confrontation with Inaru. Vivi guesses. Anything that can help end this madness gets a yes in my book. Nami's swan is never wrong, so let's chop down this overgrown beanstalk. Sanji swoons, and is promptly ignored. Arguments ended when light reached them. What should be a good thing meant things were just getting worse, as it meant clouds were being diverted away from their current location, in this case condensing into another ball, which hovered menacingly over the entire island. Another cloud, and this one's even bigger. It hits the clouds. Asia begins. And goodbye existence. Robin finishes bluntly. Well, what are you doing staring at the sky? Let's cut down this stalk and stop this lunatic. Alvida shouts, snapping most of them out of their mental loop. Wait, you actually think this will work? Usopp asks skeptically. Do you have any better ideas, because we're open for suggestions, Zoro counters, the sniper sighing as he had nothing, but was mostly just venting about how insane and impossible this plan sounded. Also because timing sucks in this universe. The lightning remembered they were there. and began raining down on them. Everyone run. Grab someone and get out of here. I'll deal with this overgrown vine and be right behind you. The others looked reluctant to leave him, especially their medic, but Zoro was right. They needed to get the others to safety, and chopping down a beanstalk should be trivial for their swordsman. Nodding, Zoro runs towards the stalk, dodging bolts as he does. The others running the other direction as fast as possible. Chopper, Pierre, Victor, Valentina and Chaos as secure as they could make them, which apparently means an oak leaf mochi cake. I have had it with you, Inaru. Taste this, you long-eared freak. Zoro shouts as he slices through the plant. A moment of triumph fills him, before electricity fills him from a direct hit. He did it, he got zapped like a bug, but he did it. Alvida cheers, then frowns when nothing happens. What's that thing made of? Sanji grumbles. Looks like a plant, but it might as well be sea stone. Don't worry. I'll save us, Usopp declares, puffing out his chest, before digging into his bag. Zoro's done the hard work. I just have to finish the job. He then sprints and rolls his way over to Giant Jack, peppering it with exploding stars, all the while on the lookout for lightning bolts. This crew is insane, but I get the feeling it's the only thing that's kept us alive this long. Vivi sighs, but her smile still refused to leave her face. Bawa! The big snake wants to help, Artemis says, watching it barrel towards the stalk. Should we tell it which way to shove the thing? How about right up Inaru's A? The smooth woman's mouth is covered by a bloom, as Robin gives her a clear, shut the fuck up, stare. No sweetie, I think it can figure it out for itself. Slam Creek, it certainly looks like it, Wiper notes, seeing the snake topple the stalk after throwing its full weight behind a tackle. That wasn't the plan, but it worked. That's this crew in a nutshell. Artemis grins. They try to plan, but in the end hitting things is the most effective method of dealing with problems we come across. With Nami and Luffy, I think they got the message, Luffy says as he gets behind Nami on the waiver. Looks like, now hold on, we have one shot at this so we can't waste it, she reminds him, gunning the throttle. Oh, and one thing, I haven't actually tried out this waiver's jet dial at max strength. I was a little worried about how strong it would be, and how fast I would end up going, Nami admits a little sheepishly. Well, there's no better time to try it out when we have literally nothing else to lose, Luffy replies. Which was basically a gun at Nami to the navigator's ears. Releasing the brakes and shooting forward at speeds she didn't think possible. But still she held it straight, driving up the collapsing beanstalk with Luffy's golden dead weight bouncing happily behind them. The lightning being hurled at them was barely worth a mention, speeding too quick for even Inaru to aim accurately, though under better circumstances Nami would probably be punching Luffy for antagonizing the bastard Ollie once he started blasting at the beanstalk to try speed up its fall and prevent them from reaching him at all. Meanwhile with Inaru, the man who would be God, grins as he zips off the Maxim, his final treasure now within his grasp. At last, the legendary belfry of Shadora. It's just as majestic as the stories foretold, he says gleefully, and now it's mine, a prize worthy of a deity such as myself. After basking in the glory, and stroking his ego a little, read a lot, he decides to end things with a bang. Pulling much larger amount of his thunderclouds into a Rygo ball, he hovers in the air, like the god he was, and looks down on his subjects. I have accomplished my goal, the golden bell is mine. It's time to finally destroy this island and the Eulo Regalis clouds they sit within, then finally set off for the fairy Vert. He laughs as he senses all the panicked Skypian and Shandorians. I think I might actually miss playing with this insects. Oh well, it's a small price to pay for my ascension. He then senses an aberration from the blue sea dwellers at the base. Really now, that's a very dim move, boy. You think you can win? The moment you entered the game your fate was sealed? He rains down bolt upon bolt. FN allies striking the swordsman before he could finish his job. Now maybe they'll wait, that thing's not dead. I must be losing my touch. He frowns as Nola awakens and starts Jack's descent, immediately followed by the approaching voices of Luffy and Nami. Cute, but also dim. Even thinking about trying to reach me at this point is a level of insolence beyond simple stupidity. But if you're that impatient you can't wait to die with the rest of Skypia, I'll help with that. Mamaragan, he begins volleying lighting, but he soon learned even with his mantra, striking a fast-moving waver on a falling beanstalk was difficult. with the closest to a good hit being deflected by Luffy's rubber arm batting it aside, so he switched to plan B. Accelerate Giant Jack's fall, so they don't even have a chance to reach him. Never mind failed to stop him. That is a much easier thing to do, as besides falling, the beanstalk wasn't exactly going anywhere and was literally just a target for the mad god. I can still hear the fools scuttling around below. Let's change that, he muses, charring up an extra large bolt, which tore through a good portion of the cloud cover around the ruins, but somehow they still stood, unlike the beanstalk which fell at its current pace. Inaru, I'm going to kick your ass. That boy has a rock for a brain. How many times do I need to smack him down before he gives up? Inaru grunts, no longer amused by the Straw Hat's antics. Give back the golden bell, right now. That is enough. Your foolishness has reached the end. My decimator is finally complete. Inaru announces, now disappear along with this eyesore. He orders, giving the finishing jolt to his thundercloud. Luffy, you better have a plan, Nami thinks in panic. Raigo as the waiver flies off Giant Jack, the dial finally putters out. Though Luffy isn't worried, he smiles slightly, and jumps as hard as he could. Nami watches in fear and horror as she realizes his target was the Raigo cloud. You idiot, that thing will kill even you. What can some ant do against me? Rubber boy? Inaru asks in a dismissive manner, just as Luffy enters the cloud. Ha ha ha. A quick death for the stubborn fool. Gum gum fireworks. Golden peony lightning cracks and sparks across the surface of the thunderball, before completely gone haywire, confusing even Inaru, while Nami shields her eyes. Knowing somehow this was all Luffy's doing, even if she didn't know how or if he even knew it was going to do that. Scratch that, she knew Luffy had no idea what he was doing, it just worked. That golden ball on his arm, it's a natural conductor. Inaru realizes belatedly. Well, I'll just have to use it before you can discharge the payload up here. Fall and end this place. Clear the sky. No words were uttered for a few minutes as the thunderball shattered. Not Inaru, not Nami, not any of the Shandorian, Skypian or remaining Straw Hats. The moment too much for their brains to handle. The blinding flash not helping matters, as entering the light was usually a sign you died, so maybe Inaru's plan did work. Ah! Luffy did it. Usopp cheers, himself and Kaya bouncing around together with matching grins. The captain saved our collective asses, again. Robin chuckles, turning to Artemis and Chaos, the girls' eyes sparkling like diamonds. This is one hell of a crazy family you've brought me to. She whispers, taking his hand in hers and smiling when Artemis notices her staring. Ring the bell, Straw Hat. Ganfall shouts, light the fire of Shandora. Wiper and Isa scream. You destroyed my Raigo, blasphemous worm. Inaru shouts with pure rage. Yeah, and now I'm gonna ring you along with that bell, Luffy declares, arm already coiled in its ready position. Oh crap, what's he doing now? 200 million volt, Mamoru Inaru, got fat, well sort of. He charged up to his full capacity and used it to augment his current form, getting larger, becoming entirely electric blue, and his hair, including his eyebrows, gaining a wavy, jagged lightning bolt style to it. Ring the bell, you say? He repeats, the arrogance back once more. You must be one of those fools who believes the war will end when the bell rings once more. I am God. No words preceded his attack, just a stream of lightning that streaked across the sky, straight through where Luffy had been a moment ago. I don't care how strong you think you are, you're still just a paramecia. You can't even try to match the strength of a logia like myself, even if there were 100 of you. That won't work on me, Luffy repeats, passing through the lightning arm of Inaru's elemental form, then running across it. And stop calling yourself God. No god would simply destroy everything, and save nothing. Faker! He shouts, kicking Inaru right in the jaw, then gritting his teeth to avoid screaming in pain as he just barely stops Inaru's, now pitifully small, trident impaling his side. Quick reflexes, rubber boy, you stopped it from impaling you, but it still burns, doesn't it? Now what? You have nowhere to run, and the dead weight on your arm will ensure you end up skewered on the blades of my trident. And if you let go, not only will you fall to your death, but everyone still on Skypia will join you in a matter of moments. Inaru taunts, seeing no way for his opponent to counter. You lose, rubber boy. I can and will create another Raigo easily, and then there will be nothing left of this land but a memory. Luffy pulls himself off the edge of the speared IP, and leaps over it, falling a good few feet before catching Nami's cloud. "Get out of the way," he says flatly, the navigator knowing that look, as well as being able to see his fully extended arms. This was going to be painful, most likely for both of the guys involved. "You shouldn't have messed with this pirate, earlobes." Gum Gum Rocket Gum Gum Jet Golden Rifle. The punch hit at a speed that even if Inaru could sense, he couldn't avoid, and the power behind it cracked the ball. It also didn't stop when it broke the ball, when it hit Inaru's body after dispersing his Mamoru form as well as caving in his chest cavity. The fist continued going until it hit the bell, ringing it and leaving a small, fist-shaped indent in it. "Let it ring. Hey Pops, the city of gold is up here," Luffy shouts as he falls, luckily landing back on Nami's cloud, the navigator happy he was okay. "Bong, bong, on Jaya bong, bong, hey boss, can you hear the ringing?" Mashira shouts, him and his brother running around the island looking for Cricket, finding him looking up into the sky, more specifically the distinctly Luffy-shaped shadow in the clouds. "Boss?" He turns and they were shocked to see him crying. "The kid did it, he proved the legend true. I'm sorry they said you were a liar, and I'm sorry I cursed your name from the day I learned it. You did find the city, and you were a true advice quietly, thank you Luffy." Back in the sky, holy shit, he actually did it? Try not sound so surprised Sanji. Have you seen Luffy fail anything yet? Vivi asks, having bypassed shock to joy when she heard the bell toll. "It sounds so pretty," Chopper says with smile. "Quite an alarm clock isn't it?" Valentina mumbles, wincing as she does. "Damn, this place looks blown to shit, we must have missed a lot." "Yes you did," Alvida agrees. Nut was just happy they were all still alive at this point, even if one was still unconscious. Little later Chopper and Kaya had their work cut out for them, patching up their friends as well as Wiper at Ice's request. When the gang finally got back together, a dust cloud signaled the arrival of Nami, Connie's and Luffy, the last one eating while dragging a massive sack behind him. "Hey guys, we're back," Luffy cheers, "and we brought supplies. We found the priest's storage rooms on the way down. I think we're basically restocked after that," Nami explains. "Okay, but how did you get down so quickly and without injury?" Kaya asks, seeing no damage on Nami, and no more damage than would be expected on Luffy. "Gum Gum Balloon," Luffy answers as if it was obvious, causing the medic to chuckle and facepalm. "Hey Konus, good to see you're in one piece. How's your pops?" Zoro asks with a slight wave, getting an elbow to the ribs from a frowning Artemis. "What?" "Father, he was caught in Inaru's lightning, when the divine warrior told us about his plan. Papa got her back to the Mary, but whoosh," Artemis adds, pushing her hat over her eyes. "Oh my, Paguya? I'm sorry for your loss, I feel your pain." "As do I," Paguya says, looking sad. "Exactly," Luffy nods. "Beat, you're supposed to be dead," was shouted by most of the Straw Hats. "Yes I should, I don't know how lucky I was to survive. Never mind end up in the White Sea rather than a pile of ash," the older angel agrees. "Wait, you were blasted down to the White Sea?" Nami asks. "Yes, luckily I was rescued by one of the boats fleeing Inaru's wrath, but with him dealt with, they should be heading back up the repaired Milky Road." He explains, of course given there's no longer an Angel Island, they'll be relocating somewhere else, Upper Yard. Later, on the Mary, guys he's waking up. Commotion was heard as a green eye snaps open, then his vision filled with angry reindeer boy. "Do you know how hard it is to treat someone like you? There was a hole in your head. Plus I think there were teeth in the void when I was wrapping it up," the doctor complains. Santa Teresca, Chaos hums, wincing when he tries to smirk. "So Chopper, did we win?" he asks, then grunts as Artemis tackles him. "Luffy won Papa, Luffy killed God," the artist chirps, getting a raised eyebrow from the researcher. "Luffy, yeah, he stopped Inaru, saved the Sky Island from complete annihilation and rung the bell just like he promised." He turns to see Robin by the bedside, leafing through his notebook. Say, seems the captain can do anything but float," he chuckles weakly. "You picked a swell time to take a nap," Zoro grumbles, before being pushed aside by Luffy. "You're back, and you kind of look like a real pirate she. The Straw Hat chuckles, the Purpleette frowns, then moves his hand and finds the right side of his face was bandaged up. There wasn't really much else I could do. Now you're awake, we can see what the damage actually is, Chopper says, now in full doctor mode. Yeah, what's the damages to getting impaled through the face? The swordsman half teases, giving a smirk which Chaos weakly returns while Chopper and Kaya unwrap his head, the two medics surprised while Luffy just laughed. Guess we found something that could blemish that milky skin of yours, Chaos. He laughs, as Artemis hand him a mirror so he wasn't tempted to use his devil fruit. Around his right eye were spiral burns, which seemed to radiate outwards from the pupil, even if they had no prescience in the eye itself. That was reserved for 4 cracks in his iris, which if they connected would form an X through his right eye. If this is what it takes to do permanent damage, I think we're going to be fine. The purplet smiles slightly, also noticing the sea stone burns on his mouth were still healing, giving him an extended but also tender grin. Good, now get off your lazy ass, there's a party going on to celebrate the war ending. Meat cures everything, if you'd been awake I'd have fed you to see if that would have fixed your eye. Luffy cheers, getting slapped by Kaya before Chopper starts lecturing Luffy about how that's not how medicine works, which Chaos had a feeling even he knew was going in one ear, getting lost in Luffy's rubber head and leaving out the other sometime the next day. He's right about one thing, a little air and moving around should help, provided you get your doctor's permission, Robin notes, catching Chopper's attention and getting a nod from the reindeer. Chaos also nods, after everything that had happened up here, the Sky People deserved a party for surviving Inaru, and they might as well have some time off too. Technically in Omake, after returning to the Grand Line, Chopper walks gingerly across the deck, through squeaks embarrassingly when he's picked up and set on Robin's lap, running her fingers through his fur while resting his head against her breasts. Shouldn't you be resting, or recovering? She asks with a hint of amusement at the squirming reindeer. Mama, can I play with Chopper? Artemis asks, running over with pigtails swinging, pouting cutely as she does. Not now, sweetie. Chopper is very tired from having to put everyone back together after that last adventure. Maybe Karoo and Lasso will play. The artist frowns but nods, going to find the duck to see if she'll let her chase her around the ship. Robin watches her kid run into the ship before looking down. I didn't know something so big could fit something so small, EY serpents? She purrs, as Chopper peers up at her. Mismatched eyes staring out from her overflowing cleavage. The spiral scars hidden under the fur. Care to explain the change in form? After the separation, I feel more comfortable, compact, and Chopper's the smallest thing I know that isn't using memory and kid versions of my family. I bet kid you looked super cute, Robin thinks aloud, watching Chaos imitate embarrassed Chopper near flawlessly as he wriggles and denies until she lets go. The reindeer hops off her lap and onto the deck. Fukanzanana Hansha, Sheipu Sunachi, didn't Chopper tell you not to use your devil fruit for a few days? She asks dryly before sitting up and allowing Chaos to sit where her legs had been prior. Also, how's the recovery going? She asks, seeing faded, thought still discolored marks on his bare skin. Good enough, there's still stiffness in my right elbow and left shoulder, but my vision is back to normal in my right eye even if the marks don't seem to be going away. Plus, as you already saw, it's messed with my fruit's power. Just a little, but it's very noticeable given what it's meant to do. He replies, sighing deeply, the burns still giving his supposed to be blank expression a slight grin. You know, I could help relieve that stiffness, Robin purrs, her smile wide and her voice teasing. As well as any others. I have quite a lot of experience releasing tension and giving rub-outs, plus nobody has complained yet. Chaos laughs, then turns his head and smirking widely in response. I'm sure they haven't, and I don't need my devil fruit to reciprocate, he counters, wanting to see if Robin would blink first. Oh, that will need to be tested, boy, she whispers in his ear, chuckling when his cheeks take on a pinkish tone. Care to lead a lady someplace private? Of course, Miss Robin. Rubber King and Mirror Master, down, 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 to the deep blue sea. We don't need alarm clocks with those two idiots around, Chaos sighs tiredly, Robin smiling into his shoulder as Artemis slept through Luffy and Nami's screaming match across both their laps. Come on kid, we have piracy to do, he says, poking the girl on her cheek till she rose with a grumpy face. But I want to sleep, she whines. You can sleep on the Mary. For now just grab as much gold as you can safely carry, okay Artemis? Robin explains. The girl yawns but then nods in understanding. Got it mama. Also, Should someone point out to those two their yelling has woken everyone in the ruins up, not just us? Valentina asks. No, they'll just yell at you for pointing out the problem. Later on, where are we going, Mama? Artemis asks, herself and Chaos following the archaeologist. The Shandorians have found the golden belfry. Legends say there's a poneglyph in its heart. And you want to see if it's the one you're seeking, Chaos finishes. Raju, Rio Artemis, the Rio poneglyph, Robin corrects, following the commotion to the group of sky people heaving and hauling the giant golden monstrosity, as well as getting to see the two races cooperate, especially given they were trying to kill each other about 5 days ago. It's big and pretty, Artemis cheers, grinning as she follows Robin through the crowd. So that's the poneglyph our ancestors died for? A Shandorian asks. What does it say? Asked another. The chief sighs. It's in an ancient text, impossible to read, he answers. We shall know the true meaning and utter it to no one, Robin says, shocking the old man. It's our legacy to be the inheritors of history, and our duty to protect it with the sounding of the grand belfry. How do you know that? He asks. They were inscribed on a wall near the heart of the ruins of Shandora. Robin explains, her companions following her as she examines the poneglyph. Generations ago, your people were entrusted with it, to be its guardians, correct? You can actually read the inscriptions? At that size it's hard not to. Chaos laughs then coughs wetly. The ancient weapon Poseidon, correct? Robin nods, yes, as well as its location. If I remember the line as well as I think I do, we'll end up running into it eventually. She gives a hollow smile, then turns, it's not the Rio poneglyph, so it's worthless to me, but it's good to keep my skills from getting rusty. Miss, is that part of the poneglyph? One of the Skypians ask, pointing to engravings in the gold. Gold D. Roger. Papa, why does that sound familiar? Artemis asks. The previous pirate king. I made it here, and I will guide this passage to the ends of the earth. Seems Luffy really is following in the king's footsteps, says Sazy. Chaos laughs, then frowns, seeing Robin was having a mild nervous breakdown. The pirate king was here, but why, and how could he use the language of the poneglyphs, she wonders aloud. The engraving says Roger, does it? The three straw hats turn to Ganfall. Yes, what do you know? Nothing much. He was a blue sea dweller who came to this land 20 years ago. A nice guy. I take it his name is inscribed there, as well as some kind of message. Correct. I have no idea how he reached the bell, but he did, and as he quite literally says, the inscription is proof he was here on Skypia. She pauses, deep in thought. Wait, there are two kinds of poneglyph, ones containing information, and others which lead to other poneglyphs. This one here obviously has information, in this case about the ancient weapon Poseidon. I will guide this passage to the ends of the earth, but could he be referring to the Rio when he claims to have taken one with him? She turns to the elder. This poneglyph has fulfilled its duty? What? Like I just said, many of the poneglyphs contain information, which when put together will give the complete history of the Void Century. The key to this is the Rio poneglyph. Gold D. Roger took the information with him, most likely to the location of the one I seek. Does that mean our duty has been fulfilled also? The elder asks her. Does it mean we don't have to fight anymore? He asks with tears starting to slide down his face. Our ancestors' wish has been fulfilled. Thank you, miss. One more poneglyph, one step closer to Laughtail, and my destiny, Robin thinks as they walk over to Ganfall. Now where was I? Oh yes, your friend in the straw hat actually reminds me a lot of Roger. His name is Monkey D. Luffy, and he's quite an interesting lad, Robin agrees. My brother is an idiot at times, but he fights for what he feels is right and as we can see is following Roger's footsteps all the way to the king's throne. Chaos adds with a crooked grin. Uncle Luffy kicks all the butts, be it a spring or God himself. Artemis finishes, not seeing the glare Robin sent Chaos for her swearing. Ganfall did though and laughs. The boy shares the D initial too, quite a stroke of fate. True, and from what I've found, that usually means they're going to do something big with their lives. I'm happy to watch my captain do that, and help where I can. Excuse me, they turn and see the elder had composed himself once more. I remember hearing you were looking for gold? And that it was worth more than Verth on the Blue Sea? That's correct. Why? Robin asks. Well, for ending the war, and defeating Inaru we want to give you something. We can't give the bell, but but maybe the broken support. That's not going to fit on the ship, Chaos whispers, getting a nod from Robin even as she thanks them for their generosity. Wow, that's bigger than the Going Merry, Artemis gasps. Let's hope something happens before Nami sees it, don't want her to have a heart attack, or an orgasm in public. Chaos chuckles as he follows the girls leading the way from the bell back to the ruins where their crew had been removing all the valuables they could from sleeping Nola's belly. A little later, they're there. Luffy cheers, Robin, Chaos, Artemis, get moving. We stole all this gold and need to leave quickly. Don't tell them that, Sanji shouts, kicking the rubber boy in the head. Look behind them, the angels are back. Just our luck, they all come back before we could escape with the loot, Victor sighs. I guess we should start running. Let's. Also, what's that? Valentina asks, pointing to the wrapped item being heaved across the stone. You idiot, it's obvious what it is, Usopp scolds her. What? Chopper asks curiously. A cannon. Oh, ah. The reindeer screams, hopping onto Zoro who sets him down. Whether it's true or not, stop scaring the kid, Zoro growls, hitting Usopp with his sword hilt. Now let's get a move on. The others can find their own way back to the ship. Robin's the second best navigator we've got, he says before the group starts moving. See you at the Merry, get moving, Luffy shouts, then follows his crew. Everyone keep running, we don't stop till we reach Cloud End. Meanwhile, wait, why are they leaving? Don't they want the gold? One of the Skypians ask. Robin chuckles, seeing her crewmates act like idiots. It seems not, she replies with a smile, running after the others. Chaos following once Artemis had wrapped her arms around his neck. If I did One Piece chapter like I do Arrow or once, A, this would be where I stopped, and B, I would have named it Family Outing, as that's basically what's happened so far. There were a couple other things but that was a majority of the chapter up to this point, moving on. Several minutes of running later, should we tell them that wasn't a cannon? No, let them believe what they want. If they knew what that thing was, Nami would make us haul it into the ship, somehow. Nami's kind of dim like that sometimes, Artemis notes, luckily out of earshot of Sanji. Chaos chuckles, only when gold is involved. Hey, I can see the Merry. Home, Artemis cheers, running and catching up to Chopper somewhere in the middle of the group. The Straw Hats piling into the Merry and it could finally set sail like it was meant to. Fall is overly loud waver to Cloud End. Okay, we're almost there, you just have to pass through that arch and you'll be on the way home. Konis explains, sad her new friends were leaving, but understanding that their home was the Blue Sea and they had things to do down there. This is as far as we can go. Take care my young friends, Paguya shouts. Come back one day, don't forget us, Konis adds. We won't, this place was fun. Luffy shouts back, him and most of the others smiling as they waved goodbye. We didn't have time to say goodbye to everyone, so please give them our best, Vivi calls, not wanting to end their meeting on a low note when they'd met such lovely people. Once they stop trying to kill each other at least. One last thing, Paguya yells, tuck in your sails and hold on tight. The way down isn't for the faint of heart, you're in for a bumpy ride. What fun, Chaos grins, identical expressions on Luffy, Artemis and Chopper's faces, while Robin has her relaxed smirk as she settles down for the descent. Hey Luffy, the log posse has finally got a new heading. Ready for the next island? Nami asks. Of course. Blue Sea, here we come. New adventure on the horizon. Luffy cheers, just as the Merry passes through the gate. Oh foo, ah. As if the sheer plummet wasn't enough, they were grabbed by a giant octopus, another reason to panic, until they realized the gas bag was actually slowing their drop. Think this was Konis and Paguya's last gift? Alvida asks. Bong, yes, and that's the Shandorians' goodbye to us. Chaos grins. Definitely the best way to do it. So what now? Nami asks. Nothing we can do till we touch down. Just enjoy the floating while we're up here, Valentina assures her. Evening, bored. So bored, this is taking much longer than I expected, Robin says with a sigh. True, and with the wind I'm worried about how far we've drifted from our original course, Nami adds with a groan. Plus the island moves anyway, who knows where we was when we jumped off, Chaos adds his two berry. Hey guys, get up here, it's so much fun. Luffy could be heard from what felt like far above. Please tell me he isn't, Vivi whimpers, ha. That dumbass really is bouncing on the octopus. Alvida laughs. Nami steams as she leans over the edge of the ship. Luffy, don't do anything dumber than usual. We need this balloon to get us to the blue sea without smashing against the water surface. She yells up, but Luffy was clearly ignoring her. Luffy, get down from there. You're making things worse, Sanji shouts frantically, climbing up the animal to the captain. The others look confused. What's got your panties in a bunch, Sanji? Valentina calls up. The octopus is shrinking, and Luffy's probably accelerating the problem. Shrinking? Kaya squeaks. Robin hums, standing as close to the middle and looking straight up. Now you mention it, it does look smaller than when it first latched on. Maybe it means we're getting closer to the ground. Or that Luffy's pushing the air out of it and we're all going to go splat, Nami argues, just as Luffy and Sanji slide down the octopus. Luckily Luffy was able to grab the side and Sanji before anything more than a scare could occur. Well, until the balloon went below its buoyancy level, and the ship began to actually fall, then real panic began. Luckily, despite everything, Usopp was able to think on his feet, using his grapple and suction boots to get under the falling Mary. Then attach breath dials along its spine, slowing the fall to a much more gentle descent. Well, until the octopus balloon finally ran out, and the weight of the Mary became too much for the little breath dials to handle. The good news was that while a very rough landing, everyone survived, cold and grumpy, with aches and pains all over, but the ship was still floating and nobody was really injured in any way, shape or form by the drop. Everyone still alive? Chaos asks, wringing his waistcoat and cloak of seawater. We're good, nothing broken. That was fun, everyone's still on the ship. Great, now for Nami and Valentina to find us a new island, Luffy declares with a grin. Luffy, we've just fallen out of the sky. Don't you think we should take a break first? Usopp asks. Not really, no, plus the waves look a little too strange for comfort. It would probably be in our best interests to get moving as quick as possible, Nami says, agreeing with Luffy as she and Valentina move to the steering pole. Speaking of, the pose says turn to port. Of course Nami swan. Sanji swoons, just as a rumble could be heard in the distance. The answer to what is was became quickly apparent, as a wave began speeding towards them. As you can see, we should probably get moving, she navigator says smugly before closing the door, leaving the others to panic and get the Mary out of harm's way. Or at least get pushed rather than flattened by the wave. Morning, things are calm, for the moment, Sanji comments, sighing in relief as he leans against the mast. True, but on the line calm is usually a bad sign, makes you complacent, Victor warns. Then we'll savor it while it lasts, but we won't let our guard down, Zoro agrees. Emergency alert. Emergency alert. Usopp shouts from the crow's nest, ship approaching. Is it bad? Are they pirates? Luffy asks. I don't know, there's no flags or sails out. No identifiers at all really, Usopp conveys, while the others come out to see the commotion. It's naked, who would do that to a ship? Also from what I can see, the crew look bored and lethargic, it's kind of weird. Did we sail into the calm belt by accident? Would explain the lack of sails given there's no current or wind? Chaos asks, getting a shake of the head from Valentina. And then the sea monkeys arrived. For fuck's sake, full speed ahead. The sea monkeys are back, Luffy orders, the Mary shooting forward with the wave of monkeys following just behind. The lack of wind meaning everyone was flailing around with the oars as fast as they physically could, leaving the odd ship to its fate as they had more pressing issues to deal with. Later, okay, those monkey have given up following us, so we should be safe from giant waves. Plus the weather has evened out, meaning we're probably nearing another island, Nami deduces. So there's an island nearby, Luffy grins. Hey Robin, do you see anything? Usopp calls up. Robin nods. Actually yes, we've been approaching an island for the last couple hours, she replies, causing a few people to face palm. You could see land for a few hours, and never thought to tell us? Alvida shouts. The fog looks to be quite thick, not good for us, Robin calls down, ignoring the smooth woman's complaint. Nami frowns, heavy fog? Chopper, I need you on forward watch? Got it, Chopper nods before running to the Mary head. I have a bad feeling about this, especially after that weird ship we passed, Usopp whines. Don't worry Usopp, things won't be as bad as you think they'll be. They quite literally can't, Kaya says as they enter the fog, Trying to cheer her best friend up, he smiles slightly at the attempt. "Row damn it. There's nothing here," Luffy shouts, then deflates in disappointment. Well, I guess it was bound to happen eventually. Not all islands on the Grand Line can be bustling villages or towns. Some on the other side might even be completely uninhabitable, Chaos says with a sigh. "Have you heard the rumors of an island where it constantly rains lightning?" Robin asks after coming down from the crow's nest. "No, but that proves my point remarkably well," he answers. "Nobody home. Now what?" Artemis asks. "It's simple," Luffy answers. "We go exploring," he screams, jumping off the Mary, shortly followed by Usopp and Chopper, who begin messing around like little kids. "Idiots," Zoro sighs, while some of his older crewmates just watch in amusement. Robin glad she'd kept Artemis on the ship, though when the three on land decided to annoy a long bear and disappear, though at least Luffy found them some food, even if it was just long apples. It wasn't of human life, and began to lead the other two towards it, running into more sausage-style overly long animals along the way, weirding out the three of them, though Luffy just laughed the strangeness off, partly because it made him feel like there were other things with stretchy powers. Getting to the building, Usopp saw Luffy was disappointed to see it was empty of life, though Chopper seemed to like making a new giraffe friend, until Usopp pointed out it was a horse. Then he was happy to make a new horse friend, even if she was built like a giraffe. While Chopper made a friend, Luffy and Usopp attacked some weird moving bamboo stalks, which turned out to have an old, scruffy-looking old guy attached to them. "Oh Luffy, what have you done now?" Chopper sighs as he runs over to the old man. "Ow. I don't know who you people are, but thanks for getting me off those stilts. I'd been stuck up there for 10 years. "What, 10 whole years?" Usopp shouts, more or less. "How'd you get up there?" Luffy asks curiously. "I was trying to break the record for longest stilts, but when I completed them and got up, I was up so high I was afraid to get down," the old man admits with a shameful turn of the head. Back with the others just as they got off the ship to explore and go on a supply run, paw-like grapples attached to massive chains slammed into the island, boxing in the Mary between the chains as well as the larger ship they were attached to. "What are those bastards up to?" Zoro wonders aloud. "We are the notorious Foxy Pirates," a loud voice announces. "We want more than just a fight, we want a showdown." Fuckrubber King and Mirror Master, Davy Backfight, Part 1. After getting the rundown of the islands, known as Long Ring Long Land due to being a ring of land which with the exception of one day a year is divided into 10, Luffy and company managed to reunite the old stilt man with his horse, Shelly, the animal happy to have her owner by her side and on her back once more, galloping carefree across the unnaturally flat plains of the island, while the Straw Hats watched contentedly. Bang until some asshole decided to shot her. Chopper and Usopp ran to check on the old man and his horse, while Luffy was more focused on the source of the attack. "Are you okay?" Chopper asks. "Where are you hurt?" "I'm fine, check on Shelly," the old man orders, which Usopp does as he tries removing the netting binding her limbs together. Fei. "Hey losers, I'd advise you to get your hands off my horse." "Yeah, like the boss said, back off, it's Foxy Pirate property," added a female voice. Luffy scowls. "I don't know who you people are, but I'm going to make you pay." "He doesn't know us," the leader asks in apparent shock. "What a dim wit," the girl huffs. "Shame," the blockhead behind them agrees. "You've got to be lying, boy. You're telling me you don't recognize this handsome face?" "All I can say about your face is it's about to be unrecognizable in about 5 seconds. Luffy rears back but stops when he sees the man drop into a depressed stance. "He really doesn't know who I am," he mumbles sadly, then gets annoyed. "I'm Foxy. What's mine is mine, and what's yours just isn't mine yet." "Shut up stupid, you're not making sense," Luffy shouts. "Hold it Luffy, let's settle this like men." Luffy pauses in confusion. "Wait, how did you know my name?" he asks. The girl sighs in annoyance, because unlike some people we did our homework. Monkey D. Luffy, captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, and the highest bounty at 110 million, though the others aren't exactly anything to sneeze at either, given the running total is 267 million. Foxy nods. "Exactly, and with that in mind, I challenge you Straw Hat Luffy, to a Davy back fight." "Sure, I'll fight you, if it means you'll shut the hell up," Luffy agrees. "Luffy, stop," The rubber boy turns and sees Usopp running towards him. I know this guy's A, but don't agree to a Davy back fight or we'll lose the crew. Fei. Sorry kid, but no take backs, he already aged right Portia. He sure did boss, his exact words were, sure I'll fight you, which is a bell you just can't unring, Portia agrees. Meanwhile, what do you mean the fight has already started? Nami asks in confusion. Simple, a Davy back fight begins when one captain accepts another captain's challenge, no take backs. Question. Since when do pirates follow any rules, ever? Vivi asks what she sees a valid question. There are rules, just some people prefer to look at them as guidelines, plus, if we wait for Luffy to get back we can just kick all their asses and be done with it, Chaos answers, though his lack of a smile was concerning to the Bluenet. Unfortunately that's not how a Davy back fight works, Robin pipes in to ruin the moment. It's a contest, which allows pirate crews to plunder desirable members from the opponent, she explains. Exactly, the Davy back is the best way to recruit only the best of the best, especially because when a team loses the crewmate had to swear their undying loyalty to the victor's crew in the name of Davy Joe. The dumbass's head mysteriously found itself removed from its shoulders, funny that. Kya. Well, it was always going to be a toss-up between you and Roronoa on whose murder boner was satisfied first, Valentina chuckles, plus I had a feeling said murder boner would get us in hot water one day. So, anyone want to tell us what happens if we don't decide to betray our captain for some idiot who clearly can only get new members by stealing from other pirate crews? Alvida asks. Bang, looks like the captain agreed, so the fight begins. Later, this is a lot of pomp and circumstance for a crew-stealing mission, Victor notes. Well, they're clearly overconfident, though why nobody will let us see the rules of this shit is concerning at best. Chaos sighs, Nami, Robin and even he had asked around and been stonewalled, fucking foxy bastards. Hello everybody, Portia shouts from the stage. No, as our challengers have never played we'll give them the basics down. Whatever you lose, be it crew members, supplies or your flag, the only way to get it back is with another Davy back fight. Or kill everyone, that and simply ignoring these people are viable options, Robin mentions, only to get her mouth covered by Vivi. Quiet, we'll miss something if you talk over her. Any crew members one must swear undying loyalty to their new captain on the spot, no exceptions. Fuck you, if your Jolly Roger is taken, you can't ever fly it again, ever. Double fuck you, and last, if you break any of these rules you'll be labeled as a disgrace and banished to Davy Jones' locker. Chaos sighs deeply. No witnesses? Robin gives a half smile and nods, no witnesses? Papa and Mama are acting weird again. Artemis complains from Karu's back, worrying the others as if she thinks it's weird there's definitely something wrong. Vivi, get the gloves, yes Vice Captain Crazyblade. Vivi mock salutes, deciding to roll with the madness for a change, if only for the good of her health. And Luffy's just set us up for 3 games of stupid. Somebody punch him for me, Nami groans, then curls up in the fetal position. Be honest with me, how fucked are we? Kaya asks, hoping to get the truth from either their researcher or archaeologist. Severely, damn it Luffy. Hey, you guys need to fill in the team rosters, you can all play twice. Once you're down you're locked in, no backing out. One of the scruffier foxy pirates says, handing them a piece of paper, just as Luffy comes back and gets attacked by his girls, Nami and Usopp. Zoro picks up the sheet, okay, so the games are racing, sports and combat. Sanji nods, reading over the swordsman's shoulder. Yeah, and it seems we can all participate in the race. Then 3 in the sport match and well there's only 1 allowed for the combat trial. Great, sign me up for everything, Luffy cheers, were you not listening to the old fart? Only 2 games per person. Valentina complains, which only causes Luffy to pout. Let's just fill this thing in, the sooner we start the sooner we can get to the end of this train wreck. A little later, okay. We have the team rosters for the event. First, the entire Straw Hat crew will be participating in the first event, the donut race. I have a bad feeling about this, Chopper shudders. Did I ever tell you I have a medical condition that prevents me from racing? Usopp asks, fake coughing until Nami grabs him by the ear. I don't want to do this stupid thing either, but you're not getting out of this that easily. Round 2 will be Roanoa Zoro, Sanji the cook, and Serpents D Chaos. Don't do anything too stupid, okay Papa? Artemis asks, getting a nod from the purplet. Round 3 will be Monkey D Luffy. This is going to be so much fun. Luffy bounces around like a rubber ball, full D grin on display. Round 1. Donut Race. All boats must be made of 2 oars and 3 barrels, anything else is an illegal move, the commentator announces. Well, we're already fucked, Vivi sighs a couple hours of pain and stupidity later. Who bet on these morons cheating before the events even began? Chaos asks several hands, including his own rise, though he pretends to be shocked by that. Thought so. Also, is it even worth considering attaching Karoo to the front of Vivi's boat? He adds, the duck voicing her displeasure at the idea from the deck of the Mary. Didn't think so. Guess those legal weapons have a target. Whoever kills the shark gets first pick on the treasure we loot from the Foxy Pirates. He announces, getting whoops and cheers from a few of the newer Straw Hats. Are you sure this thing will float? Nami complains as she sits with Kaya on the vessel Usopp built. Other vessel that came close was Victor's vessel, shared with Zoro and Val. It was pretty good. In case you've forgotten, none of us are shipwrights, all we can do is our best. He grumbles. Kaya hugs him to try cheer him up. I see myself having to haul your ass out of the water in less than 10 minutes. Sanji complains, not letting any of the ladies get on Luffy's abomination of a boat. Alvida comfortably sitting with Vivi and Chopper, while Robin had joined Chaos and Artemis. She, probably, but as long as one of us get to the end it's a win. Luffy answers, surprising Sanji with that admittance, enough so he didn't see the boat with the ladies in it until it was floating right beside them, nor the comedically large barrels used for one of the Foxy pirate vessels. Hey, can we let some of the air out of their egos? Victor asks, pointing at the overcompensator, which confused Luffy and Artemis, and also had more than a few of the older Straw Hats smirk behind their hands. Luffy shrugs, sure, knock yourself out, ahem. Wait until the race begins before fighting each other, it's simple decency, the announcer complains, but is ignored, as breath and syrup rounds are loaded, and begin. Ping WHOOSH. That shouldn't have happened, Victor admits, as Chaos pulls out his umbrella to shield himself, Artemis and Robin from Flaming Barrel and Viscera from the chain explosion that was once the overcompensator. There must have been bombs in the ship. When our gunners shot the ship they triggered all at once, add to that the confined space and incompressible water, Robin theorizes. We're being pelted with Foxy Pirate, we already know, Nami shouts, neither having the heart or balls to tell her there was an eyeball hanging from her hair. If it helps, all this chum in the water is making it difficult to control that shark-powered barrel boat, Alvida jokes, now paddling with both oars due to a near catatonic Vivi, and she was right. For those who were willing to look they could see despite a green Porch's efforts her shark kept getting distracted by chunks of bloody flesh and veering towards it, evening the odds, if only a little. Didn't we feed Luffy before the race? Usopp groans. The other looked to see their captain being distracted by the Foxy pirates offering him food, while Sanji was being entertained. Foxy's whores anyone? Valentina quips, hoping Artemis was out of hearing range, and learning she wasn't when she got a bloomed hand slapping her across the face. Alright, I get it. The IDOTs are lost and we need to finish the race. You're half right, you should be paying more attention to your own boat than your teammates. Capote give him a taste of fishman karate. The green fishman with Portia and her shark grins, with pleasure. Surface Splitter being the closest to the front, it made sense they aimed for Usopp's vessel, Kaya quickly jumping into the sniper's middle barrel just before hers was destroyed. What an unpleasant being. Robin frowns, want to deal with this? Not quite, Chaos hums. Wait till we're a little closer, though even as he says that she notices he sets the flat of his blade against his forearm, hubby already slipping into the front of his shirt. Breeze breath bombs Amy bullet barrage Odo no Gosuto no Boyakita Hansha. Kamishini no Yari. Portia squeaks as the blade bit into her inner thigh and cut through Mondo's skull like butter. Meanwhile a mix of explosive shots, hardened syrup rounds and sticky Sri UP cords ensured her other teammate was out of the race if not more. Guess she was going to have to break out those paddles after all. You know I think we might actually win this, Nami says with a twinge of hope in her voice. Then don't look left, Vivi sighs, and as expected she did. Seeing Foxy sitting on his dim-witted assistant as he hobbled across the land beside them, grinning in a way that showed things were about to get very painful in their future. I just got a brilliant idea, he says to himself, Fa. Can we ignore him and focus on not dying in this weird coral patch for the moment? Kaya asks, Foxy nearly falling off his ape-like companion in shock. Kaya's right, the coral's creating very strange currents. We need to focus or our boats will be destroyed. Nami nods in agreement. Her caution rewarded when the coral spat back out Porch's cutie wagon. I knew it wasn't that easy. Guys, follow my lead exactly, okay? You're the navigator. This is technically what you're on the crew to do, Vivi says as she does her part to row their boat behind her. The visibility became essentially zero after Foxy shot a smokescreen arrow into the reef. Fa, I'd like to see you navigate, when you can't even see in front. Oh ya face. Foxy laughs. The face plants when it seemed to not do a damn thing. Dumbass, we don't need to see if we're just using the currents formed by the reef to get through, Nami scoffs. This is why you're our navigator, Nami. Luffy cheers, cause none of us would be able to do any of this junk. He's not wrong, Robin says with a chuckle, though we still have one last problem. Don't worry, that's what the impact dial is for, Nami explains. What? But I don't, Usopp tries to deny, only for Nami to shove the dial in his face. Okay. But why can't you use it? Because I don't know how dials work. That's your job, she says as if it were obvious. A likely story, Usopp grumbles, fine, if we want to survive this we'll need to link up. Rinky Fleur sticky tendrils. Everything is secure, Usopp. Fire the impact dial, Alvida shouts, each barrel filled with nodding and prepared straw hats. The sniper sighs deeply, okay. Here it goes, impact dial. The shockwave shoots the collection of semi-competently built rafts and boats into the air. Unfortunately in the process, Luffy and Sanji, as well as Alvida, Vivi and Chopper's boats fell apart, landing their occupants on Long Cape, Luffy catching his girls before they hit the ground, while Sanji landed face first, with Chopper landing safely on his back. Well, that could have been worse, Valentina notes, still, we've got quite the lead on those dumbasses. Guys, what's that? Artemis asks, pointing to the approaching vessel. Damn, guess we didn't hit that bastard hard enough, Zoro groans, seeing the cutie wagon being hauled by Capote. Turn right, should be turn right, Kaya asks, seeing a signpost sitting in the ocean in front of them. How dumb do you think we are? Nami shouts, punching the fake sign and nearly landing a direct hit on Foxy. Dumber than they're, Robin answers, assuming Foxy thought they would fall for it, because all the morons on his crew would have. Help, a dying grandma, won't you stop and help me? A poorly disguised Foxy shouts from the shore. Zoro, put the old lady out of her misery, Chaos responds, knowing Nami was too annoyed by all this bullshit to actually respond. 36 caliber Phoenix, given the swordsman probably couldn't give less of a fuck right now. It should be of no surprise that his attack missed, but it did put the fear of God into the announcer, as if it were a little to the right it would have cleaved his bird in two. Guys, I see the finish line, we're actually going to win this, Nami shouts, the end in sight, giving a final burst of adrenaline for hers. Usopp's and Kaya's paddling efforts, the others not exactly slowing down either. You're not winning this race. Round one is ours like it is every other time, Portia bellows as she closes in on the Straw Hat's tail. Morons, I'm still not falling for your shit, Nami grumbles, punching the goal. Keep moving, we're not done yet. The goal does have to be close though, or that wouldn't even make sense, given we're supposed to end the race where we began, Robin notes, the others agreeing as it makes sense. It seems Robin's prediction that Foxy's tricks were meant to fool them because it would fool his band of morons proved true, as Portia and Capote stopped at the fake goal, looking lost and confused for a minute or two. Fucking morons, was the collective thought of the remaining racers. There it is, the end of round. This might not be as bad as I thought, Kaya says, sighing in relief. Slow beam until Foxy went with plan. Fuck you. Using his devil fruit powers to slow the Straw Hats long enough for Portia's team to get across the finish line. Devil fruit. Chaos hisses as the remaining barrel boats rock to the finish line. Was that a statement or a request? Robin asks. Yes. Fei, time to pay up Straw Hats. My first prize is Serpent's D, Chaos, Foxy announces, the researcher looking annoyed as he walks onto the stage, brushing past the blue net before doing so. Now hold still while we get you Fi. Bony fingers wrap around the foxy pirate about to touch his face. Try put a mask on me, and I'll be wearing your face as my mask, he growls. Now it's time to swear your undying loyalty to the greatest crew this side of everywhere, the Foxy Pirates, Portia announces, grinning widely. No, her smile and Foxy's face fall. What? I said no? But those are the rules, you have to swear. Chaos shrugs. I'll swear when the fight is over. For one, I already swore to a much better crew to serve it faithfully, and while I've come close I'm not dead yet. For another, undying doesn't mean shit if I flip-flop between teams, then I'd be a weak, spineless, coward, like those guys. He dips his head as he points to the former frog pirates. Though by the end he was standing in the middle of the stage like a preacher, though with his head down and face obscured. Vivi gasps. Is he crying? She asks, noticing his shaking shoulders. No, it can't be, Nami says in disbelief. He couldn't be crying. Hell, she's seen him cough up blood more than she's seen him cry. Fufufu. Seseizi. Care to share with the rest of the class? Sanji asks, seeing Robin and Artemis giggling to themselves. He's not crying. Papa's trying not to laugh in their stupid faces, Artemis explains. Plus he just called them all spineless, cowards to their faces, Robin adds, and the Straw Hats realized. He was pointing to all the gathered foxy pirates. Crafty bastard, crafty like a fox. Nami groans, a migraine forming. Can I be the first to punch him after we win him back, Luffy? Second, I get first blow, Luffy denies. We're going to win you back, and then we're going to kick Foxy's ass together. Seseizi, I hope you're right, Luffy. 'Cause I don't feel like abandoning a sinking ship will look good for me. Chaos smirks as he sits. This next game should be fun. Rubber King and Mirror Master. Davy backfight, round 2. Sport next, guess it's you and me, Mosshead, Sanji sighs as he puts out his cigarette. Just don't get in my way and we should be able to avoid losing anyone else, Zoro grumbles, a reply which Sanji actually laughs to. Like that bastard would actually let those morons hold him. If we don't win him back, we'll be leaving the island and their ship will explode. Then he'll appear on deck, probably drinking Nami's tangerine juice, looking like nothing is wrong. The cook predicts. The two now standing and waiting in the arena. Okay folks, time for round 2, Groggy Ball. Both teams just have to get the ball into the opponent's goal, but the catch is that one of them is the ball. Please choose now, Straw Hats, the announcer bellows. Zoro pointing to Sanji, who gets a beach ball looking hat shoved on his head, to his visible displeasure. Damn, I wish we'd known this was the game. We could have had Alvida or Victor be the ball. Nami groans, while Luffy laughs. An exploding ball, or one so smooth it can't be caught. Great idea, Nami. He grins, then frowns. That's probably why the roster sheet was so vague, so he couldn't make good choices like that. That is a high probability of being true, Robin nods, before turning attention back to the team. Before Sanji could complain much, the front of the Foxy ship opens up, revealing their opponents. Foxy's Monkey Man. Which explained why Chaos was standing behind Foxy with Portia when the smug bastard walked over to watch the match. Some stocky dumbass with shields on his arm, and a huge, bearded guy, apparently a giant, fishman hybrid who towered over everyone on the island. We have to fight these guys? Zoro asks, and that giant's their ball? Sanji gasps, then flinches when someone closes the strap of his hat. Sanji, it's not helpful for you to lose your hat like this. We'll have a hard enough time without losing track of our team's ball. Vivi lightly scolds him, chuckling to herself. Vivi, the blonde gasps. What are you doing here? He asks, noticing Vivi was decked out in her old Miss Wednesday gear with the exception of elbow-length sky blue gloves, which he'd never seen the girl wear before. Vivi gives a mock salute, clearly giving up on playing fair or panicking and instead just taking the piss and having fun herself. Nefertari Vivi, third member of the Straw Hat sports event team, she states. What? Foxy screams. You can't do that. No changes, what you see is what you got. You lost a crewmate so you play without the full team. I tagged out, Chaos gleefully interjected. Vivi still had the ability to do another game, so I gave her my slot. That's not how the game works, Portia argues. Ref. I'll allow it, we don't have a no tagging rule, provided you did it before becoming a foxy pirate. You hear that, everyone? In a surprise decision, Nefertari Vivi has been allowed take Serpent's D chaos position in the groggy ball game, evening out the teams, well, in a way at least. So, is the point to get our ball into their goal, or their ball in their goal? Vivi asks, still unsure what she had been asked to do. Probably their ball in their goal. They wouldn't need a big boy to be the ball if it were to get our ball in theirs. They'd have picked a small and speedy thing to zip around our defenses. Zoro guesses, unsheathing his swords. Right, like if we used Chopper. Hell, either answer works. If Psycho hadn't been taken and we made him the ball, anyone dumb enough to get near him would be filleted to usable standards, Sanji adds. Quit yapping, we need to do the coin toss. A foxy pirate shouts, heads or tails? Tails, poo poo poo. Foxy's monkey chuckles. Okay. And you? He asks, turning to the Straw Hats. We're really losing to these retards? Vivi thinks, he fists clenched painfully tight. Heads, it's the only other option. The man shrugs, okay. He then removes his hand. Tails, field or ball? Ball please. Now for where things get interesting. Each team has to get the ballman of the other team into their reign, which, in case you don't already know, is the teammate with the silly hat on their head. Well, time to get into position, ballman, so we can get this over with, Zoro orders. Sanji grumbles but agrees, at least with the getting this shit over with sentiment, especially when Vivi offered to be the ballman if he was that opposed. Wait, you with the swords, you need to get those off the field, the ref calls. What? Are you serious? Zoro grouses, yep. Cause this is a ball game, not a combat challenge, we don't want you slicing up our undefeated champions. Zoro fumes, but hands his swords to Chopper, who promises to keep them safe and sound, Artemis and Karu offering to help. Stupid rules, why didn't we get told any of this beforehand? Usopp grumbles. The Davy Back Fight Handbook is 8,000 pages long, do you really want us to read out every rule in the book? As well as the etiquette required for pirate dodgeball and mast hulling? Portia asks, taunting. Not really, but the rules and regulations of the games we're actually playing would be nice, Robin replies coldly. Then we could have picked teammates who don't use weapons. Like Luffy, Victor, Sanji, even Kaya since eating her fruit. Nami lists, Robin too. But I get the feeling she'd just kill everyone and make us accidentally lose or some bullshit. She adds with a sigh, while Robin shrugs. Knowing the navigator is probably 100% correct about that. Snapping your opponent's necks in one simultaneous crunch is probably considered unsporting. Let's just get this sideshow over with, Sanji sighs around his cigarette as he looks up at the lumbering dumbasses around him. Game start. As the closest one to the other team, Sanji rushes forward, trying to end the game quick with a kick to Big Pan's face, only to start slipping and sliding on the half-fishman's slimy skin. Well, that's a new record for stupid, even for us. Vivi almost laughs, as in any other situation Sanji's rapid flailing would be at least a little funny. Quit screwing around, you're gonna make us lose, Zoro shouts, then grimaces when the half-giant palms Sanji, shooting him across the field. Damn it, we need to stop him going in the goal. He curses, both Straw Hats running towards the other end of the arena, though the foxy pirates were moving to intercept. Monkey leaping into the air and sending Sanji further across the field, planning on dunking the cook just to add extra injury to defeat, while Shield Hero blocks Zoro's path. Not that it did much more than slow him down, as the swordsman's fist embedded in his face at least broke the man's nose, if not anything more serious. Shing, Loop, Zoro, little help here, the green-haired man looked up and while confused still ran over to the blue net, on 3. Hav. Who? You don't score, Yank. Crash, I have literally no idea what just happened, but the Straw Hats stopped Hamburg's perfect score dunk. The game is still everything to play for. But how? Clearly the Princess Vivi has some tricks up her sleeves. Is it psychokinesis, string powers? We just don't know. Hey, are you guys cheating? The ref calls. Yes, why? Vivi answers with a question, causing half the crew to faceplant. No reason, just checking. Now even Vivi was confused. Ref, I'm calling foul. Those are clearly weapons, Portia shouts. No they're not, these gloves are clearly defensive implements. You didn't tell that fat guy to give back his shields. Vivi argues, pointing to the man Zoro basically ran through his proof. These was deemed unimportant, as the three were soon running away from Pan, who tried to stomp them into the ground with his blade-soled shoes. Wait a minute. Hey ref, I thought you said no weapons. Sanji shouts in between dodges, the man whistling innocently until Crunch, Captain Foxy, Captain Foxy. I think I know why the ref missed our rule violation, Chaos says with frantically waving arms. Trying to get the man's attention, his head's on backwards, he points, as a large number of foxy pirates turn gray or green as the description was accurate. I'll fix it, the purpleette says man's head with a snap, which upon seeing the look of pain and horror on their deceased comrade's face, had Foxy's horse vomit and pass out, while Portia just looked on the verge of doing similar. The remaining Straw Hats turning to Robin, who shook her head. This wasn't her, though she could have if she felt it would have actually helped. If the ref's dead, what does that mean for the game? Valentina asks, getting shrugs from most of the nearby pirates. No rules I guess, Luffy suggests, getting a nod from Robin and Alvida. Chaos smirks from Foxy's left. In that case, Vivi, time to tidy up, asterisk. The brunette sighs and lets the wires in her gloves free. I'm going to regret letting you name this, aren't I? She asks rhetorically, before turning on her heel and facing the giant. Vivi no, has our sweet flower realized she doesn't stand a chance? Perhaps she wants to end this on her terms, or just doesn't want to have to dishonor herself when Foxy obviously chooses her next? Shane, tear, slice, y-a-r, Pan bellows, clutching his injured hand, the severed and in fact partly shredded fingers landing on the field with a wet splat, and most of the audience's jaws dropped. See, I told you those were weapons, Portia shouts angrily. Then what are they? She turns to see Artemis had asked the foxy shipwright the question. If you can't say, then you can't charge her. Plus no ref means no rules, we've already gone over this. Nami adds with a shark-like grin. Though she does have a point, what the fuck is Vivi using? Practically invisible monofilament wires weaved into and extending out of her gloves, through inbuilt stabilizer rings within the fingers. Usopp answers. Chaos gave me the idea, and I turned it into an actual weapon. He puffs up his chest as he grins proudly. Behind him Chopper and Luffy were cheering his awesomeness. Nice first attempt Vivi, but I think you'll need a lesson in aiming, or at least efficiency, Chaos critiques, then pulls out hubby. Trap tricks. Ensnare. Game over. With a powerful swing wires shoot out of the rapier-like weapon, tangling themselves around Pan's currently uninjured right arm, before with a yank the wires tears through and apart the giant, fishman hybrid's entire arm, turning it into bloody chunks. My goodness, audience interference, that's a clear penalty to the STR, MHHHH. Technically if there was a ref, and rules still in this game it would be a Foxy Pirate foul, or nothing at all, as the Foxy Pirates are self-sabotaging, like with the false finish line they caught themselves in. Robin's voice replaces the announcer over the den for a moment, in order to explain what just happened to the dim-witted crowd, and her crewmates. So, we still in the clear? Kaya asks, as Foxy and Portia turn on their new teammate. You are a Foxy Pirate. Forget your team and start acting like one, Portia shrieks only for the reflect human to backhand her and turn to Foxy. It's yours or Straw Hats, I'm not picky as long as I get what I'm owed, he hisses, the scars around his eyes shimmering in the sunlight. Anyone know what he's talking about? Luffy asks, looking confused. Is Chaos trying to be captain? We said we were going to do this together, he shouts, whines. Relax Luffy, once we win our Nakama will be whole again. Robin soothes, glad the purpleette had left the rest of them out of the firing line, as well as choosing not to tell Luffy he was half right, due to her belief that Chaos had just threatened to kill the slow-mo human. Zoro, do you want your swords back? Alvida shouts, prompted by the fact the other two Foxy Pirates had pulled out weapons of their own. I want to take them, but right now we have a slippery field and a ball which is leaking everywhere. If we get him to the ring it won't matter what the other idiots are doing. Zoro responds. Vivi, arrows. Let's show this dumbass what happens when you fight the Straw Hats. He's missing his right arm and 2 fingers on his left hand. I think he's figured out you don't survive intact fighting the Straw Hats monsters, demons or even princess. Sanji retorts, grimacing as the blood was making the field rather difficult to stay standing in. I don't think the big guy is going to last much longer. We need to take him down before he expires. Then aim for his legs. The two turn to the blue net. He's clearly in pain and unbalanced. If you manage to make him lose his footing, he'll fall right where we want him to. And failing that, I'll be reliving my bounty hunting days. Though this will be the biggest proof of kill I've delivered. Hey Chopper, unsheathe my swords but keep them on standby. He bellows, the reindeer nods and begins doing so, as well as shimmying his way alongside Artemis, Karoo and Valentina closer to the Foxy goal ring. Okay, we have a plan. Let's do it. Sanji then turns and lashes out with a kick. And stay away from Vivi-chan, he shouts, slamming his foot directly in the middle of Hamburg's face. You hurt Big Pan, so now I'm gonna smash you into paste, Pickles shouts, charging at Vivi, who grimaces before performing several rapid hand gestures. Only a slight shimmer of wires for a second or two showing anything besides waving her arms was occurring. Well, until Pickles trips. Vivi hopping over him as he rolls helplessly after skidding in the now muddy field. What the fuck? He thinks aloud just as Vivi lands and pulls slightly, the wires digging into his flesh. I forgot to mention that as long as I keep the tension below a certain threshold, my wires can restrain without injury. For the most part, she gives an insincere look of apology for the fact she's probably severed the fat guy's Achilles tendons. Chopper can check later. These fuckers were fighting dirty. Why should she follow rules nobody else was? Seems a pretty pirate thing to do, right? Now, can you boys work together for 10 seconds, please? She calls to the other Straw Hats with a sigh. Okay, but no longer you got that Marimo? Sanji grunts. Sure thing, pervert. Just don't slow me down, Zoro replies, giving a smirk usually only seen before he ends his fights. What could the Straw Hats be planning? Thanks to some underhanded tactics by Miss Vivi, and a foxy pirate WHO should remember what side he's on. Sanji, what did Miss All Sunday tell you in Alabasta, when she kicked Bentham's balls into his throat? Chaos asks with a smirk, currently sitting in a lotus position on the middle line of the arena. I always have and always will perform acts which benefit or amuse me, Sanji quotes verbatim, right after slamming your boot down on Mr. Two's right hand. Exactly. What side am I on? Mine, of course, Team Straw Hat. 10 seconds begin. Now, Valentina shouts, grinning when both of the guys rush forward. This crew is like herding kids sometimes, Nami sighs tiredly. Try cats, children can be trained, Robin corrects, smirking to herself and winks at Artemis whose cheeks are puffed in anger. Matoryu. Tatsu Maki bad manner kick course given Big Pan wasn't exactly going anywhere in his current condition. All the Straw Hats were trying to do was give him enough of a push he overbalanced and fell back, his head hitting the goal with a loud thud. We won? We won? Usopp screams joyfully, him and Luffy bouncing around excitedly. You know what that means, Alvida sing-songs, grinning widely while Artemis' eyes sparkle. We get our res, Luffy begins but is stopped by Nami. Hold it. Luffy, we need to do this strategically. You're obviously going to have to face Foxy next round, and we saw in the last game just how bad his slow fruit is. So if we take him, then the crew will be too disorganized and in shambles to be able to win the next round, when you can take Chaos back, and if you feel like it, boot Foxy off the ship with extreme prejudice, Nami suggests, getting gasps of horror followed by boos from the Foxy pirates. Well, I never, a little cheating is all well and good in a Davy back fight, but to take a ship's captain, that's just unsporting. Can you even call winning against a team without a captain a real victory? For shame on the black-hearted monster who suggested it. Zoro. Swords. Bird. Now, Chaos orders, not yet having stood up, though he did see Zoro had already been returned his blades from Chopper and Artemis. You're surprisingly violent today, Luffy notes, but doesn't say more. Must be his time of the month, Robin suggests, not visibly reacting when the blade of Kamashi no Yari shot past less than an inch from her face, impaling 3 Foxy pirates through the throat before recoiling. Can't take a joke, Fufufu? She asks. I can, it's why I was only trying to make you flinch, rather than even consider harming you, the Purplet says, shrugging before standing up, just as Zoro launches an attack on the annoying announcer. 108 caliber Phoenix. Hey Nami, you forgot something. If we went with your plan, Then we'd need to accept Split Head as part of our crew. No way. No how? Luffy argues, to which the navigator sighs, as it was something she actually agreed with. He keeps saying that, what a rude little boy. Foxy mopes, Hamburg and Portia try comfort him. I've decided. Ready to come back to the crew, brother? Luffy asks, smiling. Of course. Just one thing first, Chaos says before bending the knee to the younger captain. I pledge my ceaseless loyalty to the captain and crew of the Straw Hat Pirates. If I fail in this regard, I shall end my life the only honorable way. Seppuku, he swears, shocking everyone. What's this bullshit? You said you weren't swearing until the game is over, Foxy shouts. Chaos smirks along with Robin, Valentina and Artemis. Oh, it is. Once you agreed to fight Luffy, you lost. My captain has beaten Shichibukai and even God. A pissant like you will be child's play. You hear me, good Foxy? I'm going to kick your ass, Luffy shouts with enthusiasm. Pushed to 28. Rubber King and Mirror Master. Davy Back 3. Slowbro vs Rubberman. Finally, it's almost over. Vivi sighs in relief as Luffy and Foxy stand and prepare for the third game. Once Luffy wins, we can get off this island and never think about it again, she says happily, though is confused as to where Luffy and Usopp managed to find an afro on this island. Nami scoffs. If he lets us, what do you mean, Nami? Kaya asks curiously. If Luffy does beat Foxy, we'll have injured his pride, taken something of his and broken his unbeatable, undefeated streak. He'll force us to fight again and again until he picks the Mary clean, the navigator explains. If that happens, we won't play, we'll fight. Due to these morons, what we did to Arlong's crew, Baroque works and Inaru's priests, Zoro states definitively, possibly even looking forward to letting his swords taste blood, even if it's just the cannon fodder that was 90% of Foxy's crew. And now we begin the combat section of the Davy Back fight, the location of which will be determined by the fighters spinning this completely unbiased decision cannon. Unbiased my ass, as the cannon veers straight towards Foxy's she. Acho the going merry? Are you guys seriously cheating already? Portia accuses. No, it's just my allergies kicking in. I can only handle so much bullshit in one day. Victor sniffles as he responds. Valentina chuckling behind her hands, while a few of his crewmates just smirked. Okay. I guess the match will take place on the deck of the Straw Hats ship, the Going Merry. This rinkadink vessel will have to handle the power of a Davy Back combat match. Will it survive? It better, or else we're taking your ship as payment. Leave you on this pile of nothing. Nami screams over to the announcer, who gulps fearfully. Things are finally turning in our favor. Thanks to the Merry, Luffy should be fine, Chaos says with a grin. What are you talking about? Sure, the Foxy pirates most likely booby-trapped their ship for these fights, but the Merry isn't, Sanji argues, as Robin gasps. Thanks to the Merry, you mean the Klabouterman? She asks, to which he grins. What's that? Artemis asks, voicing a thought a good few of the others had. It's a spirit, drawn to ships that are loved and sometimes help their crews when in need. Though it is said they only reveal themselves when the ship's journey is reaching its end, Robin explains sadly. So, you're saying the Merry has a ghost, because we love her? Nami repeats with a disbelieving expression. Either it was drawn to it, or it was born from it. Either way, the Merry has a Klabouterman. Chaos replies. Luffy's clearly a better brawler than Foxy, so really he just needs a little bit of extra good luck to balance out whatever dumb decision Foxy decides to do to cheat. I still think we should have just beat the ever-loving shit out of them, Alvida groans, getting a nod from Zoro and Chaos. But murder boners aside, she was ignored as Luffy and Foxy got into position. Ding gum gum. Slow beam. Luffy throws a punch, but Foxy catches his fist in his beam. The combination of a time-locked fist and normal everything else messing with his body, causing his arm to just wiggle uselessly between himself and his unresponsive fist. This is going to be ugly, isn't it? Vivi groans, hiding her face in Alvida's chest, the older woman running her fingers through her hair. Due to the understandable distraction, Luffy was caught off guard by another beam, this one getting his entire body, allowing Foxy to lay into his with rapid-fire punches which had most of the crew wince in sympathetic pain. He's taking quite a beating, Robin notes. Luffy can take it. He's our captain and he's never backed down before, Usopp declares, mostly to keep his own nerves calm, especially when the beam wore off. Luffy taking the concussive force off what looked like blows numbering in the low triple digits all at once, nearly flying off the side of the Mary had he not gotten his leg caught in some rope. Usually that's bad luck, but thanks Nami's secret rope, Luffy says to himself, unaware of a beet red Nami face palming when she heard his comment. I'm never going to live that down, am I? She thinks aloud, only to get a flat no from both Chaos and Zoro. Now, where'd you go, split head? You can't just run around my ship, it's too flammable to sterilize, Luffy shouts as he runs across the deck, getting annoyed when Foxy failed to appear until. Try this on for size boy Fei, Foxy laughs, hefting a bazooka onto his shoulder. Time for some fox hunting lasso, Luffy orders, Foxy looking at him like he'd gone nuts, until jaws clamped down on his face, the bazooka turning into a very angry dachshund, causing the slow-mo man to flail around erratically. Yes, go lasso, show that bastard who's boss, Valentina cheers, bouncing up and down with joy, until Foxy manages to punch the animal until he let go, shifting back into his base, bazooka form. Hey, don't mess with my dog, Luffy yells, his next punch barely missing the split head, though he does see something that makes him smile. What's got you so happy, Straw Hat? I haven't even come close to hurting me and I can lay into you whenever I want, Foxy taunts. Then I'll take your women, your flag and everything you love till. Shut up, dumb ass, Luffy says, throwing back his arm for his next attack. You know the good thing about your rule? Everything on the ship is good. Just no additons after? He asks, confusing Foxy. Quack. Full force sonic duck tackle to the side sent the man flying, right into Gum pistol right in his usually smug face, causing him to slam into the outside of the Mary's main cabin. It would seem Straw Hat isn't playing around, what will the boss do next? Ops, I appear to have dropped the Foxy slow-mo cannon, clumsy me. That commentator is starting to piss me off, Sanji grunts around his smoke, Nami giving him a look of, starting to? Which Alvida actually voiced just before Foxy started firing at Luffy and Karoo. He's going to destroy the ship. Victor shouts, come on Luffy, kick his ass, the Mary doesn't have all day. Usopp and Kaya try encourage him. Damn split head, stop messing with my ship, Luffy yells, jumping off Karoo and landing a punch right in Foxy's face, the duck stealing and throwing his cannon overboard while the cheater recovered. You little brat, take this. Slow beam 9 tails fury. Luffy dodged the beam but he wasn't the target, both attacks were aimed at Karoo, the spiked boxing gloves doing a lot of damage to her feathery, unarmored body. Chaos covers Vivi's eyes, but she still cried as she heard the beating her oldest companion was taking, especially when the beam wore off and she was shot off the side of the Mary. Now things are fair once again, boy, allow me to feeny. Gum bazooka, the double palm strike to the gut shot Foxy into the air and through the Mary's crow's nest, hitting the ground just shy of knocking the figurehead off the ship for the 5th time. What was that for, you rude little shit? You don't touch any members of my crew, not without answering to me, Luffy growls, walking towards Foxy as the older pirate pulls out a bright pink blade. Slow sword, ah frack, not again, Luffy whines, as he finds his arms and legs won't respond to his attempts to move them. Foxy chuckles. Well, now I have a captive audience, I'll pay you back for that low blow, he swears, raising his spiked gloves. 9 tails wrath, 30 seconds, Foxy taunts, as the recoil shoots Luffy into and partially embeds him into the mast. No, Luffy, get up. The afro compels you. Ow, shut up about the afro. Luffy's in real danger. Papa? Artemis looks confused as Chaos stands up, while Robin and Chopper were more curious. Luffy, that fat bastard's punches are a child's compared to Gigi's and you've taken those without backing down. So get on your feet and show him why you're the king and he's just chum. The purplet bellows, his eyes practically glowing. This crew is full of such rude and disrespectful people. Foxy mopes as to H himself free, dusts himself off and settles into a fighting stance. He's right, you want to feel a real punch, Foxy? He smirks, pulling back, though not using his devil fruit power, to everyone's surprise. Fist of Love, the Straw Hats were shocked by the more Sanji named technique, but everyone was floored when the head-on punch threw Foxy against the back of the figurehead with enough force to send it flying to the mainland. Holy shit, how strong is he? Usopp whimpers. 4. I'll give it a 4 inches chaos scores, looking a little underwhelmed. Oh come on, it was way better than that, Luffy complains. If I'd done that, what would you have scored me? Luffy sighs, then grumbles, 4.5, obviously. The researcher chuckles. Fine, take the extra 0.5 points, he says, causing Luffy to cheer, and making everyone within range really fucking confused. Straw Hat, this isn't some game now, take things seriously, Foxy yells as he pulls himself free of the ship. He's kicking your ass quite well as is, do you really want him to fight harder? Nami shouts, heckling the cheating pirate. Stay down, brat. Megaton 9 Tails onslaught Gum Gum Gatling. Shit, who knew Mr. Slow could move that fast? Victor gasps as he watched the two fighters pummel each other in a blur of fists. Nobody able to determine much of anything, besides the continued blurs meaning both were still punching the other. Slow beam, bored now, Saida Kagami just before Foxy could use his signature move, a shimmering, something formed on the point of Luffy's tattoo, where Agyud Chakra would be, redirecting the pink energy pulses back at their creator, who was oddly enough just as susceptible to its effects as everyone else. Luffy grins. She. Looks like you finally pulled the same trick one too many times, he says, throwing back his right arm, while twisting it repeatedly. Gum Gum rifled the punch landed dead on, but nothing seemed to happen, but everyone pretty much knew it was over, they just had to wait. 10 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1. Foxy left the Mary as if shot out of a cannon, slamming into the land with a loud and tactile thump. He won, Nami screams, jumping out of her seat and cheering, the others beginning to follow. Not so fast, Foxy groans, standing back up. The boss is of course correct. Due to how small your vessel is, the 50 meters radius circle that is the battle arena does include some of the mainland, this fight isn't OV. Gum Gum stamp, there, now it's over, Luffy declares, kicking Foxy out of bounds. Yeah. Is it finally over? Chopper asks Zoro, who shrugs. I want to say yes, but nobody gets to take my winning streak and live, Foxy shouts, diving at Luffy with a dagger. Boss no. Der Fleur. Clutch snap shimmer. The Foxy pirates didn't actually catch the incident as it happened, only the aftermath, Robin's blooms breaking Foxy's arm and causing him to drop the knife. But given he was in the air at the time, B still flew in Luffy's direction, onto Chaos Blade. Coo, I told you I'd get it. Split head, Chaos purrs, smiling as Robin brings over a grapefruit, which as the light left Foxy's eyes warped and contorted, as well as turning pink with thick black swirls. Seems someone is starting a very rare collection there, Robin grins as the former Foxy Pirates captain was dropped to the ground. Well, I can't study something I don't have, he replies as if the answer was obvious, wiping hubby in Foxy's pant leg before reattaching her to his hip. You can't go anywhere without killing people, can you? Oh Miss Navigator, you make it sound like all I do is kill people, the purpleette chuckles as he slips the devil fruit into his coat. You just killed someone, Nami groans, oh sure, bring up that one time. We should probably leave those two to their bickering, and move to a safe distance before Nami drags us into her squabble, Vivi advises. And while doing that, someone get Carue and check she's okay, she shouts, prompting Sanji to jump in and bring the duck to Chopper, who said she would be bruised and tender for a while, but otherwise she was fine. For winning the Davy back, Luffy chose their flag as his boon, despite Sanji begging, threatening the captain to choose SXY shipwright, Portia, and gave them one of his own design in return. As you would expect, it was really bad, but they couldn't do anything about it, as the rules stated they could never use their old flag again, meaning they would now be forced to sail the seas with that deformed abomination Luffy says was a fox head, apparently. With that out of the way, Luffy made the journey inland, followed by the others as he met back up with the old stilt man and his horse Shelly, even presenting him with the Foxy flag, to show he'd beaten them and that they wouldn't bother him again. You did this for the old man? Why didn't you tell us? Alvida asks. Yeah, Nami might have yelled less, maybe, Zoro adds. Doesn't matter, what's done is done and the old guy and his horse are safe. Hey Nami, has the log post changed yet? Nami nods. Yeah, it's ready whenever you are, Luffy. Great, it was nice to meet you, old stilt guy and giraffe horse, but we kind of need to get going. Find someone who can fix the Mary. Luffy explains. I hope we meet again sometime, or that you at least find your friends." The old man laughs, then wheezes, "Thanks kid, for getting me off my stilts, reuniting me with my sweet Shelley and driving away those monsters. I wish you the best out there on the sea," he says. Shelley neighs in agreement. The two follow the Straw Hats to the ship to properly see them off, the old man promising Luffy and Usopp he'll stay away from stilts, with Shelley promising Chopper and a tired-looking Karoo that she'll make sure he sticks to it. With another island of madness over and done with, the Straw Hat Pirates set off on their next adventure, wherever that may be. Rubber King and Mirror Master, the Iceman cometh. "You seem relaxed there," Robin muses, swaggering over to Chaos, his eyes closed and Artemis practically curled up in his lap. The Purpleette smiles but doesn't move. "My latest acquisition means these eyes are no longer necessary," he purrs, his right eye opens lazily, its silver X locking onto Robin. "But they are more convenient, say. Well, as long as I can help. You learn anything from Foxy's fruit?" "No, just that it feels like split head, so I moved it to a separate box so I can keep interactions to a minimum. Also I need to wait until we get some more grapefruit before I can do anything major with it," the researcher admits with a sigh, running his bony fingers through his kid's hair, like stroking a cat as it was clear she liked it that way. "Guys, I see an island," Usopp calls from the crow's nest, prompting Nami to move to the front of the Mary. Looks pretty uninhabited," she thinks aloud, not that it deterred Luffy. "Sounds like fun, everyone we're checking out the new island in about 20 minutes, so get ready," he shouts, getting the attention of the others. "Hopefully there's some food on this island. Find some and I can make us all lunch," Sanji says as the Mary weighs anchor and everyone disembarks. "Nothing slimy or gross, okay?" Nami whines, accompanied by a full body shiver. "I don't think you'd notice by the time Sanji was done with it," Vivi argues. "Not that it matters, once it gets to your stomach it's all the same," Zoro grouses, getting a thump to the head for his troubles. As luck was good today, the ones who went scavenging brought back a good haul, enabling Sanji and Valentina to cook up a veritable feast. Not that it was going to last much longer than a normal meal with Luffy scarfing it all down. "We're going to need more if we expect to survive with Luffy eating everything until we get to the next island," Nami says as a starting point to get everyone moving again, this time the whole crew taking a trip through the forest. A little later, "Find any good herbs guys?" Usopp asks, having noticed their two medics picking non-food items up while they were trekking. "Yes, some of these are very handy to have on the ship given the fights we seem to get into so often," Kaya answers, chuckling as some of the others roll their eyes. "Plus some of the plants on this island can substitute harder to make and obtain medicinal plants and concoctions," Chopper adds happily, "this island has so many amazing things, though I've noticed something odd while we've been walking." "Really, what?" Valentina asks, a weird groove in the dirt. "It's been going down the middle of this path for a while now," the doctor answers. "So it is, kind of looks the right size to be a bike trail," Victor notes. Sanji scoffs. "That's stupid. Why would someone use a bike all the way out here?" Robin tenses, though given she was near the back nobody really noticed, though when she calmed herself she heard something strange. Click 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 click. Looking down she noticed small blades exiting the bottom of Chaos' shoes. In fact on a second look they seemed to resemble ice skates. There were also the clenched fists, the first phalange of each digit a shining silver. "We're walking into danger aren't we?" she asks quietly. The Purpleette looks down with a blank expression. "Define danger," he replies, "devil fruit, something strong." "Then yes, we're walking towards danger," he answers with a deep sigh, just as the group reach a clearing. "Well, this is boring," Luffy complains. "There's nothing here." Then Chopper rushes past him. "What? Hey Chopper, you need to learn to share, a little guy like you shouldn't hog giant mushrooms," he shouts, running after the reindeer, though stops when Chopper rushes around the rock and it thrown back. Clearly there's something bad behind that rock, Zoro guesses, hands on his sword hilts. "Then let's check it out." "Ow. My butt," Chopper mutters to himself as he stands up. "Wait a minute, you're not a mushroom. You're a person, a really big person, bigger than Chaos." And you're asleep, the doctor thinks, Then with a loud snort and a grunt the man reaches for his face and pushes his sleep mask off his eyes. A tanuki, didn't think you were real, the man thinks aloud. I'm a reindeer, can't you stupid humans see the antlers? Chopper shouts in a rare moment of anger. Chopper, I saw you fall and bounce. Are you okay? Luffy asks as he makes his way around the rock, then pauses when he sees the man. Who are you? Guess the island isn't so uninhabited as we thought, Alvida notes. Do you mind, I was sleeping. The man grumbles, extreme sleeping, standing completely vertical for hours at a time. Holy crap, that guy's huge, Usopp gasp, while Robin seizes up when she sees him. Mama? Artemis calls, the first to notice the reaction, Chaos noticing when she falls onto her ass in terror, shortly followed by the others. Robin's freaking out, that means run, right? Vivi asks, having never seen the older woman lose her chill before, even back in Baroque works. You know this guy, who is he? Luffy asks, as tensions rise. Hey, everyone calm down. I see you're afraid, but there's no need for that. It's not like I'm here on official orders or anything. I'm just here to get some uninterrupted sleeping, the tall man says, trying to calm the Straw Hats, especially the hyperventilating Robin down. Orders? From who? Zoro asks, Wado already drawn. Navy headquarters, he's a Marine, Admiral Aokiji to be precise, Robin answers, her eyes not leaving the Marine's face. One of the three powerhouses, alongside Akanu and Kizaru, the Red Dog, Yellow Monkey and Blue Pheasant. Outranked only by Fleet Admiral Sengoku, High Seagull Hat. Again. Aokiji chuckles, then turns to Nami, worrying her immensely. Yes? She squeaks. Damn, another hottie with massive tatas. You free tonight? Aokiji asks, clearing the tension with annoyance. Hands off her, you crazy pervert, Sanji yells. Any other time there would have been amusement at the irony. Geez, did none of you kids listen to what I said? I'm here for a little stroll, then decided to take a nap, that's all. Don't get yourselves in such a spin, you guys are just, what whatchamacallits. Huh? What? Luffy asks, now just confused. I've forgotten, probably wasn't that important, the Marine rubs his head and shrugs. Try make sense, ya weirdo, Valentina and Alvida yell. Robin, you can't be serious, this guy can't be some big shot Marine, he's almost dumber than Luffy, Usopp argues. Hey, don't go around judging people by their appearance, it's rude and makes you look like a. Anyway, my motto as a Marine is complete slovenly justice, Aokiji says with a relaxed shrug. For some reason that sounds better than lazy justice, not sure why. Then we were right, anyway, as I was saying, wait a minute. He kneels and then lies on his side, using his coat as a pillow. Sorry, standing for too long makes me sleepy. Then maybe don't sleep standing up, Nami suggests irritably. Anywho, back to the topic at hand, I have no intention of trying to arrest or capture any of you, so relax, take a chill pill, you'll live longer. I'm only here to confirm the whereabouts of Nico Robin, who is rumored to have been traveling with some supernova rookies, as we didn't have any confirmed sightings of her since Alabasta. Clearly she's been with you guys this entire time. I'll make a report on that sometime later. Now you have another crew member with an existing bounty. Your crew's overall bounty has gone up. 110, 60, 50, 12, 10, 18, 7 and finally 79 added together is some huge ass number. Just try do the damn math. Zoro grumbles, I call bullshit for 346 million, Chaos whispers as he helps Robin stand, then groans when Luffy tries pick a fight. Luffy, ice beats rubber. From the ground, Aokiji smiles. My, a sensor from the East Blue, color me surprised. But it doesn't matter. I already said I wasn't going to do anything. Then raises an eyebrow as a commotion occurs behind the crew from out Ally Marine. I wish we'd known that sooner, one of the men says weakly. Really not so uninhabited, Valentina comments. Who are these people? Nami asks. Castaways most likely. There was a passenger liner who disappeared about a month ago. Aokiji says with his default apathy. How are there passenger liners on the Grand Line? I can see the Marines were trying real hard to find these people, Valentina says sarcastically, to which the Admiral just shrugs. Chopper and Kaya immediately get to work checking over the survivors. Happy to see they were doing pretty well for their circumstances. None were too badly injured and Sanji didn't even need convincing to cook up something to feed these poor souls. He actually seemed happy to. Though how they ended up in this position was odd to say the least. Your ship was destroyed by a giant frog doing the front crawl? Alvito repeats, fuck, the Grand Line is weird. That doesn't even make sense. Usopp could lie better than that. Zoro grunts. We're telling you the truth, one of the castaways shouts. No, he's serious, that's Yokozuna. Aokiji says blandly, going quiet once more until the next strange statement. A man riding a bicycle on the water. Are you guys sure you weren't hallucinating due to starvation? Usopp asks, holding in a laugh or snort at the stupidity of the statement. Actually, that was me. The Marine interrupts, causing several facepalms. And the only other ship we've seen since arriving here looked like a pirate ship. Yeah, that was most likely us. Vivi answers, happy something made sense for the moment. Well, you should probably get moving along. I can give you a little assist in pointing you in the direction of an inhabited island not too far from here. You should be able to make it home yourselves from there, Aokiji says as he stands up. How? You admitted to only having a bike with you, not a ship, and nobody has a log pose that could lead them to the next island, so they're stuck, Nami complains, but Robin shakes her head. He can help them, it just won't be how you expected to. A little later. Alright, that's everything you guys had, plus some food and water for the journey. Sanji smiles as he finishes helping the survivors pack up, along with the other Straw Hats and Aokiji. Luffy actually getting along rather well with the lazy Marine, and Robin looked to be much calmer again. So, how are you going to help these guys? Haul them to the next island with your bike? Luffy asks, getting a chuckle from the Admiral. Not exactly, he hums, crouching at the water's edge and dipping his hands in the water. There was a couple minutes of silence, where people wondered what he was doing. Then a Sea King rose from the depths, causing focus to shift to, get away, save yourself you lazy fucker. Ice Age. Turns out they didn't need to worry, as the sea and the beast were frozen solid in seconds by Aokiji's devil fruit ability. Wow, holy freaking shit. Robin sighs. Now you understand, the power of an admiral. Especially one with a logia, chaos adds mostly to her. Aokiji slowly stands and turns to walk back up to the group. It should stay like that for about a week. Gives you plenty of time to make land. Head straight that way and you'll reach the island I mentioned in about 4 days, he says as he walks through, past the dumbfounded crowd. With the Admiral gone, once everyone's brain kicked back into gear, the Straw Hats helped the castaways move their supplies onto the ice and waved them off. The problem solved, and now they just had to leave themselves. Happily trekking off the ice, they were surprised to see Aokiji was still there, staring at Luffy. What? Is there something on my face? The rubber boy asks, confused. No, you're just the spitting image of your grandfather Monkey D. Luffy, he says, causing Luffy and Chaos to tense. That, and you're just as reckless and hard to figure out. You knew Gramps? Luffy squeaks, confusing the others as this was the meekest they'd seen their captain. Your grandfather helped me out once, which is why I'm here. I wanted to see you and Nico Robin together, see what happens. But on second thought, maybe I should just kill you. Everyone began to worry at that statement. Right now you're pretty much unknowns, small fry on a world scale, but if you're anything like your father and grandfather, this crew will be something formidable. You may be smaller than most pirate crews, but with the rogues gathered before me, you will be a problem in the future. Taking everything into account, I've spent most of my life hunting and taking down outlaws, and you, my boy, and your crew, scare me just thinking of what you could become. Hey, you said you were just here to check things out? Usopp shouts in a panic. One of you I consider most dangerous, Nico Robin. The Marine continues, Bloom's catching her legs, Bane the only thing stopping Artemis from moving defensively in front of Robin. So you lied, you're here for Robin, Luffy growls. You can't have her, she's one of us. There's a part of me that's impressed by what you've accomplished since getting a 79 million berry bounty on your head at age 8. Surviving in the underworld by being a skilled opportunist, quick to switch sides and find a new mark to latch onto. And now you have these fools. Robin's eyes widen and she pales while some of the others just get angry. Don't talk about Mama like that, she's part of the crew, it's a family, a nakama. Artemis shouts, managing to get Aokiji to express an emotion, that of surprise. Though when she reaches for her paint, two blooms throw them away. Mama. No, Artemis, this isn't a fight you can win, she says calmly, hoping this would be over quickly. What have you got against Robin, you frigid bastard? Alvida asks, hefting her mace onto her shoulder. I have nothing against the girl, nor any connection, besides letting her go once before. But I'll leave you with this. Every organization she's a part of is annihilated, with only her as the survivor, Aokiji says as he stands. The former Baroque works thought about arguing, except they had technically already quit before reaching Alabasta, and so probably didn't count as part of the organization for the time frame he was referring to. Shut up, the past doesn't matter. Most of the people on this crew have done bad things, or at least tried kill the people already on it before them. Who you are is always more important than who you were. People change. Robin's our friend, you can't try turn us against her. Aokiji chuckles, locking eyes with the last Oharan. Well, it seems you're in the perfect spot to slide in the knife, he says. Robin's teeth and fists clench as she crosses her arms, blooms locking the man in place. Shut up. Don't you say another word. Did I strike a nerve, or just underestimate your patience? Aokiji asks, still with his flat tone, which just annoyed Robin more. Clutch Chopper jumps, huddling behind Kuru. Ah, he shattered into a million pieces. Fucking Logias, man, Chaos hisses, unclipping hubby and letting it curl around his arm as Aokiji reforms like some kind of demonic snowman. That was cold, Nico. Robin. I didn't want to kill you, but it seems you're not giving me any other choice. Ice Saber. Robin closes her eyes, hoping it would be quick until she heard a clang like metal on metal. Opening them, she saw Zoro holding back the swing with Watto, determination clear on his face. Sanji then took the moment of surprise for Aokiji due to people actually defending the Devil's Child to kick the ice blade away, giving them a moment at least. Gum Gum Pistol. Aokiji didn't react visually to Luffy's direct hit to the gut, though due to his pre-emptive grab of Zoro and Sanji, he was able to flash freeze all three of the Straw Hat's heavy hitters without moving a muscle. He's cold, Luffy mutters before pain shoots through his arm as it's encased in ice. Hey no mi, freeze man, Chaos sighs, hubby expanding and contorting without a command. You have some very loyal friends, but you'll never change, Nico. Robin, you'll do anything to survive. No line, you won't crot that person anymore. Robin responds, a waver in her voice, fear and guilt, seeing them writhing in pain. His arm was around her before she could do anything. Not that she would have been able to, her entire body now frozen solid. So you finally gave up, after all this running, the Iceman says, with a barely detectable hint of, was that amusement? Well, since you were good enough to surrender, I'll end this quickly. Shimmer Serpentello. Aokiji winces at the cut across his chest. Even if the blood froze over seconds later, turning his attention back to the pirates, he saw Robin held between Artemis and Chaos. A large, jet black fan-like weapon hanging from his left arm, while the right, looped around her waist, was completely covering in his reflect armor. Please somebody tell me we're not playing keep away with an admiral. Kaya chews her lip, though still goes for her guns. We're not playing keep away with an admiral, we're playing it with Robin, as in keeping her away from the walking ice cube trying to smash her. Victor corrects, sending a couple of nose fancy cannons, but Aokiji just shifts into his frozen state and tanks, then regenerates the damage. Listen here, you're not getting Robin. Chaos, keep her safe, Luffy orders. The older brother nods with gritted teeth. Of course, he hums, frowning sadly at the look of pain and fear in Robin's icy visage. He's going through both of us to get to Robin. Then turns when Chopper starts tugging on his coat. We need to get Robin to the ship and thaw her out. She's a liability out here as she is, Usopp explains. I don't know why you idiots are resisting. The world would be a better place without the woman in it. Aokiji mostly thinks aloud, dodging Amy bullets and catching Nami's climb attack with little effort. I may not be as smart as Robin, but isn't that true for all pirates? Alvida asks, then metaphorically freezes when Aokiji stops her mace swing dead. The Admiral chuckles, I suppose, now get out of my way. He says slightly louder before using his grip on both weapons to slam the women's heads together. Nami, Alvida. Stop, Luffy shouts, before the others could try retaliate. Nobody interfere. I'm going to fight him one-on-one, he orders, the rest of the crew visibly conflicted. Luffy, don't be an idiot, we're not exactly even tiring him out together, what can you do alone? Valentina asks, having not exactly been able to do much in this fight herself anyway. Yeah, so what do you say, think you can beat me in a straight fight? Boy, you really are as crazy as Garp, but without a Sengoku to balance him. Word of warning though, I don't have a ship, so I'll just have to kill you. On the going merry, Papa? Chopper? Is this going to work? Will Robin be okay? Artemis asks as she keeps splashing water on the frozen woman. Seeing the reindeer's distress, Chaos answers. We don't know, kiddo, we're doing the best we can, so we just have to hope. That's why your hand is white then, because we're throwing everything at her. The purpleette suppresses a smile. Robin's kid indeed. Yes, Artemis, I'm pulling out all the stops, because Robin will be fine, and we'll all make it through. Hearing a commotion, Chopper ran outside, leaving the three to continue working on Robin, until Nami joined them. What are you doing here? Usopp asks. Chopper sent me in, so he and Kaya can check on Sanji and Zoro's injuries, she explains. Any changes? Well, her body is still intact, so we're kind of assuming that means she's still alive. But other than that, no, Chaos answers disappointedly. And the others? Why are we still here if you're all back? Usopp questions fearfully. Because we're not all back, Vivi answers from the door. Luffy, he's still out there, dueling Aokiji. What? Sniper and artist shout, Luffy's an idiot, but clearly he wants to keep the rest of his crew from ending up like Robin. Chaos guesses, getting a nod from Nami and Vivi. Wait, you're okay with this? He's fighting a freaking admiral, you can see what he can do to some. Of course I am not okay with this, Chaos shouts, grabbing Usopp by his nose, pupils contracting into slits. But there's nothing I can do about it, not just because Luffy is stubborn or the captain, but because we'd get in the way if we all tried to mob someone like Aokiji. All we can do is look at Luffy's track record, having beaten 3 logias before now, and hope. He sighs and releases their sniper, who after checking his nose wasn't crushed leaves in a hurry. Back with Luffy running towards Aokiji, Luffy finds a punch before kicking the man into the air. While in freefall, Luffy fills himself up with air, releasing it to propel himself upwards on a collision course. After all, it's practically impossible for someone to dodge in mid-air. Gum Gum Storm Aokiji shattered into ice crystals, Luffy thinking for a moment that he won, until he reformed holding onto the rubber boy. I think it's time for the Ice Age. Shit, this is going to hurt, Luffy thinks as just like Robin he's frozen solid. As he sits across from the Luffy ice sculpture, Aokiji sighs and chuckles, well played Luffy. When I agreed to your terms, fighting you, and only you, that left your crew in the clear, as I can't even go after them without being the bad guy in this situation. Smart, or I suppose there's a chance you actually thought you could beat me, making you stupid but really ballsy. Some of the Straw Hats would be here soon, he could tell. Either to retrieve what was left of their captain, or carry him to receive well-needed medical attention. Either way they wouldn't be long now. I know you can hear me, Luffy, so I'll give you some free advice. Keep an eye on Nico Robin, because no matter what you think of her, the burden she was born into will be too much for you to handle one day, and when it does, don't say I didn't warn you. After that he stands up, dusts himself off. I could kill you in seconds, but I do owe you a debt. Consider us even for Crocodile, and good luck I guess. He shrugs as he walks away, draping his coat over his shoulders. A couple hours later, everyone, Luffy and Robin, are going to make it, Chopper announces, getting cheers from the Straw Hats not currently in the infirmary. So what should we do now? Victor asks, turning to Valentina and Nami. It's probably best if we stick around for a few days, give those two time to recover, then we can set sail for the next island. The log pose is set, we just need to wait for the captain's go-ahead, Nami answers, the blonde agreeing with their navigator. With Freezerburn gone, I think we should be fine for another few days, as the danger is gone, in all sense of the word. She adds, a few of the others sigh in relief at the accuracy of that statement. Plus a few days to calm down sounds nice. About a week later, hey guys, look at this. Luffy cheers, before dousing himself in flour and posing. Ta-ta. Ice Luffy. He garbles, getting laughs from Chopper, Usopp, Artemis and Valentina, while Nami sighs from above the deck. You'd never guess he nearly froze to death a few days ago the way he's acting, she grumbles, munching her way through Sanji potato pia. Would you prefer crippling depression or doubting his every move? The redhead turns, seeing Chaos watching them with his hat and coat nowhere to be seen. The fact Luffy could literally bounce back after all this is amazing. Especially given how one-sided that fight must have been. Someone like Aokiji kicked his ass without any real effort. Nami sighs but nods, you're right, but it doesn't stop him being a pain in the ass. Chaos laughs, oh don't I know it. But Luffy has always been a hyperactive knucklehead, you just kind of get used to it over time. He then smiles as the main door opens. A calm though still peaky Robin stands in the doorway. Nice to see you're up and moving around, Robin. He calls, getting a smile and nod. Robin, you're up, cheered some of the others, Sanji rushing off to make her something. Yes, thanks to our doctors I'm fine, she replies. Liking the pale yellow blush of Kaya and almost break-dancing level of spasms Chopper wow her compliment. Thank you Sanji. She gives a half smile as she accepts his offered mug of coffee, and takes in the sight of her crewmates. Everything was calm, how she wished it could stay that way.